The hell, OBS, are you doing? What the... That doesn't make any sense. I guess it's working? It might be working. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Yeah. 1.4 volts FurMark? No. It won't even scale to that. Why would you do that? Does ASIC mean anything on NVIDIA? It seems to be a lot more consistent, that like more useful than it is on AMD. On AMD, depending on the generation, it's kind of useless. But this thing does over 1500 core on like stock voltage. So, whereas like my other 980 Ti, like most of my other 980 Ti's max out at like 1450-ish at similar volts. So I'm gonna go with, yep, looks like ASIC actually means something. What do I want to do? I guess we just want to do a baseline run. How high would you trust FurMark? I don't think I'd trust it at stock. Like, I don't have a... Like, I've never run FurMark on a 980 Ti, because I just generally don't use FurMark. Because, like, it's like, as a stability test, it's useless. And then as a, like, VRM, as, like, a thermal test, sure, but, like... What's the point? Because, like, the only thing you'll find out is, like, oh, the card's VRM apparently can't handle FurMark, and now I need to go replace MOSFETs. Which is like, whoa, that's very useful information. FurMark kills a lot more than 980 Ti's. There's also, like, the small PCB Vega. That also, like, dies instantly if you try to run FurMark on it. Also, I should point out that the average voltage reading on the oscilloscope is a little bit low because of how the coax is connected. But yeah, the card, like, out of the box runs very low voltages. And, like, even on this, I think it'll hit 1500. What cooler are you using? I have some random, like, 4 heat pipe air cooler that, like, fits NVIDIA cards, and then I have the Corsair ML120 Pro fans on it, maxed out. It actually runs, like, okay temperatures, surprisingly enough. Like the heatsink is really, really anemic, but like there's enough heat pipes in it, and if you shove enough airflow through the fin stack, it doesn't matter how small the fin stack is. I don't even know where this came from, like this heatsink. It might be from like a 560. Nah, it's not from a 560 because those are rectangular. Maybe like a 670? Nah, I don't think I ever had one with a custom heatsink. 6.8, no? Yeah, I have no idea where this thing is from. But it's some NVIDIA compatible heatsink. Obviously I could have probably, like, I should have probably maybe gone with a Morpheus, but, couldn't really be bothered to go find it. So, yeah, we're running this. I might switch to the Morpheus if I feel like the cooling is inadequate. Actually, we can do that. I fully expect the thing to like stop scaling with core voltage pretty quickly, so I don't think we're gonna need that much cooling. Now, NVIDIA had 3 like different hole spacings. You had the rectangular cards, like the little rectangular cards, like a 560 Ti. They ditched that during the... Yeah, they ditched that mounting hole spacing for a while, and then you have like the really close in that you'll find like on some GTX 970s and stuff. And then you have the really... far apart hole spacing. That's like on all the high-end cards. With 8 mounting holes instead of just 4. Though some manufacturers don't actually give you all 8 mounting holes, they only give you 4 of them. And most heatsinks don't use 8 of them, so kind of doesn't matter if you only have 4. We're just going to use GPU-C. So because the card is on that MSI BIOS, it actually, like, it's already, like, overclocked quite a lot. Because stock 980 Ti's are, like, 1200 core. This thing is 1340. Yeah. Right out, like, just default for this BIOS. So, actually, I do want to keep the render test. So I think we're going to start with a run at, like, 1500, which I think should be, like, plus 145. Okay, that's 1486, so we'll try that. And then for the memory... just 2 gigahertz to start with. Yeah, we're just going to start at 2 gigahertz on the memory. Actually, the memory is already slightly volt modded because the potentiometer doesn't have a switch. The V-Core does have a switch. So V-Core is currently stock. Yeah. So V-Core is at stock. This should run in this configuration. Oh, and I guess we're going to just have max temperature readout. Is it worth holidaying in the UK? I don't know. I don't like traveling, so I'm the wrong person to ask that kind of question. As far as I'm concerned, the only good holidays are, like, snowboarding holidays. Any other traveling is awful. Actually, I guess, like, if you went to, like, a racetrack or something, that would be cool. But the whole, like, going to some random city to go, like, seeing random old buildings is, like... What? Why? You wanna... Like, you can literally look up photos of those old buildings. The whole, like, oh, I was at the old building is, like... And? So? Does the old building give out free candy or something? Did you watch Eurovision? No. Isn't it mainly pop music? Modded my X670 Pro Art to add a postcode. Did you actually succeed with that? Because that's a cool mod. Oh, we do have a power readout, but for some reason we can't see all of it. Oh, I must have nudged the camera for it. Yeah, okay, well, I should be able to just recrop that. Give me a second. Nope. $7900 XTX has an ASIC of 21.1%. Yeah, that's my point about AMD ASIC readouts being utterly useless. I swear Polaris is actually backwards, where the higher the ASIC rating, the worse the card is. Then I blew up the VRM with FurMark. Any interest trying to get it working? Yeah, this should be pretty easy fix for me at this point. I've done like 3 of those. Like, it's the same VRM as this. So yeah, if you want to... Well, like, I have a P.O. box. If you send me an email to buildzoid@gmail.com, I'll give you the P.O. box address. I guess we'll just max out the core voltage slider and see what we can do with that. Oh, here's a fun one. If you max the core voltage slider, the core clock goes up. See? 1486. 1511. Why does the core voltage slider change the core clocks? Anyway, so we can just run it with the core voltage slider maxed out. And do you need, on DDR5 speed timings, do you need to beat Samsung BDI? You mean DDR4 BDI? On 11th gen? Latency, I don't think you can actually beat DDR4. Like, if you're talking about IDA latency, I don't think you can actually match DDR4 with DDR5, at least not with anything that's, like, daily use stable. And for bandwidth, I'm pretty sure DDR5 at like 4800 already has more bandwidth than any DDR4. Because it's kind of quad channel. My X299 matches. Yeah, but that's like, you know, actually quad channel. Well, see, this is why it would be better to talk about memory systems in terms of bit width instead of freaking number of channels, because like DDR5, like your mainstream DDR5 memory controllers are all 128 bits wide, whereas like X299 is 256 bits wide, right? So it's literally twice as wide. So yeah, it would match the bandwidth quite easily. In fact, it should beat the bandwidth. If you're at like DDR4 4000 on X299 should basically have DDR5 8000 level bandwidth. WRX more than matches X299? Actually, what is WRX 90 at? Shouldn't it be hitting like over 200 gigabytes per second? Like well over 200 gigabytes per second. Over 400, yeah. So I think the score went up a bit. Okay, let's see if I can run a little bit more core clock, but I think this will be the limits of what the core clock can do without like turning on the Vault mod. I ended up replacing all the V-core inductors with the V-core inductors from a Vega. The idea being that, like, technically I could have gone with, like, even, like... My thought process was the Vega inductors are, like, the same physical size, but slightly lower inductance, so they should have higher current handling capability. Because the thing is, like, I could also pull, like, 70 amp inductors off of a 290X or something, but those are 150 nanohenries, and that would probably not be good for the power stages, which are already overworked. Because that's, like, the issue with the low inductance inductors is, like, yeah, you can get some crazy high current ratings, but they increase the RMS current through the power stages. Because the like ramp up and down of current flowing through the power stage gets a lot steeper. So it actually makes the power stages run potentially... Like, you end up with this weird trade-off where, like, the overall phase efficiency might actually get better because you have less heat from the inductor, but the power stage efficiency gets worse because the RMS current is higher. So yeah, I didn't really want to go and stick like R9290X inductors on the 980 Ti because while they are rated for 70 amps, I don't know that the power stages would be thrilled about it. When would you want high inductance? Basically never. It's usually, like, if you don't want to have, like if you're designing a voltage regulator with low switching frequencies, and you don't really care about transient response, then it's, like, high inductance is a good thing. So, like, if you have, like, like, you'll see a lot of minor voltage regulators that have, like, 2.2, microhenry induct? Wait, no, it's micro... Not... well... Like, so normal... Is it nanohenries or micro... I'm pretty sure it's nanohenry. It's 150 nanohenry. Yeah. On a... Yeah. So you'd want microhenries. So, like, for, like, 5-volt regulators, you'll see, like, a 2.2 microhenry inductor. Because you just need, like, less filter. Like, if you know that there's not going to be any big transients or anything, then, like, you need less filtering components. And lower switching frequency. What I find really confusing is how old motherboards have just, like, insanely high inductance for their inductors. Like, actually gigantic inductors. Even though, like, equally old GPUs have relatively comparable inductors to modern GPUs. Whereas modern motherboards are a lot closer to modern GPU power delivery than, like, old GPUs. Or like similar to old GPUs. Like a GTX 590, the V-core inductors on that are like 110 nanohenries. Whereas a Z680 motherboard would be like 680 or something. And it's like, but why? Like they often even use the exact same voltage regulators. And then the motherboards have just these gigantic inductors. And it's just like, why? I don't get it. Why is that a thing? Anyway, so that ran at 1528. Nanohenry. Wait, you mean like the Henry, like the Henry unit is like so high that like nanohenries are weird? I mean, it's kind of like microfarads, isn't it? Right? Like 1 farad of capacitance is absolutely freaking gigantic. So any real world component is microfarads or smaller. Or the Coulomb is like the same thing, I think, where it's like you have like all these units for electronics where like in practice you have to put like nano or micro in front of them because the the normal, like the unscaled, like the prefixless value is so ridiculously massive. How come you're running default power limits? Because the card is shunt modded, so the power limit functionally doesn't matter. One megafarad? I can't even imagine what a 1 megafarad is. Like, how much space would a megafarad take up? That would be like freaking building sized. What, megafarads? No, APFC capacitors are in the... No, I think those are still in... Oh, for like power plants. Okay, yeah. I was thinking like PSU... like the bulk caps in a PSU, and those are usually like 680 microfarads or something, but they're really high voltage. Or like 480 to 680 at very high voltage. So like they still store a lot of energy, even though like the capacitance isn't that high, relatively speaking. I'm surprised it still isn't crashing. Yeah, like 1537. Like, this is really, really high in the grand scheme of 980 Ti's that I own, and it's doing it at lower voltages than all the other 980 Ti's. Now, admittedly, I haven't tried the 20th anniversary Matrix, and so that might be comparable to this, but I don't even know what the ASIC rating on that card is. I kind of hate how I, like, acquire rare GPUs and then just check that they work and then put them in storage. It's like, but I do plan to run them eventually. It's just, like, very slow at getting around to it. X670E board with a postcode, would you go with the Carbon or the Hero? Depends what features you want. Like, Asus gives you basically all of their functionality with the X670E-E, and that also has a postcode. Like, that also has ECLK, it has a postcode. The one thing it doesn't do is dual X8 PCIe. Though I guess if you're considering the Carbon, you want dual X8, so... and I'm not sure how much I would actually value the ECLK overclocking functionality. Unless, like maybe... Like, there's the very unlikely possibility of the 9800X3D being, like, a crazy overclocker, and then not having ECLK is gonna really suck. Because with the 7800X3D, with ECLK, it's, like, 5% at best. With all the overclocking, what do you think this performs like? What, modern GPU? It's like half a 6900 XT, so whatever that is. Actually, it's like less than half a 6900 XT. AM5 is actually like 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. Like, you can run 4 M.2 SSDs off of the X16 slot on some other boards. So yeah, like, I'm also like, why can't you get an AM5 board with X16, X8? Or, even better, X8, X8, X8. That would just be the best thing ever. With SLI support, please. Probably? I'm not sure how it would work, and I'm not sure my input would be all that useful. Have you noticed any of the AMD boards having coil line? No. The only coil line I've had is the memory, like the 5-volt regulator for the DDR5 on some Gigabyte Z790 boards. But, like, the refresh Z790s don't have that from Gigabyte. And I think they actually fixed that with even the original ones. Like, I think it's like the early batch that was affected by the coil line on the 5-volt rail for memory power. What, the 980 Ti is like a 3050? That kind of makes sense to me. Hey, this is the funny like this is one thing that I find kind of funny is, like, yeah, if you watch hardware releases every year, you know, seeing the like plus 10% or plus 20% is like, man, there's like no progress in GPUs. But like, if you just upgrade your stuff every 5 years, then like after 5 years, even if you had like a super high-end GPU, it's nothing. Maybe on Asus? Oh, nope, I didn't run into anything with Asus having coil line, so yeah, I'm not sure. Though I've not had like that many Asus boards, so if it's not super widespread, then like I wouldn't know about it. Wait, this apparently 1546 and it passed? What? Did I leave? No, I'm pretty sure I didn't leave the Vault mod turned on. Well, 1555, here we go. Also, I was digging through my collection of dead, like, GPUs, and I've found a Vega that has all of its capacitors still on it. So I think I'm gonna strip that for bulk caps and put those on this 980 Ti, maybe. Because right now, like, I did add some capacitors. You can, well, the memory, I'm not gonna change how the memory is set up, but you can see, like, yeah, there. So I added some just to the back, because they're really easy to put on and off. And they make a bit of a difference, but not much. They're just like through-hole polymers. But I'd like to, like, cause the thing is, I'd kind of like to do like a 3-way SLI setup, because I have like 3 980 Ti's that like I've repaired, where it's like the vCore VRM died and I repaired it. So I thought it would be kind of cool to do a 3-way SLI setup where every single one of the cards had a vCore VRM failure. One of them really sucks, though. So, like, one of the cards struggles to do 1450. Though that's without a vault mod, so maybe with a vault mod it'll be a little bit better. Okay, so vault mod is now turned on. Also, if you're wondering about the power draw, so far we've maxed out at 161 watts. So the card maxed out at 320 watts of power draw so far. So I'll actually raise the power limit. It only goes to plus 10%, but... yeah, well, we'll see. Because I think the stock power limit for these is like 250? So we're not really, like, we're 100 watts away. We're like 200 watts away from hitting the stock power limit, right? Because of the shunt mod. Yeah, X8, X8, X8 on AM5 for Vantage would be amazing if you had SLI support. How bad is the voltage regulation on the 295X2? I don't know. I've never measured one because I never got a working one. Also, I figured out why Afterburner doesn't have working voltage control on NVIDIA GPUs sometimes for me. It's because it doesn't have voltage control on the latest drivers. You'll notice that I'm on 5.12.95 because I think 520 or something like actually just doesn't have working voltage control in the OS. There's no performance difference between the two drivers, so it doesn't really matter, but like, yeah, if you ever like open up Afterburner and you're wondering why the core voltage slider isn't working on a 900 series, it's because your drivers are too up to date. Stream died, but it's back now. I guess maybe the solar... I'm looking at the... like, the upload rate on my end, and it's, like, dipping a bunch, and I don't know why. Maybe the solar storm is, like, messing with the internet? But the worst of it should have been yesterday, as far as I know. Yeah, the solar storm might be messing with the internet. I hate this. Like, I wanted to do this stream with this 980 Ti for, like, over a week, I think, at this point. And shit keeps happening. And also, like ultimately at this point, I was like, oh, screw it, I'll just stream at 3 in the morning. Right? Because, like, I want to get this over with and, like, move on to other things. Other things maybe being more capacitors on the 980 Ti, but, yeah, like, I'm, like... because I have, like, a big GPU collection, and, like, I want to test all of them someday, so, you know. Anyway, 1550 crashed. Now, the thing I'm wondering about is if I just run it at, like, the, what was it, 1546, but with extra voltage, is it just going to score better? Because that is a thing on the 900 series. That even, like, low clocks, but at high voltage, will actually get bigger scores than high clocks at low voltage. 81. It says 81.4% ASIC. Why do normies show up on my channel? So you mentioned the B650E-E. Does seem great if you don't care about extra NVMe, but doesn't the manual say it splits the X16? Yes, it does. Because Asus is absolutely, completely boneheaded with PCIe lane assignment. Like, if you want sensible PCIe lane assignment, the cheapest board you can get from ASUS is like the X670E Pro Art. And that doesn't come with a postcode, because if it came with a postcode, it would make the hero kind of irrelevant. So of course, like... Oh, and it also doesn't come with ECLK support, I think. Because, again, it's like... I hate product segmentation like that. Yeah, so even 1537 doesn't run? Or did I try it back up at 1546? Oh wait, no, that finished. The 5800X3D is literally like, depending on the game, is literally matched by a 7600X. And the 7600X is not exactly the fastest of modern CPUs. Well, the GPU just crashed again. Oh, that triggered a full system reset. Interesting. I think CJR is safe to run at 1.45. Maybe? It doesn't really scale very much, so I'd probably just try to run it at 1.4 or something. Like, the issue is when it comes to, like, degradation and stuff, like, getting reliable data on that is, like, an absolute nightmare, because, like, sometimes you have memory sticks just up and die for no reason. That does happen. And I'd say that's probably more common than memory sticks actually degrading or anything, but then, like, the issue is if you have, you know, somebody who ran a memory stick at, like, 1.5 volts, and then it dies, then it's like, well, is it because of the voltage, or was that stick just gonna die anyway? And it's not like people do, like, large-scale tests where they'll buy, like, 100 sticks of CJR and run all of it at 1.8 volts to see how quickly they die. Or 1.6 or something, right? Because if it takes forever to kill them with some very high voltage, then reasonably 1.45 would be fine. But... no, but the Hynix kits that you see with, like, 1.45 or higher are usually DJR. And DJR is, like, known to work well with even really high voltages. So, yeah, like, the behavior of DJR is kind of, like, irrelevant to the behavior of CJR, because they're, like, completely different memory chips. 1528. You know, I kind of wonder if I could somehow lock the core clock to full speed. Because I don't like how at the very start of the benchmark, you can see how it's in, like, low power state, and then it shifts up. Wait, you're trying to run 3800 on what motherboard and CPU? Because it really, like, for 3800, you shouldn't really need extra voltage. I already went into the NVIDIA control panel and have it set to prefer max performance. That's why it's like sitting at 1100 core on desktop. If your GPU is PCIe 4.0 and you stick it into an X8 5.0 slot, it runs at X8 4.0. So PCIe 5.0 is literally only useful for SSDs. It does nothing for anything else. I hate how people just don't understand how PCIe works like that. Because and I guess it might be because, like, a lot of people hype the new PCIe, like, at least it seems to me that a lot of the, like, mainstream tech channels are like, oh, this motherboard has Gen 5 support, and for what devices? You're overheating SSDs? Because that's basically the only devices that actually can use Gen 5. Everything else will just run at Gen 4. Also, the card is making weird clicking noises, but that might just be because the fans are, like, resting on a piece of foam, so... Why is there a performance impact? What? It's a 5 point... You don't! The generation of the PCIe slot is a speed limit. It's not a bandwidth number. It's basically saying, like, this PCIe slot can go up to Gen 5 speed, like, Gen 5 data rates. Okay? And if you put a device that doesn't support Gen 5 data rates, then it doesn't run at Gen 5 data rates. And it's physically X8, so it's still gonna be X8 4.0. It's like going on a road with a 200 km/h speed limit, but your car maxes out at 100. It doesn't matter if the road goes 200 if your car can't. Okay, that's 1528. At 170 watts, so 340 watts going into the card. Uh-huh. Can the stock 4090 be overclocked on air? I don't know. I've heard that good ones can go, like, a little over 3 gigahertz. But, like, it depends if you get a good one or not. I'm gonna open a window, because this thing is actually heating up the room quite effectively. $32X2 or 14700K. Just get like a 6000 rated kit. DDR4 is not a lot more stable. And 32 gig DDR4 sticks are kind of, a lot of them are not very good. Because you have like the 16 gigabit Samsung memory chips, which are just terrible in my experience. Then you have the 16 gigabit Hynix memory chips, which are very loose, but at least they can kind of clock high. But it's kind of not very easy to find the good ones. And then you have the 16 gigabit Microns, which you have two different... I think there's like a new 16 gigabit Micron chip. And one of them, like, you have Rev B, which is really, really good. And then you have the newer one, which is trash. So if you want 32 gig DIMMs, DDR5 is the way to go, because you can just get Hynix whatever, and it'll be fine at 6000. Yeah, one of the fans is not, like, is making rattling noises and it annoys me. It's the solar storm taking out the YouTube servers. Like, to be fair, on my end, like, I can see the, like, upload rate bouncing up and down like crazy, but that's been happening to me for, like, a while now? I don't know, my internet connection might be failing. The thing is, like, downloading stuff works fine. Good combined score in Firestrike on X299? I'm pretty sure that's impossible. Like, I remember reading, like, posts from people how, like, X99 has better combined than X299 when X299 came out. What kind of router do you have? Just the one that from the ISP. I am not real, like, the whole, like, the networking in my flat is very basic, because I don't really care for networking. Yeah, because the issue with X299 is that you have the mesh, and the mesh is, like, barely better than the Infinity Fabric. And that's the old, like, barely better than, like, the Infinity Fabric on, 3000 series. Which is very bad. I don't know if I want to push the core or the memory first. I think I'd actually rather push the memory, because I'm less worried about the memory VRM going up in flames, especially that one now that I've swapped the inductors. I think over 6,000 for AM5? No. Like, because here's the thing, you can get the exact same memory chips in 6,000 rated kits. So why are you spending more money to get an XMP profile that you probably won't be able to use anyway, that isn't even going to be significantly faster? Like, the reason why memory overclocks are fast is because they tighten all the timings that an XMP or an Expo profile will never in a million years optimize. So, like, you know, You're not buying better RAM, you're just paying more for the same RAM. And then it might not work on the default settings. Like, if you want faster RAM, just overclock it yourself. $14900 KS with DDR4. Why would you get a 14900 KS? You hate having a system that doesn't crash randomly? Do you really feel like you need out-of-video memory errors in your life? I'd probably get like a 14900K or a 14700K. Yeah, instead of a memory upgrade on a 12900K. Also, how are you running a 5.5 gigahertz 12900K? That has to be like some of the best silicon ever, or you just don't run any stress tests. I used phase change 24/7 for a while. Okay, well, wait, so evidently you don't care about the cost, so like I don't... Like 14900 KS with DDR5 is just the fastest thing you can get on the Intel side, so... If NVIDIA 5000 series supports Gen 5, then yeah, you could run X8 Gen 5 and it wouldn't, like, hurt performance very much. But I doubt it because, like, from... Like, I doubt NVIDIA would bother to support Gen 5 on, like, gamer graphics cards because, like, a 4090 doesn't even max out Gen 4 yet. So it's, like, it doesn't really make sense to go with Gen 5 because it's just going to add cost without actually like really improving performance at all. And I think what I'm going to do is I am going to push the memory. So let's just switch over to the memory channel. .7 seems like a reasonable GDDR5 voltage. I'm going to restart because I want the memory to retrain. That is a thing with GPUs, is memory training. Actually, everything does memory training. It's just like, it's only really noticeable with DDR5 because DDR5 is really bad at it. How much can TRCDW go down? It can get really, really low. For like a DDR4, I wouldn't really worry about running it at 8 or something. I have a video about like why TRCD WR can go so low. What, DDR5 Intel do memory training a lot too? Well, have you seen a DDR3 motherboard post? Like, random DDR3 motherboards make any DDR5 motherboard look freaking awful in terms of boot up times. What would be cool is instead of using Gen 5, like instead of motherboards having like PCIe Gen 5 slots, it would have been cooler if they just took the Gen 5 from the CPU socket and then broke it out into like 32 Gen 4. Right? Which, like, the thing is, there are chips that can do that, but it's like they're ludicrously expensive. Because, like, the reason you don't get, like, a ton of PCIe lanes on consumer CPUs is because it would make the socket gigantic. Right? Like, all the high PCIe lane count sockets are, like, over 2,000 pins. And, yeah, the CPU manufacturers don't really want to do that. Using EVGA. No, I'm not even I'm not talking boot all the way into Windows. I just mean getting to the BIOS splash screen. Like, any DDR3 board will absolutely fucking smoke a DDR5 board, or even a DDR4 board. And DDR3 still has memory training. It's just, it doesn't take forever. Actually, I'm pretty sure your GPU's memory training is completed in the entirety of the B2 postcode. Right, when you get the postcode that's like GPU initialization, I'm pretty sure the GPU does all its memory training right then. Because I'm not sure that up until that point the core is even like really trying to do anything. But I don't know enough about like boot up procedures to be sure about that. So yeah, DDR5 in terms of post time is just awful. And then of course you have like the fast boot, which just skips the memory training. right? Which, like, on AMD, that's actually been reasonably consistent for me. Like, this motherboard that we're on right now, I haven't retrained the memory on it in, like, or I haven't had issues with memory stability on it in months. It's on fast boot, as you can tell from the fact that restarting doesn't take 2 minutes. And I have actually seen it retrain once so far, and it didn't break stability, because that's always, like, the concern with the AMD boards, is sometimes they will, like, randomly decide, oh, my old training parameters aren't good enough, and they'll retrain wrong. But this one hasn't done that so far, so I'm pretty happy with that, because it's been a really nice, consistent test bench of just, like, yeah. With the Intel systems, I just accepted that if I'm running, like, competitive memory settings, it's not going to be stable. So I just don't concern. Like, I was benching, with some of the Gigabyte boards, like, I was benching, like, 3D Mark at, like, DDR5 7800, and I just kind of accepted that if I ran anything heavy, it would just instantly crash. What did I want to do? Right, open Afterburner and GPU-Z. I've not had issues with fast boot on AMD so far, though I think it kind of depends on the motherboard a bit. I think like some motherboards are a bit better for it than others. I'm gonna try plus like. And 2100 on the memory is really high. Let's try plus 600 first. What gen did I start with? Oh, we got 1550 like way early in the stream, to my surprise. I started with like DDR, like my first like system that I built was X79. Yeah, the next CPU is 9800 X3D. Well, that'll probably be next year. Like, maybe if Intel gets competitive with AMD, then, like, AMD will rush out a 9800 X3D by the end of this year, but I don't think that's gonna happen, and so we'll see it in, like, spring next year. I don't think I ever OC'd to 1300. Well, at least your Titans still work. Because Titans and 980 Ti's love to blow up their V-Core VRM. AMD might copy Intel's naming? What? You mean the 200s? I don't think they need... I don't think that would make sense. And we've already kind of got a problem, because, like, the frickin'... Because there is there isn't a 9700X, but if they release a 90... There is a 9900X. Yeah, so that's already a problem. Intel has a 9900X, so we're already going to be getting overlap. Don't they? I'm pretty sure there's a 9900X. Yeah, Harry has a 9900X. Oh man, I don't like this album. Well, beginning of it. Did it actually pass, or did it crash? I think that passed, right? Combine's really short. $1537. That score's not really as high as I would be hoping it would be. Let's try plus 700. Over 2100 on the memory. Wait, do I have system info turned off? Oh no, no I don't. Good. Because if I want to post a hardware bot, I need to have sysinfo turned on. All RAM is 100% stable if configured properly? Yes. Sometimes that means not running it at DDR5 8000. Or like most... Yeah, like sometimes that just means you need to lower the speed. What keeps you up at night? If you mean like what's keeping me up right now, I just prefer not paying as much for electricity at night. Like literally my electricity is 1/3 the price at this hour of what it is during the day. Okay, so apparently plus 700 is just not going to work even with 1.7 on the memory. That's a shame. I could try more memory voltage. Oh, I kind of feel like the scaling should be better than that. So I might actually turn it down a notch. Yeah, it's also cooler at night. And GDDR5 scales to 2 volts. Yeah, but at that point the memory controllers start not working. I think I ran the 960 all the way to, what was it? Like 1.9? Temperature is it right now? I don't know. Like, I'm in a short sleeve shirt, so probably, like, the room's probably well over 20. Because I get cold kind of easily, funnily enough. Even though I I prefer cold weather to hot weather, but, like, optimal temperature for existence is, like, or, I guess it depends on how active I am. Because, like, if I'm just, like, sitting in a chair or something, then I like it to be, like, 23 degrees Celsius, but as soon as I start, like, doing anything, I prefer the temperature be lower than that. Okay, so I took the memory voltage down a bit. We'll see what happens with that. And I'll also try like plus 650 first. Okay, 644 works. It's pretty, yeah, like, during the day it's pretty warm, but at least at night is, like, pretty cool. Electric duster for PC cleaning. I just bought the one that they sell on OC UK. And it does a good job. It is pretty loud, but man, it moves a lot of air. Like, I basically don't use it at 100%. Like, it has a switch that goes, like, it has, like, yeah, it has, like, 2 modes for how much it can blow. I basically don't use the 100% mode, because it's just so damn loud. And also, even, like, the lower mode is already plenty powerful in my experience. Never wake up sweating, then? I mean, I'll just, like, sleep with no blanket if it gets warm enough. But for sleeping, I actually like to sleep warm. I hate, like, waking up, like, I hate waking up in a cold room, and I also don't particularly enjoy going to sleep in a cold room. Like, obviously, once the ambient air temperature hits, like, 30, it's just unbearable, but anything below 20 is, like, the same for me for going to sleep. Doesn't what wear out fan bearings? The dusters? I guess if you use them a lot. For radiators, I'd go for 120s just because of the compatibility and fans. Like, if you're building a custom loop, I'd go for 120 based radiators. If you're using an AIO, I guess just buy the 140. Because I'm not really sure... Like, I guess maybe a 120 with T30s would actually end up being better than, like, a 140 with whatever the fans it came with, but I'm not sure about that. The memory power rail on this thing is noisy. For a memory power rail. I was considering more capacitors, but I didn't really want to dangle one off of a bunch of multi-layer ceramics. Though also actually the way the memory, like the probe for the memory power is connected a bit wonky, so that might actually be making it worse. It's not soldered directly to the board. There's like a connector that I'm using with it for convenience. And that might be causing like reflections, which would make the peak-to-peak measurement worse. Anyway, so plus 644 works. Let's see if 679 works. And I think I might be able to knock the memory down to like 50 millivolts peak-to-peak, which might help a little. Or might... Yeah, maybe a little. I actually need to do a test if that connector is like a good idea or not. So like basically have both the connector and just coax soldered to the same place, and then just check the two measurements to see if like one of them is significantly different from the other, and if they're both basically the same, then evidently the connector's fine. Which would be nice, because, like, it's really annoying having, like, a bunch of coax hanging off of a card when you're, like, modding it or something. And the coax doesn't particularly appreciate getting soldered and desoldered and soldered and desoldered over and over again. Especially, like, the ground shield, because the ground shield can soak up a lot of heat, and then it transfers it to, like, the inner insulator, and that starts melting, which is just like, ugh. So my coax is getting like progressively shorter as it gets used, because eventually I accidentally melt it by what I think is too much, and then I just cut it off and redo it. Yeah, Noctua Industrials are just really loud. And not really that good for how loud they are. Like, there are other much cheaper loud fans that do basically the same thing. Like, at some point, I feel like optimizing a fan for, like, noise performance basically... Like, past a certain RPM range, it just doesn't matter. Because if you put that, like, with how much air that fan is moving, you put it up against any kind of restriction, and all you're gonna hear is the air getting smashed into the restriction. And the fan at that point is just like, it just doesn't matter if it's optimized for being quiet or not, because you're moving so much air, it's always gonna be loud. I'm pretty sure if you want quiet, you want a low FPI but really deep radiator. So then you can run like really low RPM fans on that. T50 successor when? Never. Okay, we're almost at 21K. And so maybe it will run 700 at 1.6-ish. Or at like under 1.7. It would be kind of funny if it actually like had negative voltage scaling past a certain point. See, I'm lucky. I don't really consider most fans loud until they go over like 1500 RPM. Admittedly, I also don't like sitting in an actually, like, silent room, so... Yeah, like, I don't mind a little bit of fan noise, so, like, the fans in my daily are all, like... Like, I think there's one that's, like, at 1200, and then everything else is, like, 1600-ish, I think? Because the one fan that's at 1200 has, like, a really aggressive blade angle, so at, like, 1600 it gets really loud. Whereas the other ones are all like Arctic P12 Maxes and a like a really shallow blade angle. Okay, so the issue with saying 1100 watts cooled by a dual 420 with at 800 RPM is what water temperature? Because personally, if I'm building a custom loop, my target water temperature is less than 10 degrees above ambient. Which you're not doing with 800 RPM fans on two 420 radiators. You might do that at like 20 degrees above ambient. Nah, the pump isn't, like, at that, like, if you're running fans that slow, the pump speed is basically irrelevant because the water temperature is going to be sky high. Like, the difference will be, like, your water temperature is going to be sky high on either one side or both sides of the loop. Right? Because if the water isn't moving, it's just going to, like one end of the loop is going to be, like, 20 degrees above the other. Actually, it's going to be worse than that. It'll be, like, 30 above the other. Because the water coming out of your radiator is not going to be at room temperature. Unless your radiator is, like, very, very, very big. Most people don't have water temp sensors. I don't really see you don't really need, like, dedicated water temp sensors. You can just tape like, a temperature probe to the hot side, like, whichever side of the radiator you care more about, right? Like, you have the two inlets. So you can either do it on, or like you have the inlet and the outlet, so you can either measure the inlet temperature or the outlet temperature of the radiator, because the brass is thermally conductive enough that you basically get the same temperature as if you stuck the probe in the reservoir. Depending, obviously, if the reservoir is before or after the radiator as to which inlet would be correct. Now, you want low, if you're going low FPI, you want the rad to be fat so that it still has decent surface area. If it's low FPI and thin, it's just not going to cool anything. Dual 420 is a lot of cooling surface? It really isn't. Like, off the top of my head, a 360, a good 360, can move like 300 to 400 watts at like 1800 RPM if you're aiming for 10 degrees above room temperature water temp. Let's see if I can pull up some radiator reviews. Like, I used to read a lot about custom water cooling parts, so well, this is awkward, but let's go with a 45. That's 45 is thin. But anyway, thermal performance. Wait, what's the heat load? It's a 4770K, so that's like a 4.6 and 1.3. That's like a 150, 160 watt CPU maybe. It's less than 200 watts. Like, it's definitely at 1.3. It's less than 200, so it's somewhere between like 150 and 200. Let's say 175. So at 800 RPM, 175 watts into a 360 millimeter radiator, you're getting like 15 degrees water temp delta on 150 watts. And you need to be at like 1500 RPM to get under my like 10 degree delta target. I don't like this method of thermal performance measurement. Man, is Martin's Liquid Lab still up? I'm pretty sure it's not, is it? Let me check. Who else does radiator reviews? Oh, it is still up. I think somebody revived it. It doesn't look the way I remember it. Yeah, I think somebody brought it back. Go away, Microsoft. Yeah, so Radiator, I don't think this is up to date. Yeah, I really don't think this is... This is, like, I don't remember it, like, looking quite this bad. Yeah, I swear it wasn't just, like, a white background for the entire page. Wait, I'm trying to think. There was another website that, like, after Martin's Liquid Lab, like, shut down that did a lot of radiator testing and still used the, like, wattage for 10C delta rather than, Oh, extreme rigs. There we go. Yeah, so... Radiators. I think this is the newest one. And then you have thermal testing. Man, why would you put the label sideways? Wait, so water in, air, wait. Yeah, so to hit like 300 watts on a push-pull setup for 10-degree coolant, you need like, yeah, like 1600 RPM for push. And then like a little over 1200. I guess like 1300 for, no, yeah, like 1300 for push-pull on a 360. Actually, I think these guys even tested some 420s. Let's see if we can find one. 280. Oh, I guess they didn't do 420s, but they did do 280s. Well, we'll just take a 280 then. Whoa, 280s are a lot more efficient than I thought they would be. Like, this does 300 watts on a push-pull at like 1200 RPM. Or just under 1600 for, so like 1500 for 300 watts on a 280. So a 420 would be like 50% better. You're still not doing that at 800 RPM though. What was it? Dual 420. What was the RPM that Mr. Dual 420s moving 1100 watts said? 600 to 900 RPM. I guess if you had some like Uber fans, then at 900 RPM it might work. 800 RPM. Yeah, at 800 RPM a single 280 is like... let's say push-pull, so it's like 200 watts, okay? So we'll say like 200 watts for a single 280. Wait, actually, shouldn't they have a comparison chart? Because what if this radiator just kind of sucks? Okay, so 750 RPM. Wait, what is this? Power dissipated. Push only. Push only 1300. So... push-pull 750. Yeah, it's like 200 watts for a single 280. And that's the same as like, so 3 280s would be the same. That's like 600 watts of cooling. You're not doing 900 watts on a with two 420s. And even if you use like the Nemesis, right? Like you still, like 3 of these is still only 600 watts. Or like 630. That's 1 gallon per minute. Yeah, but that's not gonna, like, moving more water through the radiator is not gonna change the freaking heat dissipation from the radiator. Like, I'm assuming they have the water temp basically the same on the inlet and outlet at this point. I wonder if we have like a flow rate. No, flow rate, like more water flow can make CPU blocks better. Because you obviously want the coldest water, like you want the lowest possible water temperature in the block. But the radiator, that's not really going to be much of a concern. You need dual D5s to hit 1 gallon per minute in a loop. Yeah. I don't know. I've, like, I don't do water cooling tests. I've just, like, read a lot of other, like, water cooling, like, hardware tests. Like, yeah, like, a lot of radiator reviews and stuff. Because when I went shot, like, I've occasionally had to buy radiators and stuff, right? So, you know, so I didn't want to spend, like, the same money for a radiator that's slightly worse. Because what's kind of funny with the radiators is a lot of them perform very similarly. So then it's just like, right, like most 360s at 1800 RPM are going to be somewhere around 300 watts unless they're really thin or really low FPI. It's kind of like how CPU water blocks all perform kind of similarly. Okay, so plus 697 worked. Why would I want to make water cooling gear? Like, the whole reason, like, I don't know anything about freaking, material science. Or, like, CNC machining or anything like that. Okay, look, if... like, instead of arguing in chat about the water flow rate through the radiator, can somebody find, like, an actual test of how much water flow rate through a radiator affects radiator ability to dissipate heat? Because I think it's not going to make much of a difference. Just make rads out of silver. See, I would be totally against that, because, like, my approach with especially, like, water cooling radiators and, like, fans is, like, you are better off buying a bigger, cheaper buying a big, cheap radiator than buying a small radiator and a small, expensive radiator with expensive fans is going to lose to a big, cheap radiator with cheap fans. Now, the one place where I'd say spending, like, with the actual CPU block, that's one place you can't really do anything. Where it's like, oh, we just make it bigger to offset any, like, material deficiencies. But with the radiator, it's like, nah, you just make it bigger. Like, if you can use a material that's, like, 50% cheaper, and you just make the rad 30% larger, win. Like, obviously you don't want any of the, like, material in contact with the actual water to be susceptible to corrosion. So obviously that would all be, like, the tubing would all be copper and stuff. Like, I wouldn't do aluminum radiators. That's fucking stupid. But I actually just wouldn't make radiators at all, because you can buy big, cheap copper radiators from, like, Alpha Cool. EK was an option sometimes for that as well. Actually, all of my rads are EK, but, like, I bought all of them, like, years ago, so, yeah, because actually, and you know what, my favorite EK rad is the first EK rad I got, because the later ones are way flimsier. Like, the first EK rad I have is, like, an XTX 360, and that thing has, like, a really, like, the outer shroud for the core is, like, really solid. And then the later ones, like, they basically need to be bolted to a case so that they don't bend, which is ridiculous to me. Like, it doesn't really matter, because, like, yeah, you're probably gonna bolt the rad to a case, but, like, they used to make them, like, freaking like, they used to be solid, because just, like, the outer shell was, like, thicker, and the outer shell doesn't need to be made out of copper, so I don't know why they'd be, like, it's probably steel or something. So yeah, not a fan of the later EK rads. Yeah, but also in my back in the day, the XTX was actually like one of the best radiators you could get, according to Martin's Liquid Lab. At the time, there wasn't really any other reviewers that I can think of. Nah, distilled water's perfectly fine. XTX was 60 and core 55, I think. Like 60 overall, and then the core was 55. I still have that rad. I use it as like a small compact bench rad, like the like I basically put some standoffs on the rad so that it sits like a few 40, 60 millimeters off the desk. The pump is, then there's the fans, then on top of the fans I bolted the pump. So it's like this self-contained thing that you just sit on a desk. The fans run in pull, which is suboptimal, but they're also like 2200 RPM fans or something, so it's just like, eh. It doesn't really matter. The radiator's 60 millimeters thick. At 2200 RPM, if the fans are pull or push, stops really being too much of a concern. It's just not very nice to listen to when it's running. And then, actually, I think I have a 480 XTX in the big test bench that lives in the kitchen for like the last couple years. So now 700 runs, so I guess maybe the memory does roll over? Weird. What's your FCLK? For these settings, I'm pretty sure it's 2066. Of game consoles? No, because can you buy a game console with a better PCB? It's like doing PCB breakdowns of server hardware. It's not really that interesting. Because, like, there's very little creativity in, like, spec-built hardware compared to overclocking hardware. And actually, and even modern hardware compared to old hardware is, like, very samey. Like, all of the Z790 motherboards are basically like, here, be some number of... like, some number greater than 12 of power stages. They may or may not be sharing PWM signals. The end. Like, actually, that's it. I think you might see, like, 3 different brands of voltage controller. Where it's, like, Renaissance, maybe International... No, Infineon... Actually, I'm not sure if I've seen an Infineon on Z790. And maybe a monolithic power systems. Whereas, like, back in the day, you'd get, like, sometimes you'd have doublers, discrete MOSFETs, dual NFETs, power stages, like, you had a lot of different things. You'd also have, like, more flavor, like, you'd have, there was just more variety. And then today, it's all, like, it's all very, very similar. Which isn't necessarily, like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Like, the new power stages are, like, way better than any of the MOSFETs that were available back in the day. But it is really boring. Because, like, all the motherboards are just like, oh yeah, they added 2 more power stages. And then the higher end one added another 2 power stages. And maybe they changed the voltage controller. So instead of being 8 phases with 2 power stages in each phase, it's now 16 phases with 1 power stage in each phase. And then your really, really expensive motherboard is 20 phases, because that's where the voltage controller maxes out. I'd say 900 series was already pretty bland. What's the incremental cost increase to do that? What, to add the extra power stages? I think the power stages are usually like $1 a piece or something. Some of the higher end ones might be like $2. The inductors are probably kind of similar. Like, inductors are weirdly expensive. Actually, no, the inductors are a bit cheaper, but they're like weirdly expensive for a component that, like, at a basic level, an inductor is just a fancy piece of wire with some core material around it or in it or somewhere. And then you get into like, yes, but what is the core material? And it's like, oh, there's actually like a lot of material science that goes into that. So if you want your inductor to be small and like good, it can get very expensive. So we can run like 749 crashed. I'm wondering if really like maybe improving the memory voltage regulation really wouldn't help with the memory clocks, because like when I had it at more voltage it didn't really clock any higher, so that makes me think that like it would maybe benefit, like, because it seems like it still seems to benefit from the extra voltage, but like maybe it would also benefit from like just less peak to peak. On how to make your own heat sinks? Yeah, but where would I even do that? If I can't do it in my kitchen, like, I don't have the space. I'm sorry for derailing your chat. No, it's fine. Go back to X99 for benching? Have I got something to show you? It's not a very... I'll probably do a test stream of that board. Maybe not on the YouTube channel. Probably on Twitch. But yeah. The price wasn't great, but at least it was under 100 quid. Because, like, I've been seeing X99 micros on eBay for, like, ages. They're not exactly super rare, but they tend to go for, like, stupid prices because they're X99 boards. And, like, old Intel HEDT boards just, like, have ridiculous prices. So... yeah, I'm going to test it initially with a 5820K, and I think it's going to go badly because as far as I know, EVGA never had the OC socket. Okay, so 700 works on the memory, so that's cool. I guess we're gonna juice the V-core then. The memory evidently doesn't want to go any higher, so... more core voltage seems to be the solution. Also, I wonder what the power limit... Yeah, so far we've maxed out at like 350 watts. Dude, it kind of feels like the GPU driver is fighting me for the voltage slider. Because, like, I keep turning the potentiometer up, and the voltage keeps not going up. So, I think the GPU driver is fighting me. Because I didn't disconnect the adjustment circuitry. So, like, the card still has software voltage control. And I did toy with the idea of, like, you can put a switch so that you can, like, turn off the... But the problem with doing that is then the potentiometer, like, completely changes what values you need to use. Unless I got really fancy with the way the switch works. Yeah, because, like, I did that on the 3060 Ti where there was, like, two switches. One to turn the volt mod on and off, and one to change if the card was in offset mode or override mode. And the problem was that in override mode, like, the resistance range that was usable was completely different from what it was in offset mode. And it was super annoying, because if you switched from one to the other, you had to, like, turn the potentiometer all the way down or almost all the way up, and it was just like, ugh. NVIDIA cards. A typical blower heatsink 980 Ti runs at 1200. The spec from NVIDIA is, like, I think a little bit under 1100, but in practice the cards run over that. It's one of the things that frustrates me when people are like, oh man, the 980 Ti had so much overclocking headroom, because people basically go, they look at the 980 Ti, they look at the spec, and they go like, oh, 1076. So my, like, 1400 is like a 30% overclock, and it's like, no, it isn't. It runs at 1200. Oops. Okay, well, at least we are holding over 1.2 volts in Firestrike, I guess, so... Well, not really over. We're at 1.2. The thing is, EVGA's, like, motherboard business was not really much of a business. It was more like a thing that they did for fun or something. Because, like, EVGA was trying to get into the motherboard market for, like, years and years and years, and as far as I'm concerned, they were doing it completely wrong. You can't build a successful business around, like, $700 motherboards. Right? Like, the big motherboard manufacturers struggle to sell boards similar to the Dark series. And then you have EVGA who's like, oh, we're only going to make Dark boards. And it's like, why? Like, the number of times, that EVG, like, like, EVGA had so many dark boards that, like, they released the board at some insane price, and then, like, several months later, or, like, a year later, you see that same board still in stock at half the price. Like, this is not a success, like, this is not a business model that works. You can't make a few thousand units of a board you can't sell. Like, I feel like if they wanted to be, you know, like, if they actually wanted to have a motherboard business, they should have focused on, like, having a really solid, like, mid-range option, right? Like, something that competed in, like, the $200 to $300 space. And then also maybe had, like, those crazy flagship boards. But you're not gonna, like, you're not gonna sell enough darks to justify existing. Under 1,500 units. Yeah, like, that's not even remotely viable. Well, that ran, so let's try run it at higher clocks. I wonder what the max temp's been. 63. See, this is my point. Like, this heatsink, like, do you see it? Like, it's like nothing. It's literally... This fin stack is literally shorter than, like, the DVI ports. Like, it stops before the height of the DVI ports. I swear it's off of, like, a 60 series card or something. And yet, like, admittedly, we have two, like, 2400 RPM fans blasting into it, but it has enough heat pipes. Because the funny thing is, there's other heat sinks that I have seen. Well, okay, no, there's, like, one heat sink. In my GPU collection, where I don't think any amount of fanage is going to fix the thermal performance of that heatsink, and the reason for it is it has two heat pipes. Because Gigabyte makes the best decisions. Anyway, where did my, oh no, did I drag it so far off screen that I can't get it back? Oh, yeah, basically. So yeah, like, cause the thing is, as long as you have enough heat pipes, you can basically just shove more air into it and you're probably going to be good. But if you don't have enough heat pipes, the heat is never going to get in the fin stack in the first place. So more fan isn't going to save you. My little Poonie, did you try any Gigabyte boards? Oh wait, or did you do, or was that with Ryzen CPUs? Because with APUs, like, 5,000 is doable. Well, yeah, it's doable with Gigabyte. With CPUs, you max out with Gigabyte, I think, around 4,800, 4,900. And you need to use an older AGSA than the newest one, because the newest one is terrible for 2-to-1 mode. It stops at, like, 4,600. Man, it just immediately crashed. Man, I wonder if I really need override voltage. I hate how fiddly 900 series is. Because, like, the E-Power GTX 970, that was very... Yeah, that's like 1546. So I'm just going to turn the core voltage mode off. Because on the 970, it was like you just, admittedly, it didn't clock any higher, but it was just like turn core voltage up, and the score goes up. And then there's this thing where I swear the driver is lowering the vid as I raise the voltage. So it's like, I wonder if the GTX... No, I don't think the 960 was doing that. But I don't want a Ref ADJ switch. It's gonna make things such a pain. HBM timings, is there any point? Yes, but like there's no decoder for them. What's your best score so far? Just under 21,000. Also, thanks, but like $500? I don't think anything I do justifies that. Also, like, if you're gonna do that, like, Patreon would be way more efficient. Because, like, YouTube takes, like, a 30% cut of that. But, like, thanks, I appreciate it a lot. Add the switch for voltage. I mean, I'll probably end up doing that, but we're not doing it on stream. Like, the camera setup and everything is not going to work. Plus, there's something already on the... Like, there's already something in the soldering space that would need to get, like, cleared out first. Is there... Like, here's the thing. I'm not like... I have not figured out how to, like, react to people, just, like, giving me money. Like, you know. But the thing with the, like, he's done this 3 times now. Right? And so I figured, like, if this is gonna keep happening, he may as well do it through Patreon, because that's gonna be way more effective. Like, the first time it was like, okay, you know, one-off thing, awesome. Like... Literally single-handedly, like, donating more to the channel than all of the monthly ad revenue combined. If it weren't for the 30%. Actually, at this point, it is actually just more than the ad revenue. If Red 5 keeps, like, and please, like, don't take this seriously, but if he did just keep doing this on, like, a regular basis, I could turn off ads, and it would make, like, still be more profitable than having ads. Though, funny thing is, these days, turning off ads on YouTube is utterly pointless, because they'll just show you ads anyway, so it's like, so if I turn the ads on, I at least get some of the revenue from them, whereas if I turn them off, the ads still play, I just don't get any money. As far as I know. Nah, watching ads for me is like they're like, to give me $1 of ad revenue, you would need to watch, like, at least 500 ads. Utterly pointless. Yeah, I guess YouTube Premium could work. I'm not sure. I don't really look into the stats of all this so much. Well, I guess I'm gonna be buying liquid nitrogen this month anyway. I wasn't too sure about that, because, like, the Patreon revenue, like, was lower this month than last month. Not really sure why. I feel like I was doing a pretty good job with videos. Then again, I've not been really, like, it kind of dropped off on posting, like, Patreon, posts, but I hate the whole monetization side of the whole YouTube thing. Like, dealing with it. It's been the main thing that's been like, you know what, maybe having a real job would be nice just because I wouldn't have to think of ways to ask people to give me money. How much is your LN2 supplier? It should be £1 a liter. Need to make PCs for the COD bros. Yeah, no. Oh, and now it runs at 1528. Man, NVIDIA cards are just... Oh, it is at 162. Okay, let's try 171 again. That should be 1537 core. Yeah, like you'll notice that the way I do my videos, like I don't have the like and subscribe thing until the very end, so it's like, as well as the Patreon call out and everything. Also, I need to check the like Teespring merch situation because they're like, well, during the pandemic, there was, like, a bunch of price rises that caused a bunch of issues, and I haven't since, like, I think I fixed all of those, but I don't know if things got broken again, and I just hate managing all of that. And 65,000. Raising TREFI past like 60,000 really doesn't make much of a performance difference. What? The casuals love what stuff? The callouts for subscribe and buy merch? The RAM overclocking came up with timings that pass OCCT, mem test, mem 5 most of the time, but one or two, there are error or two. What speed are you trying to run and on what platform? Like, what settings are you trying to do with what hardware? I'm pretty sure the normies don't love the merch callouts. Also, like, from my perspective, it would be better if, like, the channel was funded by the hardcore audience that, like, actually cares about the, like, ancient irrelevant GPUs and Volt mods that really don't have any real-world practical applications, than if the channel was funded by casuals, because if the channel is funded by casuals, it, like, motivates me to produce normie content instead of hardcore content. See my point? That's why, like, every... Actually, I don't think that's really true for most other content creators, because I don't think, like, I'd say most content creators start out so normie anyway that it's like, there's not really a change. Right? Like, I guess some people might be like, oh, LTT's gone normie, and it's like, they were an unboxings channel. They were always super normie. BZ just threatened us? No, that wasn't a threat. I'm just, like, explaining the, like, inherent, like, motivations of the, like, monetization model, right? Like, if most of your income comes from normies, you're gonna make normie content. Like, I'm not gonna, because I don't really care about making more money that much. Wait, so now it ran at 1537, but the score is lower than last time? I hate NVIDIA cards, man. Wait, so if I just turn the voltage mod back up, is the score gonna go up? Wait, how much of a voltage increase is that? So that's 50 millivolts at idle. And under load, I think it ends up being like 20? EV blog. Yeah, but the thing is, as far as I know, Dave actually, like, sells products and stuff. Right? So, like, he's not as dependent on the YouTube revenue as far as I know. Let's see more Skylake. Hell no. Actually, I've been eyeing a 7980XE. But, like, I'm not sure if I want to go for that. Liquid metal or something, but, like, it's literally just like gallium with mixed with indium and then some other additive metals for different properties. Like, I'm not a material scientist. That's not gonna go anywhere. Become a VTuber. Yeah, no. Like, the issue is, like, I don't want the channel to be about me. I want it to be about the hardware, and that's always been, like, a struggle where it's, like, as far as I can tell, a lot of the audience is here, oh, we just like your voice, and it's just, like, I hate being me. It's like, that's why I don't have, like, a face cam, because it's like, in my opinion, it's just a distraction from the, like, actual, like, hardware. But then, like, I'm not, like, when it comes to, like, the content creation side of things, like, I'm evidently clueless. Can't write a script, refuses to edit videos on principle of, like, well, if I started editing them, they'd never get published. So the main thing I kind of want to achieve with this 980 Ti is actually get a decent score. Because, like, as far as I can tell, the 980 Ti rankings aren't that hard. At least they shouldn't be with this card. Okay, so the score does go up. It's just I can't raise the core clock. It didn't go up very much, though. Man, I hate NVIDIA cards. They're so fucking cursed. It's kind of like what Vega does. Fun fact, if you raise the core voltage on a Vega, the core clock goes up on its own, like, a lot. In fact, it goes up so much that if you just keep raising the core voltage, it will eventually crash, because the card will try to run clocks that it can't handle, as you raise core voltage. NVIDIA cards evidently do the same thing. They just don't show it in software. Anyway, so yeah, let's take a look at them Firestrike rankings for the 980 Ti. Man, it's crazy that Kingpin's record for this thing still holds, but like 2.2 gigahertz, that's nuts. It's like absolutely nuts for the 980 Ti. Also with the 5960X, like that's the crazy thing about this record still holding. Because like the 5960X in the grand scheme of modern physics scores is nothing, right? Like look at my physics score. It's like 10,000 points higher. And I'm at stock. Like the only thing I've done is a memory overclock. Right? Yeah, literally, it's actually like 20,000 points higher. I can't count. So, you know, and yet this record holds because the GPU overclock is just so insanely up there. Because the next score down is Ralph. With a 7980... Oh, his combined is going to be so bad, isn't it? Oh, wait, his combined's actually okay. Yeah, way more physics. Worse. Though, actually, that's funny, is X299 is actually, if you run like a 6700K, or 7700K, or 8700K, or 9900K, any of these, like, mainstream Intel CPUs, and you compare the GPU score from any of those to what you get on, like, a 7980XE, the GPU score at the exact same GPU settings is going to be higher on the mainstream Intel CPU. Not by a huge amount, very slightly. But it is going to be higher. And I think the 5960X might be the same situation. Because like 2200, unless there's some like crazy clock stretching going on over here. Because that is like that is a big gap. That's 32,000 points on the GPU versus under 30,000. And this is 2142 versus like 2200. Like, that's not that big a core clock difference. 1890 versus 1920. Yeah, like yeah, sure, KP's also got a little bit more memory clock, but man, his score is like... Let's pull up the calculator, because I'm bad at doing this in my head. 32,000... 364... divided by 29973? Yeah, his score's like 8% higher. For like if you went with like the clocks of Ralph's GPU, you'd think KP's running like 2300. Right? Like his score is as if his core was at 2300, not at 2200. I wonder if that's because of X299. Because that is a thing that I noticed with the 7940X was like I benched I think it was a Vega, so actually kind of similar performance to a stock 980 Ti. No, slightly yeah, so somewhat similar to a 980 Ti in terms of performance. I think it was a Vega, and I ran it on like 7700K, 7940X, and Ryzen. And the 7700K was getting the best GPU scores, the Ryzen was the worst, and in like right in the middle of those two was the 7940X. So X299 is not very good. Anyway, where do I want to get? Let's see. Well, we're not doing 24,000. That's not happening, because that's like 1,900. Wait, somebody did like 24K at 1592? It's on a chiller. Oh, and a 13900K, so massive physics score. That's not, I don't think that's that high for a 13900K though. Yeah, especially considering his core clock's reporting 63. Wait, what? Oh, no, he has, wait, what? It's really not that high. Oh, does combined hate the E-cores or something? I don't think it does. Interesting. Anyway, I'm not going to be reaching, like that's on a chiller. I'm not going to be reaching those clocks anyway. So I was thinking, like, it would be nice to, yeah, maybe get into the top 50. Because I think if I just turn on LOD, like, I'm thinking if I get to, like, 21,000 and then turn do the LOD, like, do LOD, then I think it'll get there. I think. Actually, I guess we could just turn on LOD right now and see what happens. Where is the anti-aliasing thingy? Is it this? Nope. Ah, yes. Replay mode all. And then LOD BIOS. I think +3 is actually... Or like the... No, I think it's like the +2.87. It's optimal for Fire Strike. So yeah, let's see what that does. Page file range? I don't know. Yeah, Micro 2 is good. My Micro 2 actually does better memory overclocks than my Dark because my Micro 2 has the VTT mod, whereas my Dark, like, I haven't modded the Dark. Bus speed. Oh, right, the Kingpin also has the tighter memory timings on it. Though I would assume you could probably take the KP BIOS and stick it on just about any 980 Ti. Maybe. That might be worth trying. Also, one of the funnier things about the mods that I've done to this 980 Ti, the Vega inductors coil whine. It's very noticeable. Like, before I swapped the inductors, the card didn't really coil whine at all, and then I swapped the inductors and it's like, oh, it coil whines now. So, yeah, I guess, the Vega inductors do be noisy. So interesting, it actually, like, harder to run with LOD. You know what, I think I am gonna actually just, like, solder a good chunk of the output filter of a Vega onto this thing. And I might do something more with the memory power delivery, as like more capacitors on the memory power delivery. The thing is, so with flashing BIOSes on 980 Ti's, one thing I'm not sure about is, like, I feel like NV Flash doesn't overwrite the entire BIOS chip. Because this is an EVGA PCB, but I have an MSI BIOS chip on there, and I can't get it to boot with EVGA BIOSes. So the only way the only thing I can think of is that when I try to NV flash it, it leaves like some MSI identifier in the BIOS chip, and then it won't post. Because it doesn't make, like, it's a reference 980 Ti. Like, why wouldn't it work with a reference EVGA BIOS? That doesn't make any sense. Did you turn protect off? Yes. Like, it wouldn't even let me flash in the Like, first it took me forever to get NVFlash to stop complaining about the ID mismatch. And then eventually I managed to get, like, EVGA BIOSes flashed onto the card, and it, like, it just didn't post afterwards. Which is, like, super, like, I don't get it. Like, admittedly, I really don't mess with NVIDIA BIOS flashing, like, at all, but, like, it feels like NVFlash, like, actually just doesn't flash the BIOS properly. Though I haven't tried pulling, like, a working EVGA BIOS chip, like, a BIOS chip off of a working EVGA card and putting it on this thing. And I still don't have a BIOS programmer. Yeah, maybe it's time to get a physical BIOS flasher, I know. Man, I didn't think I'd need override voltage mode. So the issue with the override voltage mode is basically when you disable the ADJ pin, I'm pretty sure the card gets stuck at 2D voltage initially, and that's like super low, so... Oh, I guess what I could do is I could wire in the ADJ switch. So normally the way I wire in an ADJ switch is that it just like disconnects the ADJ resistor. But what I could do is I could wire it so that when you flick the switch, it also reconnects like, it rewires the ref in pin through a resistor over to VREF, so that it sets me to 3D voltage as a baseline. Well, that didn't do actually, no, it helped like 700 points. Basically what I'm saying... Let me just pull up the data sheet for the controller on this thing. Where is... Oh, I closed Edge, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't close Edge. Anyway. So, here's the controller for these things, right? The 8174. Also, this is a 4-phase. So actually, 980 Ti's are a 6-phase V-Core VRM with 3-phase with doublers to get 6 phases. This VRM is so bad. Like, this is such an this is like a $650 GPU with like, just, like the only good part is that it uses 60 amp power stages. And then it still somehow managed to blow up. Anyway, so the way this works is you have this pin, and basically a PWM signal comes in from the GPU into this pin. That gets converted into an analog like voltage level that comes out of this pin. And that then goes through like a resistor network, like through some resistors and some capacitors to get mixed with the voltage from over here. This is 2 volts. And then, you know, it gets mixed with VREF, and then that gets put into ref in. And that's the voltage that, like, the voltage controller is aiming for. And basically the problem when you disconnect VidBuff is that your ref in gets, like, defaults to, like, 0.7 or something. Actually, it might be, like, 0.9 for a 980 Ti. Might be, like, 0.8. I don't know. But it defaults to, like, a really low voltage. So if you just disconnect VidBuff, you end up having to turn your, like, because the way the volt mod works is you just put a potentiometer from pin 32 to pin 31, right? And then you turn, like, you lower the resistance of the potentiometer and you get closer and closer to 2 volts. And then the driver fights you by lowering the voltage at VidBuff so that, like, you know, the voltage doesn't go up as much as you'd like it to. So basically what I'm thinking is I would wire VidBuff into a switch, like, I would... So there's like a resistor coming off of VidBuff. I would lift the resistor. Yeah, I would lift the resistor. Then there's a wire from VidBuff to a switch. To the middle part of the... No. Side of the switch. Yes. Yes. Side of the switch. Middle pin on the switch goes to the VidBuff resistor, which is now lifted. So if, like, you go one side of the switch connects VidBuff to VidBuff resistor, the other side of the switch would go to another resistor that connects to VREF, so that it bumps the voltage back up to, like, a sensible level, so the potentiometer doesn't need to get cranked up and down like crazy every time you turn the vid mod off, like, turn off the override mode. Yeah. Now, what resistance does it need to be? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I have to measure it out. It shouldn't be that hard to calculate. But yeah, so I could actually wire it up so that the, like, like, override mode also, like, sets the initial voltage, like, starting voltage high enough. Yeah, that could actually, like, be cool. I've never done that before. Because, yeah, on the 3060 Ti, I literally, like, the VidBuff disconnect was literally just a VidBuff disconnect, and then your potentiometer... Like, so, you know, if you were using the potentiometer in offset mode, after you disconnect VidBuff, the voltage would drop to, like, 0.7, because 30 series starts at 0.7. Well, it wouldn't drop all the way to 0.7, it would drop to, like, 0.75 or something, right? So, like, really low voltage, and then you need to turn it all the way up to get back up to, like, 1-point-something volts. And then when you switched VidBuff back on again, your voltage would be at, like, 1.3, so you had to turn it all the way back down, and it was really not very fun. So, yeah. Here I'm going to put a resistor to sort of solve that. It should be relatively easy. Now, we have the issue of I actually not getting scores that I'd like. Wait, I turned the volt mod off. Wait, no, it's on. I guess I'll turn it up again and see if that helps. Where did I put the adjustment thingy? There we go. So that's like 25 millivolts more. I bet you it's still going to be at 1.2 under load. Who bets it's going to be at 1.2? I bet it's going to be at 1.2. It's not going to be at 1.22. Is there a way to know if a Radeon 7 interposer is dead? If the card doesn't work, it's probably dead. Like, that's like... In, like, my experience is BIOS chips don't really go bad. Ever. The only time I've ever had to replace BIOS chips is on, like, cards that somebody else tried to repair before me. Oh, we are actually above 1.2 volts. Interesting. I wonder if there's, like, a point at which the driver just gives up, or if, like, I was just not juicing it enough. Huh, so maybe I won't have to add an override switch. And it crashed? You know, I'm gonna go dig up the Morpheus just in case I decide we need more cooling. Yeah, actually gonna have to dig it up because there's a bunch of heat sinks piled on top of it. I am an organizational disaster. Does anybody remember if on the Morpheus it's like the almost most far out holes that are NVIDIA? I think those are... Wait, I can just grab some random NVIDIA card that's definitely lying around to check. Yep, that's NVIDIA. Well, it looks like we're going to put a proper heatsink on it. And when I do that, I'm actually going to put some Kapton tape on the VRM heatsink, because there's like 2 multi-layer ceramic capacitors that look like they're about to break through the thermal pad. I like to live dangerously. In my defense, that VRM heatsink isn't really tied down that well. Literally, because it's like not screwed to the card. It's like held in place with some like wire that I've just twisted. Because that makes it really easy to undo. This is one thing I've been wondering about, is like, why don't they make like a clip-on VRM heatsink? Right, where it would have a hinge on one end, and then on the other end you just screw it together. Because then you could just have thermal pads on both sides, and as long as the VRM goes in a straight line, you could like clamp it onto basically any PCB. As long as it was like 120 millimeters tall. Wait, I'll draw the idea, because this is like something I wanted for ages and ages. Because because I hate thermal tape. Thermal tape is bad. Is paint.exe actually paint? No, but now it is. Oh boy. So, here's my idea for like the universal VRM heatsink. So, you have one end, right? That has like fins on it, so I guess we'll just go like fins, right? And then you'd have like just an angle like this at one end. Then you'd have a hinge. Go back to the normal size and like that, and then you put a screw through this part, right? And basically, it doesn't matter what PCB you have, the PCB just goes in here, right? And you would just put thermal pad, and it would just clamp onto the PCB, and you just screw it down on one end, and like, it's as long as there's a straight line across the VRM components, which there usually is, this would work. I've basically actually done this with some motherboard heatsinks. Like there's yeah, because I have the VRM heatsink off of a 990FX Sabertooth, but the thing is, it doesn't quite like it actually has like 2 screws on that. So it goes like what? Why is it not going black? Are you this stupid application? Anyway, so it has like 2 screws like this, and I don't like that because it ends up like overhanging the PCB a lot, so like you won't be able to fit it into a motherboard without a riser. But with this setup where you have the hinge, like you try to get the hinge like behind the card, like it would be perfect. Actually, maybe you wouldn't even need a hinge. You could maybe even do it with screws, but it would get kind of awkward at some point. Because like the whole thing, like the whole problem you run into on the like motherboard edge of the GPU is that if there's like a big overhang, it's gonna hit heat sinks and stuff, right? So you can't have that. But yeah, like I'd love to have something like this where it's just like a clamp-on heatsink, and then it doesn't need thermal tape. It's not a nightmare to take on and off. It would be great. And it would be like properly secured because it's like all metal mounting hardware. It's just not, you know. concerned about locations. NVMe heatsinks. Yeah, I think NVMe's do this, but they're like not the right shape to... What, is this a new album? No, this is really old. This is like the 3rd album. And I've released like 6 of them? I'll try a bit more memory clock this time, and we'll keep the core clock. Actually, you know what? Lower. See what happens. LOD is still on, right? Yeah, probably. We can get into the PCIe slot behind... What can? The universal VRM heatsink? Yeah, but I'm thinking of this for the first... for the, like, if you're running single GPU, it's fine. And actually, even if you're running multi-GPU, it can still be fine depending on the GPUs. Okay, we'll try 1528 with more memory clock and higher core voltage, see what happens. This is off of fast approximate music. PCIe lock? No, it wouldn't interfere with the PCIe lock. On most GPUs, your PCIe lock is like way before the VRM is. Like, I've literally done this with like an HD 7970 and a motherboard heatsink. But the thing is, that heatsink is so tall that it doesn't typically fit under GPU heatsinks. So that's actually one thing like I keep from a lot of dead motherboards is the VRM heatsinks, because you can fit the, like, if you're running like a water block or LN2 pot, you can actually use motherboard VRM heatsinks for GPU heatsinks. And then you have like the biggest of VRM heatsinks that a GPU will ever have. It's great. VRM thermal solved. You just need a VRM heatsink where it has like a backplate part to it. Yeah, because I did it with, okay, not that PCB. I did it with, yeah, this PCB. So, yeah, on this PCB, I put a VRM heatsink, and actually the memory inductor is slightly out of line, and the heatsinks, actually I think maybe the PCB I did it on this was lined up better, but, actually, I guess we could just go to hardware bot. Man, 7950s are really fun. 7950s have, like, the most overclocking headroom. Default is 880. Oh, that is still up? Man, yeah, so... Oh, no, so this is, like, the early... Wait, so it wasn't this card. Was it? Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't this card. This one... What card did I do this on? Wait, it was the 1080 Ti. Did I run Firestrike on that? I bet I ran Firestrike on that. There's no way I didn't run Firestrike on a 1080 Ti. Oh yeah, so there's the VRM heatsink from the Sabertooth, and I did not do a very good job of this. I swear there has to be a post where I have more pictures of the card. Wait, what? Only 2? Oh, right, because this thing was a pain to run. Oh, you still can't see it. But yeah, there's like a VRM heatsink, like a motherboard VRM heatsink going over the GPU VRM, and it fits just fine. 3600, 16, yeah, that's CJR, but if it's modern, like if it's new enough, it might be DJR. It's like, if it's old, it's probably CJR. If it's new, it's maybe DJR. Because the thing is, like, DJR kind of replaced CJR in, like, CJR bins. Wait, is this the first time we've gotten over 21K? I don't think so. What was the max temp? You know what? Since I already went through the trouble of pulling the Morpheus out, I may as well like put it on the damn card. It's time to stop being lazy. Or actually, that's not true. That's not happening. But be slightly less lazy. Oh, I guess since I am disassembling this, you may as well get a better look at the card. Yeah, so you can see the fans, and actually they're kind of like supporting the card. Yeah, that's the heatsink. It has 4 heat pipes. Actually, it might be 5. Oh yeah, it has 5 heat pipes. So that makes sense why it does a pretty good job of cooling this thing. There you can see the potentiometers. So, yeah, the memory doesn't have a switch because I don't see any point in having the memory on a switch. And here's the extra capacitors for V-Core. Nothing really that special. It doesn't really also help that much. The thing is, 980 Ti's are actually really awkward from a cap modding perspective because there's just like on the front of the, like all the filtering is on the front of the card. And on the back, like there's not a lot of like V-Core connection points. And I didn't want to put anything directly behind the core. What clocks are you trying to hit? Not clocks, I'm trying to get 22,000 points overall. We might end up slightly overclocking the CPU. I don't really feel like using a 14900K. And I think like 50K might be possible with static clocks. AMD finally agreed that the community fixed the hardware for them. Fix what for them? The one downside to this heatsink is that the mounting hardware is spring-loaded. And I've already managed to chip the edge of the core on this card very slightly with this heatsink. Also, I managed to do it at the middle of the edge. Usually people chip the corners, but yeah, I managed to do the middle of the edge. I don't know how. Yeah, the thermal paste contact doesn't look particularly amazing. Is it like it's high on one side? Actually, that might be because of the way I release the pressure on the core as well, though. It's always the thing with judging the thermal paste application is like, well, how do you know that it didn't take the shape that you see when you take the heatsink off as you were taking the heatsink off, right? Because as you pull the heatsink off, it sucks the thermal paste back in. So if you like pull it off at a slight angle, it's gonna pull it at that angle. So I've never really been into the whole like super deep thermal paste analysis for the paste patterns. Like sometimes there's some really obvious things that you can see, but sometimes it's also just like, well, you pulled it off at an angle, so it looks wrong. Obviously, if you have something like the bendy Intel CPUs and you pull the heatsink off and you see that, like, you know, well, you see the whole, like, whoa, there's a lot of thermal paste down the middle. I wonder how that got there. That's different. But when you have, like, a bald spot somewhere, it's like, yeah, it might just be because you rocked it as you pulled it off. Also, I forgot to buy more paper towels when I last went shopping. Kind of go through a lot of them these days because of all the cards that I repair, and I've gotten a lot better at, like I use the alcohol for cleaning a lot, like, especially for BGA. Like, this was one thing that, like, replacing memory chips I learned is, like, your shit has to be clean. Like, the stencil has to be freaking, like, spotless. Because if it's not, and there's, like, flux on the, like, there's, like, any amount of extra flux on the stencil, your solder balls are gonna stick to the stencil and not to the memory chip. And if they stick to the, and if they don't stick to the memory chip, you're, you know, you're screwed. Okay, well, hopefully the Morpheus has better contact, if nothing else. It should probably run at like 50 on the Morpheus, I think. And the coax on the back of the card really does make handling it really awkward. Like, at least it's not mounted, like, at least the coax isn't connected to a multi-layer ceramic, so it's not exactly going to rip anything off, but I still don't like it. Am I actually going to dab more thermal paste on this thing? It's already kind of swimming in it. Yeah, I'm going to dab more thermal paste on it. There is no such thing as too much paste. You just end up with a really bad mess. That's a pain to clean. I'm being very slow about this whole heatsink change. Alright, I said I wanted to put some Captain... nah, it doesn't look like the thermal pad is failing enough. Yeah, no, it looks fine to me, screw it. Plus, I put fuses everywhere, so if it does short out, like, it'll be fine. Anywhere close to a 1080? I don't know what a 1080 scores. Off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure a stock 980 Ti is similar to a 1080. Hopefully I didn't bend the PCB by over-tightening the cooler too much. No, that looks good. Okay, well, everything's properly wired up, so... Yeah, it works. I think there might... I think one of the fans pulled one, like, hair in, making a buzzing noise. Yep, it did. That's the main downside to my hair being, like, past shoulder length. It's like I'll lean over a system with the fans at full blast, and they try to eat my hair. Oh, come on, it's still making that noise. Might be one of the other fans? Oh yeah, it was the CPU cooler. It was eating some blue shop towel. You know, just the heatsink change might actually make the card clock better. Quite a bit, because, like, Maxwell is actually, like, very hotspotty. That's why it doesn't usually scale with voltage. So the issue with the hotspot temperature here is that it's actually always the same. So, like, right now, running the render test, it says 54 and 41, and 56 and 42. It's always 13 degrees higher than the GPU temperature. So basically, it's useless. It's literally just a plus 13 degree offset from GPU temperature. With every heatsink, every mount, it's always plus 13. Every load, it's plus 13. So yeah, it's like not actually a hotspot temperature. Or maybe it is the real core temperature and the GPU temperature is like a negative offset from that. Like, you'd have to ask NVIDIA for what it actually is. I kind of doubt that NVIDIA wouldn't have a proper, like, internal hotspot temperature sensor, but, like, it's probably not exposed to any software. Thicker paste? No, same paste, different heatsink now. Bigger heatsink. You know, also, the nice thing about testing this card with the oscilloscope is that I know for sure that that EVGA card that I repaired ages and ages ago, the very first 980 Ti where I successfully replaced the power stage, the output filtering capacitors on that card were actually completely shot. Like, completely destroyed. Because that card, when I first ran it, had like 400 plus millivolts peak to peak. Which is like nuts. This card, out of the box, is like 300, is like at stock settings is under 300. So, I think that's still with some degradation, but I think that EVGA card, like, that thing had to get power cycled a bunch of times, so probably the output filtering capacitors were just, like, the shorted power stage just, like, destroyed all the capacitors. Because, like, polymer capacitors are really tough, but one of the ways, like, one of the really easy ways to break them is to just apply too much voltage. And all it takes is, like, 3 volts, and bye-bye. So, I don't know if they went all the way to, like, 3 volts or something. I don't think they would have gotten that high, because that would have probably nuked the core. But, yeah, like, they were not in good condition at all. Because, yeah, 450 is, like, this thing doesn't do 450. And this thing's capacitors probably aren't mint either. It's like one of the, I guess, annoying things with, like, old cards is, like, you don't know how, like, what condition they're supposed to be in. Man, imagine there was, like, factory reference measurements of, like, a stock, like, brand new 980 Ti is supposed to be, like, 250 peak to peak. That would be so convenient. Or, like, I'd like it. I don't know if anybody else would care, but I'd be a huge fan of that. Just like, yes, a brand new 980 Ti should have around 250 millivolts peak to peak. If it measures significantly more than that, the capacitors are shot. And that's at stock clocks. As you overclock the card, the peak to peak gets worse. Like, NVIDIA cards are actually kind of interesting in that the peak to peak gets a lot worse as you raise the core clocks. Like, usually with AMD cards, you need to raise the voltage for the peak-to-peak to get significantly worse, but with NVIDIA cards, just raising the clocks does it. Which is kind of interesting. Oh, so we knocked off, like, another 10 degrees off of the core temperature, and the score did not change, but I wasn't expecting a change, so that's fine. Let's see if we can run higher core clocks. Yeah, because it maxed out at 53 this time. Previously was doing, like, 64. I'm not really a big fan of how it's leaning over in the PCIe slot, but I didn't feel like digging up another block of foam. I guess maybe I could have moved, like, stabbed the block of foam onto the... so that the fans would, like, push into the card again? Yeah, but I don't know. I imagine Vega 64s should get pretty cheap eventually. I don't think it would even be that helpful for most overclockers, because most overclockers don't have oscilloscopes to measure it. But, like, for repair people, it might be helpful. Like, I remember somebody sent me a Titan XP, because they wanted, like, they thought the capacitors were, dying on that card, which to me is, like, pretty unlikely. But yeah, I ended up, like, doing something to the output filtering on that card and sent it back, and apparently it works for them, so I guess maybe the caps were dying. Like, admittedly, the SMD polymers, like, their one downside compared to the through-hole capacitors is that you can't get them in, like, super high endurance ratings. As you can get the through-hole capacitors rated for, like, 5,000 hours easy, and then 10,000 hours if you want, like, extra high endurance. Whereas the SMD polymers, like, are usually 2,000 hours, and I don't... Like, you can get tantalums in, like, really high endurance, but the tantalums are ludicrously expensive, and ESR, ESL-wise, they're actually not better than your aluminum polymers, so I don't like them. It's like, yeah, so... Like, you're basically going back to your through-hole capacitors, just in a more expensive... like, through-hole... Yeah, you're basically going to, like, through-hole capacitor levels of performance, except in really, like, really expensive. Speaking of capacitor, like, weird capacitor things, I have a video about the Zotac power boost thing. I actually recorded a take that I thought was pretty good, and then I got stuck partway through the outro because as I was doing the like, share, subscribe, routine, I checked the runtime of the video and I saw, oh, it's 17 minutes. And yeah, and then, I was like, oh, actually, I guess I'm not going to publish that version. Especially because at that point, I, forgot if I actually mentioned everything I wanted to mention. It's the one downside with, my approach of, just reshoot it until it's good is, sometimes the multiple takes get mixed up in my head and I can't remember what I said. Or more like, I can't remember when I said it. Did I say it this take or did I say it last take? Who knows? Also, I don't know if that video is, unnecessarily long or not, because, if all you wanted to know is what is the Zotac power boost thingy, the video could literally be, 5 minutes. Actually, probably less than that. I could probably fit that into a short. But I wanted to go into the history of, why the Zotac power boost thingy even exists. Because I think it's kind of interesting, the reasoning for why Zotac decided to do that. The new black small? No, the SMD polymers, they don't, they're not super, you can't get them in, super high endurances. Actually, I guess the best way to show this would be to just, go to DigiKey or something. Just, what the fuck is a digital spine? No, DigiKey. You'd think with all this fucking, data mining that the companies do, they'd know that I want to go to DigiKey when I type Digi into the search. Did it? Yeah, it just crashed again. So, yeah, so aluminum polymer capacitors. And so on a GPU, you'd usually see 2 volt or 2.5 volt rated parts. And let's say we want 5 milliohm, which is pretty good. Or also include 6 and 7. So, you have SMD polymers like this, which are just amazing from... I mean, that's not super amazing ESR or anything, but, you can get them in, crazy low ESRs. And then, of course, you have your through-hole capacitors, like this, which is also from Panasonic. Yeah, this one's also from Panasonic. And what you'll notice is this is like 820 microfarad. Right? 2.5 volts, 7 milliohm ESR, 5,000 hours at 105 degrees. And it's like 6.68 for one. And this is actually really expensive for a through hole. Whereas this is 470 microfarads, less capacitance, lower voltage, 6 milliohm ESR, so slightly lower ESR, 2,000 hours, so like less than half the endurance, and yeah, it costs more. So these are great from like an electrical, like from a filtering performance perspective, these are awesome. Like if you wanted some really, really fancy ones, you can get them all the way down to like 3. Right, and then they get really expensive, but they're still only rated for 2,000 hours. So it's like, these are like out of the, like when these are fresh, like it doesn't get any better, but they don't last for, like they last like, they just have less endurance than the through-hole ones. So, and it's not usually much of a concern unless your power delivery is running really hot, which it might be if your card has a blower heatsink. Right, so if like the card has good cooling, these will still last like a really long time. But if your card has garbage cooling, then you actually want something that's rated for like 5,000 hours, or you can even get 10,000 hours, or 15 and 20,000, though the 20,000 hour ones are like weird in my experience, off the top of my head, and I don't want 16 volts, I want low voltage. Motherboards usually use 6.3 volts because there's like a bunch of 5 volt rails that need capacitors, and you can't put 2.5 volt caps on 5 volt rails. Also, you can't put them on 3.3. But yeah, so this is like, yeah, 20,000 hours, 5 milliohm ESR, so it's actually pretty good. Wait, what? Why don't we see these on motherboards? I guess the advertising battle for capacitor lifespan is kind of dead these days. But this is really not that bad a price. Like, I wouldn't use them, but like, I'm surprised that these aren't more expensive. Because 20,000 hours, that's like a crazy endurance rating. And it's not like they're even like super high ESR or something. Like 5 milliohms is about as good as it gets for your through holes. 20,000, okay, let's sort by low ESR, because you don't really want super high ESR capacitors. So 5 milliohm, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, man, 15,000. Yeah, so you can get like really high endurance through-hole capacitors with decent ESR these days. And like, they're still cheaper than your like, you know, 2,000 hour rated SP caps. I'm really, that is 20,000, right? Like, I'm not, yeah, that is 20,000 hours. That's nuts. I mean, it is only 560, but that's actually not that bad. Like, for a motherboard, that wouldn't be, I mean, 2.5 volts, it is really low. Like, you could only use that on, like, V-Core, SoC, and that's kind of the issue, is, like, a chipset. You could use that for the chipset. Actually, for the chipset, I think they usually just use multi-layer ceramics, but these days, chipset doesn't pull enough power to need big capacitors, but, yeah. Anyway, card managed to crash again at, plus 180. So I'll try give it more voltage again. Oh, military grade? Will you leave this up as unlisted? No, this will just be public. No, but the thing is, like, the capacitor endurance ratings battles started because when they switched from leaded solder to lead-free, they were still using liquid electrolyte capacitors, right? So, like, all the modern polymers are completely solid. Like, if you cut one open, it's dry. At least I think they are. Actually, let me quickly check, but I'm pretty sure those were just regular old freaking, like, polymers that we were looking at, not... Because you can also get, like, hybrid polymers, which I am not sure what those actually are. I never really looked into it. This was the crazy high endurance one. Right, yeah. So here's the crazy high endurance one. We look at the data sheet from Chemicon. Super low ESR, high rip current, yeah, longer life, 20,000 hours. Solvent resistant. Oh, the links don't work. Well, that's a shame. I'm pretty sure this is just completely solid. Yeah, it says solid, so it's going to be like there's nothing. There's no liquid inside this. Whereas back in the day, they used liquid electrolyte capacitors, and the problem with the liquid electrolyte capacitors when they switched from leaded solder to lead-free is that the lead-free soldering process, you need to heat everything up to over 200 degrees Celsius. Like, you need to, like, leaded solder melts at, like, 180 or something. Lead-free, 220 minimum. Or around 220 before it starts melting. It depends on the exact alloy that you're using, Anyway, so ultimately for lead-free manufacturing, you need much higher temperatures, which with the liquid electrolyte capacitors, wrecked the capacitors because you have this liquid inside the capacitors that basically gets cooked when you're doing lead-free soldering. So that led to the like capacitor plague, where you had a lot of like products dying because the capacitors were just dying. And so it became like a big thing to advertise like, oh, our capacitors are rated for forever and they're not liquid anymore. And that kind of went on, and so now these days on modern, like, high-end motherboards, it's standard for all the capacitors to just be rated at 10,000 hours, because why not? Occasionally, like, I think ASRock advertises 12,000 hours, because it's like, oh, it's just better than, like Asus and Gigabyte all use 10,000 hours, so ASRock is like, yeah, but we use 12. I should make my own motherboard company with 20,000 hour capacitors. They're not even that expensive. Though, I don't know... I don't know the pricing that the actual motherboard vendors get. Like, they might be paying... Like, actually, they're definitely paying way less than DigiKey prices. So I don't know. Maybe for them, the 10,000 hour parts are much, much cheaper than the 20,000 hour parts. So, yeah. So that's why, like, the whole, like, advertising your motherboard as having super high endurance capacitors is a thing. Because, yeah, it used to actually be a big deal. But these days, it is completely irrelevant. Also, why is the GPU at 2D clocks? Am I not on... Yeah, I am on maximum performance. I think I maxed out the potentiometer. Did I seriously put such a high resistance resistor in front of it that it's already... Oh, yeah. Man, and I thought... Wait, what the fuck did... The hell did I stick in front of it? I thought I put a 40... Oh no, man, that's gonna suck to redo. Huh. Yeah, so this card needs some adjustments. The non-liquid capacitors? I don't know. Like, by the time, like, when I first got into hardware, it was already standard for everything to be solid. Man, I thought 47K would give me a lot more adjustment range than we're getting. I guess that's what I get for just kind of vaguely guessing a good value. It's like, well, 100K pot, so, you know, half of that. But yeah, evidently I should have gone for like a fourth. No, we're not even getting 1.2 volts right now, what the hell? Wait, did the driver just revert the voltage control? No. Oh wait, yeah, it did. It did. It totally did. That last crash caused things to go weird. Oh, I guess maybe the capacitor plague was something different, but I do remember there also being an issue with, like, the switch to lead-free. 1-to-1 better for 3D Mark? What, you mean the memory settings? Nah, it's just this motherboard sucks in 2-to-1 mode. Can BIOS mod Maxwell. I will solder all of my mods on NVIDIA cards. Unless BIOS mods allow memory timings. It's LEAD, not LED. LED stands for light-emitting diode. LED stands for metal that gives you brain damage. And you, like, the fun... Like, I guess the kind of, like... There's a really good video from Explosions and Fire. Actually, all of his videos are great, but... like, in one of his most recent videos, he made a joke about how a lot of modern... I think it was modern chemistry or modern material science is basically trying to find replacements for lead. Because lead has all of these amazing physical properties. Except it's really toxic to humans. So there's all of this, like... There's all of these things that are completely dependent, like all these old inventions that are like completely dependent on the physical properties of lead from like decades ago. And then like a lot of the modern research is trying to find alternatives to the lead. As well as like cadmium or something. There's like a couple metals like that where it's like, yeah, these are amazing if they also didn't cause brain damage. Oh yeah, led you to something as well. All of his videos are great. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Oh no, this is definitely a higher score than the last score. So we're at 1546 now. Man, but 22K is still really far away. Man, I don't want to have to do the freaking CPU cheese. Where's my 3D Mark calculator? So, let's see, what is my score? 21,757, physics score 47,952, combined 10,669. So, if I just switch to like a 14,900K, we'll get like 55,000 points physics easy. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Unless it like boosts the combined score. Yeah, no, that's still not enough. Like it's still just GPU. And the GPU actually won't get faster. Like Ryzen 7000, as far as I can tell, basically has parity with Intel for GPU scores. Which is a good thing, because that used to be really annoying where it's like, oh, the Ryzen CPU is amazing, except your GPU score is like 3% lower than if you used an Intel CPU. Actually, on some of them it was way worse than 3% lower. So honestly, even overclocking the CPU is kind of pointless. Right now, because like, because right now I'm at like 48,000 basically. Right? Yeah. And if I get 22,000 GPU, that'll bring me, man, everything needs to go faster. Like, a lot faster. Man, that is annoying. Well, hopefully it can run 1500. I mean, 1550. Building a 3D Mark bench, what desktop CPU motherboard would you recommend? 14900K or 13900K. Actually, probably 13900K. Turn off SMT? Nah, like, that's gonna nuke the physics score. Oh, I guess we can try it. Some aviation and race cars still use leaded gas, yeah. Do you have an RX 580? I have RX 580. 80s? I have an... Wait. I have a bunch of Polaris cards, but like I kind of consider them all the same thing except for the 590, because that's the only one that's different. But in terms of memory clocks, it depends what memory chips you have. Okay, so that won't run 1555. I guess more voltage is on order. I guess we'll try a little bit more memory clock, but I think that's just gonna crash. But for memory clocks, like like a bad Polaris will max out at like 2150, and a really, really good one will do like 2350. And 2350, I think, is mainly cards with the later production Micron chips. Also, what's really awkward is the AMD driver normally limits you to like 2250, so you need to like do mods to get to 2350. Tin whiskers with lead-free solder. As far as I know, that's generally not much of a problem these days. I remember watching, like, a video talking about Tin Whiskers. And how, like, apparently... I'm not sure if it's, like, an alloy thing that fixed it, or, like, I don't remember enough of it. What's the difference between a 290X and 580? A 290X pulls a lot more power. Also, the 580 probably still has driver support, whereas the 290X doesn't. Also, back to the 3D Mark benching PC, the one thing that, like, Intel 13th Gen and 14th Gen aren't good at is Vantage. And it's not even, like, a definitely bad at it, it's more, like, really awkward to get it to run properly. Like, you can find some scores with, like, good physics on 13th Gen and 14th Gen, but if you're on water cooling of 7950X, like... does 150,000 points physics, and you really don't even have to try. It just does that. It's great. I love it. You literally just turn off the SMT and you're getting like 145,000, and then you do a little overclock and you're at 150k. Whereas with 13th Gen, because of the E-cores, because Vantage is wacky because it scales with E-cores, but there's some kind of scheduling issue. So, like, I actually spent a bunch of time trying to get Vantage to run physics properly, and it was such a mess, because sometimes GT1, like, the first physics test would run correctly, right? And it would score well, and I was like, great, so now it's going to score properly. And then it would run the second physics test, and that would run like a slideshow for, like, no reason. So apparently 749 runs. That's crazy. What about 767? Because that's, like, we're over 2100 memory. What PSU brand? I don't recommend PSU brands. Like any PSU you want to buy, check reviews. Man, I really don't get why the 7950X is so bad at Firestrike, though. Because, like, it's weird. Like, the 5950X is really not far from a 7950X in Firestrike. And the same is true for TimeSpy, right? Like, any other benchmark you run, the 7950X absolutely... Wait, let me check, actually, because... 5950X Vantage, I want to say, is like 120k. That's a 25% uplift. Yeah, so a 7950X, if it scaled like Vantage, it would be doing 55k Firestrike. And it just doesn't. And TimeSpy, you can do like 18k on a 5950X. And you would think, oh, it would like... Oh, that's actually correct. Yeah, TimeSpy, you want Intel. You can basically get this on a 7950X, because you need to turn off the SMT. What's weird though is with the Intel CPUs, you don't need to turn off the E-cores. Like, you'd think you'd have to turn off the E-cores or something, but I don't think you even need to turn off the hyperthreading, and it runs correctly, which is super whack. Because on AMD CPUs, you need to turn off the SMT to get TimeSpy to run properly. Okay, so the memory just crashed again. We're going to try more memory voltage. I know that didn't work earlier in the stream, but who knows? Maybe at higher core voltages, higher memory voltages also work. I'm not gonna, like, last time I tried 1.725, so we're gonna try 1.7 this time. I'm gonna just make sure that the driver isn't being stupid about the core voltage. Intel is removing hyperthreading. I know. Nah, Intel's hyperthreading is less effective than SMT. Like, in terms of the performance uplift, SMT is way bigger. Because of how, like, AMD CPUs work. I think SMT's, like, straight up has more resources behind it than hyperthreading does. Hyperthreading is usually, like, plus 30%, whereas SMT is, like, plus 40. That's why AMD, like, dominates Cinebench. Right? Like, the first benchmark where AMD got competitive with Intel was Cinebench, because AMD's SMT for Cinebench is massively overpowered. Everywhere else, it's bad, because you run into, like, memory bottlenecks and stuff. Will removing hyperthreading help thread management? Potentially. No, because even 3000 series has, like, crazy hyperthreading SMT scaling. And 3000 series has a 16 megabyte L3. And then even, like, 2000 series. Like, people note it, like, the 2700X already has, like, a disproportionate SMT uplift for Cinebench compared to, like, Intel CPUs of that time. Like, if you just run Cinebench, you'd think a 2700X is actually quite competitive with, like, an 8700K or 9900K, and it's just like, no, it isn't. Yeah, but I think Firestrike just, like, really hates AMD's Infinity Fabric or something, because it doesn't make sense that it scales so bad from a 5950X to a 7950X. Because everything else scales roughly how you'd expect it to, and then there's Firestrike. My favorite benchmark likes my least favorite CPUs. Do you think about resizable bar? I've never really used it. Yeah, I've never really used it. Enabling SMT on processless, so same as doing it in BIOS. I don't know. The one thing removing hyperthreading definitely does help is it reduces the peak peak temperatures of the cores. But the thing is, like, I don't think that's going to bring back overclocking headroom. It might actually be like Intel realized, like, wait a minute, our chips are running so hot with hyperthreading that if we want more single-threaded performance, we need to get rid of it. Because, yeah, like, it could actually be that scenario where it's like they're not getting rid of it because it's going to make, like, it's going to get more headroom. It's because Intel needs that headroom. Did it just get slower? It did, didn't it? Very slightly slower. Okay, let's see if more memory clock fixes that. There might be, like, a timing strap that we just went through. I really hope AMD does something. Like, I really, really hope that the 9950X fixes the Firestrike performance. It's like, I don't care if they do like anything else. I don't care. Just give me my over like 55,000 to 60,000 point Firestrike, please. I don't care if the, like, single-threaded performance uplift everywhere else is, like, 10%. I want 60,000, like, 55 to 60,000 Firestrike. Or even, like, 5% single-threaded everywhere else is, like, I don't, like, just Firestrike, please. The funny thing is, like, if Firestrike suddenly got, like, such a massive uplift, it might actually translate into, like, gaming performance and stuff. Because it's really weird how Firestrike, like, isn't scaling. And I think it has to be, like, a latency thing or something. But the odd thing is, you'd think, like, well, if it's a latency thing, then, like, a memory overclock would fix it. But it doesn't. Actually, I wonder how my combined score compares to the hardware bot rankings right now. Because I'm getting like, yeah, I'm getting like 10669 at what, 1540? With like pretty high mem clock. And the typical 980 Ti with similar like a 980 Ti with similar settings is getting... Yeah, I'm really not scoring very well. I'm like down here-ish at like 71. And this thing apparently, well, the issue with people reporting their GPU clocks for 900 series NVIDIA is that you never know what they're actually running. Wait, what do you mean +1 more? Anti-aliasing. Oh yeah, that's just part of LOD. Huh. This is clocked really low. Worse combined. Huge physics compared to me. More GPU score. Right. So this is like 1506. Massive, like absolutely massive GPU score compared to me. That is literally the like this is the card's like that's the card I have the like the BIOS I'm using. Huh. So I wonder if maybe the 7950X is a problem for the GPU score. Well, let's try 800 on the memory. Because it is still running. If you're GPU bottlenecked in a game, like if you run Firestrike, like if your GPU overclock makes Firestrike run 10% faster, like in the GPU test you get like, but by that I mean the GPU score, not the physics and combined. You get like 10% more GPU score in a GPU benchmark, and you are playing games that are GPU bottlenecked, those games will probably run 10% faster. If you get more FPS in a benchmark and then you don't get more FPS in a game, it's because the game is not GPU bottlenecked. Because otherwise, like... Yeah, like it's almost like the game is evidently not GPU bottlenecked for some reason. I think I should be able to just take this OS and put it on an Intel CPU. Actually, I think I've already done that with this OS. Okay, you know what? We will try to, like, turn off the SMT and see what happens, though. I'm just gonna, like, put in, like more sensible settings so that it's less likely to crash during testing. And we're just going to quickly get a baseline with like, I'm going to save a profile. What games do you play? Recently I've been playing a ton of Noita. And I'd like to play some arena FPS games, but those are super dead. And other than that, I play a lot of Need for Speed, but not really, like, the... Like, I feel like after Need for Speed Carbon... Actually, World was still okay. Well, World was really pay-to-win, but it was, like... Like, the gameplay of World redeemed the pay-to-win-ness to me, at least. But... yeah, everything after World is like, man, these are just like you had Burnout, but less Burnout, which is like the first the Hot Pursuit 2010 was just like, oh, look, it's Burnout, but worse. Then you have Heat, which is like, man, I sure wish they like finished the multiplayer, like Heat's multiplayer is just unbearable. Unbound is like, well, we took Heat's already kind of mediocre physics and made them worse, but at least the multiplayer isn't terrible anymore. And then, like, the other ones, like, I just straight up checked out from the Need for Speed series after they shut down World. Like, I played a ton of Need for Speed World. I really enjoyed Need for Speed World. If they announced that they're bringing the servers online and releasing like an HD texture pack, I'd be all over that. Actually, they wouldn't even have to release an HD texture pack. I'd be all over it anyway, even if it looked exactly the same as it did in 2010. Like, I replayed Carbon not too long ago. Well... Actually, I think I replayed Carbon, like, last year or maybe this year. I can't remember. I replayed Carbon. Just to see if, like, it was nostalgia or something. And it's like, nope. Carbon is actually just, like, better than the newer Need for Speeds. So, my suggestion for the Need for Speed developers is, like, play so much Carbon until you understand why Carbon is good, and then go make a Need for Speed. Ironically, no, the Need for Speed world map is literally Most Wanted and Carbon combined. And I love that about it, because it's absolutely huge. What class did I play in World of Warcraft? I played Warlock. On, like, I played private servers. And I never got past, like... what was it? Level 68 or something? On Wrath of the Lich King. Anyway, so we have our baseline profile, 2160, 21611, and now we're gonna turn off the SMT and see what happens. Like, the whole, like, Criterion made excellent Burnout games. Like, I replayed Burnout Paradise recently. It still holds up. It still has better physics than modern Need for Speed games. But it's also very much not a Need for Speed game. So, like, the whole thought process from EA of, like, oh, yeah, we're going to take the Burnout developers and make them make a crappier Burnout game, because if you use... Like, you can't show the, like, destruction of the cars if you have licensed cars like you do in a Burnout game. Like, you just can't do that. You can't have the car turn into a freaking pancake when it hits a wall if you have a licensed car, because the manufacturer is going to get all upset about it. Why would you use an emulator for Burnout Paradise? You can literally just play it through Steam. Is there any optimization for Ryzen 7000? Well, it's not like it has E-cores. Like, I'm not aware of any, like, oh, Windows 10 scores way worse than 11 for Ryzen 7000. With Intel, you do get, like, oh, a lot of programs on Windows 10 get stuck on the E-cores, because freaking E-cores were a bright idea, weren't they? So now you have to run the operating system infested with ads. Oh wait, I forgot to load up the GPU overclock. No, the voltage is correct, so I'm not sure why it's crashing now. Nah, that's LOD. Is GPU undervolting usually done for temperature reasons only? As far as I know, yeah. Even with modern GPUs, if you want max performance, you usually need max voltage. They just run really hot. Well, 171 on the core should really not be an issue, so I'll just slightly drop the memory. That shouldn't affect the score too much. So if there's like if the SMT makes a big difference, the fact that I slightly drop the memory clock is gonna get swallowed up by that. The thing is, I'm pretty sure I already like suspected the Ryzen CPU of underperforming with some other NVIDIA GPU, then tried Intel and it still performed the same, so like maybe I'm just bad at running NVIDIA cards. The new OC Intel? Yeah. I'm really gonna have to turn down that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a lower resistance resistor on there. Oh man, and I think I ran the wires above it. Oh, that's gonna suck. To desolder. Man, you know, there is a slight chance that it is now trying to render more FPS, and that's why it's crashing instead settings that were previously unstable, like stable. Or it's just being weird. You never know with 900 series. X299 bench is being weird, won't boot with any PCIe cards. Have you tried different CPUs? You can get, like, low-end X299 CPUs dirt cheap, so if, like, other CPUs also don't work, I'd blame the motherboard. Like, you could get the 6-core X299 chips for, like, very cheap these days. Okay, I'm just gonna drop the clocks, like, way down. See what happens. It'll run, like, 1528? Oh, 1520 now. 2100 on the mem. We're still at around 1.2 volts. I'm not giving it all she's got. I'd start getting concerned if I was going to like 1.3 volts. Oh yeah, you could also try run the GPU through the chipset. Yeah, but if it doesn't post even with the chipset, then, like, the board is being stupid. If it does post on the chipset, then it might be a CPU problem. Like, it isn't impossible that my LOD is just not set correctly or something, because, like, yeah, I'm not very efficient on NVIDIA GPUs usually. It's like a semi-regular occurrence that I try to bench an NVIDIA GPU, end up at, like, seemingly higher clocks and not quite getting the scores that everybody else seems to get, so... That would be, like, on form for me, to be, like, outclocking everyone and way behind on score. That GPU score seems to be about the same as when I had the hyperthreading turned on. And the physics score, funnily enough, didn't really change very much. Yeah, so it looks like there's some kind of hyperthreading efficiency issue with the CPU on Firestrike. I wonder if we can run Time Spy at these settings. Also, what was the power consumption? 180, so 360 watts going through the card. That's kind of a lot. I think what I might do with the X99 Micro is try to run quad SLI on it with the Titans. I think that would be kind of fun. Especially because the last time I tried to run quad SLI with the Titans on, like, a modern motherboard, it didn't work at all. Like, it was running so bad. And I have no idea why. So I'm kind of thinking, like, yeah, if I try to run it on an X99 motherboard, it might actually work. Because there's, like, a lot of X99, like, dual Titan Zs on X99 and, like, good scores for quad SLI. And then, like, I can't get it to, like, I tried it on, I think, Z690 and I couldn't get it to work properly. Like, SLI would enable, but it would just run like a slideshow. Actually, not like a slideshow, it was just, like, not, like, like, it was so, like, it just ran bad. Really, really bad. Other than that, like, it might be worth trying it with X299. But X99 seems like a decent option as well. No, but I'm not like I'm not saying frame time. Like, of course the frame times were terrible. The performance was bad. It wasn't even like micro stutter. It was just not running properly. It was like macro stutter. Like, literally, I was getting less FPS in 4-way than 2-way, I think. So there was like some major software, or like there was some kind of massive problem somewhere. Like, quad crossfire is more, like, my current experience for multi-GPU setups is like, yeah, quad crossfire never works in any games, but it does work in benchmarks. And very reliably. And not necessarily in the sense that the frame output is smooth, but it produces more frames very consistently. You put 4 AMD GPUs in a system, you run Firestrike, it spits out more frames than 3 GPUs. You put 4 NVIDIA cards into a system, and somehow it runs slower than when there was 2 of them. In a synthetic test, which is just like, how? What? Like, two AMD GPUs probably won't even properly run a game, but 4 of them will run Firestrike. Meanwhile, 4 NVIDIA cards is very unpleasant. Hey, my time spice score is actually solid. Because it's getting, like, hard carried by the CPU. I'm actually surprised that ran, because, like, time spy in my experience is, like, very heavy. From a stability perspective compared to Firestrike. And we're, like, running pretty high clocks for this card, right? Like, we're not far from maxed out for Firestrike, and it, like, time spy is just chill. And time spy is longer, too. Yeah, I'm like top 30. Yeah, literally got top 30. So let's try push time spy a bit further. I want to get at least 1 good score today, and then that'll be the end of the stream. And I might is there anything else more interesting? I mean, the parts from DigiKey probably won't be here until this week. Yeah, so maybe I'll stream this card again once, like, more caps, Volt mods adjusted to be modier. Mainly the V-Core mod, so it goes higher. Because currently we're maxed out. Like, I actually just can't raise the core voltage because I sized the limiting resistor too small. Let's try 162. Maybe a bit more memory. Wait, what was max power draw? Oh man, almost almost 380 watts. I am glad that I put that VRM heatsink on there. Nope, time spy runs on a 7950X, you run time spy without SMT. On Intel, I think it doesn't matter, and on AMD, like, if you have a 12-core, you turn your SMT on. If you have a 16-core, you turn it off. On X299, you turn SMT off. For the 7940X, 7960X, 7980XE, you run SMT off. 7920X, I actually think you run it with SMT. Time spy is wacky like that. For, like, some reason, it's okay with, like, 24 threads, but it's... Wait, I have LOD turned on. I'm an idiot. You can't run LOD for time spy, so actually my score is trash for time spy. So my score is going to be trash again. You know what's funny? I have like a bunch of nice custom PCB 980 Ti's, and yet I spend most of my time benching the like jank reference cards. Probably because there's not really anything you want to do to the nice ones. Like, I guess you could still try put some extra capacitors directly behind the core, and maybe around the memory, because like you can't, like, even if you're designing a custom 980 Ti PCB, like, you don't get to play with the filtering directly behind the memory chips. You can customize, like, there's like a NVIDIA reference zone where, like, the memory, like around the core, like from the core to the memory chips, I think is like basically standardized. And then you can play with everything outside of that, but not inside that. It's not that bad. Yeah, that's still not that bad. I wonder what clocks this was running at. Oh, we don't have a proper clock. Oh, I mean, wait, does he? Oh, this is before they started requiring the 3D Mark link. Okay, well, let's look at a similar-ish score. We should have clocks for this. Nope, no clocks. This is claimed 1597, but I find that hard to believe. Because that's really high. Oh, and this is with a 12900K, and... yeah, so GPU score is comparable, and then I'm just behind on physics because TimeSpy likes Intel. TimeSpy really likes E-cores for some reason. Actually, no. The thing with TimeSpy is it's super memory heavy, and AMD's memory system is really, really awful. I think that's also what Firestrike is complaining about, is that the Infinity Fabric on Ryzen 7000 has DDR4 levels of memory bandwidth. And that's probably why, like, Firestrike and TimeSpy don't scale properly. Because there's, like, the 5950X was actually quite competitive for both of those benchmarks. In fact, for Firestrike, it was the CPU for a short period of time. And then, like, you get to the 7950X, and it's like, how is this so bad at Firestrike? Like, how is it barely any better than a 5950X? And it's like, well, it has, like, basically 5950X level memory performance, so... I guess that's why. For time spy, disabling a CCD is a terrible idea. I really wonder if AMD's actually going to do anything about the Infinity Fabric for 9000 series. Man, the GPU score barely changed. I mean, and my CPU score actually went down a bit, which is kind of annoying. I'd like to at least get over 7500 combined, like, overall, so... I mean, at this point, I think just rerunning it a bunch might, like, I might just get a lucky run, but... IOD could be better for memory? No, I think if Like, maybe there's some kind of optimizations that AMD could do to the Infinity Fabric, because the memory controller at this point is not the problem. Like, the Infinity Fabric literally maxes out at, like, DDR4 4000 levels of bandwidth. And the memory controller can do DDR5 8000. So, like, a bit of a mismatch, guys. Just, you know, just a little bit of a mismatch. You might want to consider doing something about it. Like, I don't know, maybe making it a bit wider? Or, like, I don't know, just, like, something. Because, like, you can't, this doesn't work. You can't have this much freaking memory bandwidth to the memory controller and then just, like, nothing to the CPU cores. Man, I'm surprised how stable this is in TimeSpy, considering, like, it basically did the same clocks for Firestrike, and Firestrike is usually a little bit easier than TimeSpy, because it's just shorter. And the first test is the heaviest one, whereas TimeSpy is the other way around. The second test is the heavier one. So usually, like, you're already, like, preheated by test 1, and then you crash in test 2. Whereas Firestrike's the other way around, where, like, test 1 is really heavy on the core, and test 2 is just kind of a memory test. So if you're pushing the core, and you survive test 1, you're probably going to survive test 2. And TimeSpy, like, I am surprised that this is actually working. And this is actually decent. Evidently, LOD doesn't make that much of a difference here. Ah, hell, I closed the thing. There we go. I mean, you know, I'm still not, like, getting any crazy high scores, but, like, it's way better than my ranking in Firestrike is. And I guess I should check if the card, like, gets better FPS for Firestrike on Intel than it does on AMD, but, I wish my CPU score was higher. Actually, I'm pretty sure I can do something about the CPU score. Gonna try a little bit more memory clock again. And then I'm gonna, like, because I should be able to run 5.5 all-core without hyper-threading. Did the stream just drop? Because, like, on my end, the bitrate just dropped through the floor. And again. Why does this keep happening? Stream has been fine? Oh, so I guess OBS just being, like, insane on my end or something. Like, it has been telling me to update it for a while now, and I keep saying no. I should probably update it. But yeah, I guess I could try take the CPU to like 5.5 on the good CCD and 5.4 on the bad one, and it should score a bit better. What's a good X299 motherboard? Honestly, the Asus refresh boards are really solid. So like the, what was it? The Rampage 6 Extreme Omega, the Encore. There's like a refreshed Strix board, which should also be good. Yeah, I would avoid the Gigabyte refresh boards if you want to run Y-Cruncher, because I never figured out how to get Y-Cruncher to stop hitting the power limit. Like, you'd think there'd just be like a thing in the BIOS that you can do to turn off the power throttling for Y-Cruncher, but nope. Oh, also the X299 Micro 2 from EVGA, the Micro 2 is good. Not the first Micro, the second one. And I don't know about MSI X299 boards. Yeah, so like I tried to bench Y-Cruncher on the Gigabyte X299X Designare, right? Like the refresh board, and for Cascade Lake X, and yeah, I could never get it to run above like 4 gigahertz. Because it would just like throttle, and I couldn't find the and that was on an 8-core. Like literally 8-core CPU stuck at like 4 gigahertz, because actually it might have been less than that. Like it was super annoying. So I ended up running it on the Micro, because the Micro actually like you turn off the power limits and bam, the CPU pulls like 400 watts at 4.2 gigahertz. Like Y-Cruncher on X299 is nuts. Full fat AVX 512. Deluxe 2? I can't remember. Like, basically, the problem with the first revision Asus X299 boards is that the VRM on them is kind of anemic. And it's not a huge issue, but like, yeah, if you're going to be pushing X299, you probably want something more than an 8-phase. I guess the ASRock, like, refresh boards might be okay, but the thing is the OC formula has, like, hard stuck at 3800 max on the memory. And I'm not sure if the other ASRock boards are any better than that. That's, like, the same score, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that didn't improve at all. Anyway, so I'll save a profile and then we'll restart. And I'll, like, overclock the CPU. A bit. I don't think that's gonna change the score that much, but, you know, a couple extra points. I don't remember what voltages I should use for this. Like, actually, I don't know. Yeah, I straight up don't know what voltages to use with this board. Or what LLC to use, so that's gonna be fun. That should be okay. I don't really want the CPU to roll over, because that's like a really, like with Ryzen, that's like a really big issue, is that it's really easy to end up with the core clock, like the core voltage so high that the CPU clocks worse. And I don't know what Mode 5 LLC is, but I'm hoping it's yeah, I don't know. We'll see. There wasn't an X79 OC formula. I think you're thinking of the X99 OC formula. The OC formula branding started with the Z77 board. Yeah, there is no such thing as an X79 OC formula. As far as I know from ASRock, their best X99 board was the, like, killer MATX 3.1 board. Because that's 1 DIMM per channel, and it also has an OC socket. I kind of suspect the Z790 Dark might be the only motherboard that actually follows the Intel spec already. I haven't checked, but I'm pretty sure, like, EVG, like, because as far as I'm concerned, the main issue is the motherboard's undervolting with the AC load line being set way too low. And I'm pretty sure EVGA doesn't do that, because EVGA, unlike the other motherboard vendors, can read instructions. Or more like isn't as desperately competitive as the other motherboard vendors. Oh no, system info's being stupid now. Why? At least it hasn't crashed. I guess that's a good sign. Like, that is actually something I kind of want to check. The issue is, like, I mean, I guess it doesn't take that long to check, but, like, the thing is, like, I, on some level, really don't care if the Dark actually is properly configured. Because, like, it might be, but, like, EVGA isn't going to make any more motherboards anyway, so, like, who cares? Hello? Man, did I open 2 3D Mark instances or something? Why is everything so freaking slow? Yeah, my CPU temperature is fine, so 3D Mark is actually just being stupid. Oh, I did open a whole bunch of 3D Mark instances. Oh, no. Man, back at, like, the old 3D Mark UI was so much more reliable. We're gonna go about this completely different. Yeah, go away. AM5 CPU socket woes or Intel baseline? I mean, AMD fixed the SoC voltage being being too high way faster than Intel has even, like, reacted to the situation. Is it unstable or something? Like, how can I not even be able to launch CPU-Z? What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna go with I set something up wrong. This doesn't make any sense. No, we are not running OCCT. I absolutely hate the UI of that app. What's with the 3D Mark 2001 option? I don't know. I don't bench 3D Mark 2001. Why would you boot into memtest? Also, that didn't look like memory instability. That looked like massive clock stretching or something. Oh yeah, we are. The hell? I mean, we're not even clock stretching. We're at 500 megahertz. No wonder everything is slow as garbage. MSI, what the hell is up with your BIOS? Like, I'm not doing anything weird. Why is it so broken? I wonder if the per CCD mode is just bugged out. Man, now that I'm actually overclocking the CPU, I kind of wish I had the oscilloscope hooked up to the motherboard. And I have wanted to do that, but, like, it's not been, like, a big priority for me. Anyway, like, back to the checking the dark. Like, yeah, I'm not sure if, like, I can't make content out of that. And personally, I don't care that much. I guess I could clickbait it like, oh, VGA is the only manufacturer whose default settings don't crash my garbage 14900K. But, like, I'm not even, like, I'm tired of the Intel situation. Like, it's lame as hell that Intel literally can't even write a specification and then get people to follow it. Okay, I think we're still at 5450. I mean, 500 megahertz. What did MSI do to this BIOS? How is this so broken? Yep, we're still at 500 megahertz. MSI, what the hell? How? I don't feel like updating the BIOS because then it'll like reset my memory overclock and No, that's the core count. Oh, it might be because I had PBO turned on. Yeah, depending on how the BIOS is implemented, that might have been the issue. I mean, we still don't know if that's what was causing the problem. Like, for all I know, the actual, like, core overclocking is just broken, and the PBO is, like, not relevant to the issue. Yeah, I think it might still be broken. I mean, now it looks like it might have crashed. So maybe it is actually at like 5.4 and it's just not stable now. Nope, we're still at 500. What the hell? Why? You do realize that the whole reason I'm raising, like, trying to overclock the CPU is so that I get more CPU performance, like, bigger physics score. And disabling a CCD will literally cut my physics score in half. It says 5.4 in the BIOS. MSI, what the hell? And the BIOS isn't painfully slow, so, like, what is happening? I guess maybe the override vCore mode is bugged out? Task Manager potentially less useless? Okay, well, I guess that's good enough. I don't usually trust Task Manager, but in this case, sure, I'll trust Task Manager. Yeah, but I can't add zeros to this. It doesn't go that high. See? Okay, I think we're at 5.2 now. So I guess it's the override voltage mode is just completely bugged out. That's fun. Because that is actually a thing. On even older Ryzens, you could end up in this state where if you, like, there was a thing, if you did something to the vCore, the CPU would get hard stuck at 550. Like, I remember that being a thing on Ryzen 1st Gen. I think I even have a video about it on the channel about, like, hey, on certain motherboards, if you set your core voltage to, like, and there was, like, a specific voltage range at which it happened, your CPU would get hard stuck at 550. So evidently that still exists. Yay. This should work, I think. What's with the motherboard choice? Well, this motherboard is one of the only motherboards where you can conveniently run my e-powered GTX 970, because my e-powered GTX 970's power connector points straight down into the motherboard. So if you use a ATX board, you can't plug in the power connectors, but an ITX board you can. Also, the heatsink like overhangs the motherboard, and so like yeah, you could use risers, but it's more like for hooking up the oscilloscope, it's more convenient with the ITX because you have access to the back of the card. And I've just not bothered to switch away from this board since. Actually, if you watch the GTX 970 live stream, it'll make sense why this board's currently out. Because yeah, it's really convenient for that. Yeah, otherwise I'd probably be using the ProArt, since you can run like you can run two-way crossfire on the ProArt board. I like to avoid the Intel boards. I just don't like the platform. It's so frustrating, like having a platform where it's like, you can't, like, it's like X99, but worse. Actually, no. X99 versus Z790. Which one do I hate more? That was hard. It's a really hard choice to make. It's like the one problem with Z790 is like it is really fast. It's just so clunky. Every time you close that CPU latch, you just hear the massive clunk as it bends the CPU. Actually, the Intel HEDT boards are way worse for the noises that they make as you try to close the loading mechanism. At least when they're brand new, like, man, the screeching as the socket, like, squishes the CPU into the pins. X99 SLI crate on launch? Yeah, well, that's MSI's, like, budget board, so what did you expect? The AM3 Plus crate was was known for, like, there's a video of it blowing up instantly when trying to boot an FX 9590. Because it's like a 4-phase V-Core VRM. So it stood no chance. Literally couldn't even get to the Windows loading screen. That would probably be the next place where it would have died, because the Windows 7 loading screen briefly hits 100% load on all cores. With an FX 9590 on that board, that would have been no more board. $990. Nah, there's the crosshair. There's the saber tooth. The Gigabyte UD5 and UD5, like, kinda. UD7, yes. UD5, and then you have like the UD3 where it's like, The later revisions of the UD3 just implemented like overcurrent protection. Because the very early revision didn't have overcurrent protection, so even before the 9590 came out, like, you could accidentally blow up the VRM by overclocking too hard. Why are we overclocking e-waste? Why not? Like, I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. moving the core clock slider on the 4090 is just as fun as moving the core clock slider on a 980 Ti. And arguably, it's more fun on a 980 Ti because, like, actually, I'm not really sure that there's much of a difference with the 980 Ti, but, like, yeah, it really doesn't make a difference. I am like the definition of overclocking for the sake of overclocking, because modern, like, the games I play are actually very CPU heavy. Yeah, Noita freaking hates my CPU. Actually hates all CPUs. Or more like, the things I do in Noita hate CPUs. Hey! Wait, did the GPU score just go up? Yeah, the CPU score went up a little, but I think the GPU score actually improved as well. Nice. But yeah, like, I have this, like, this has been a repeated issue for me. I have another Noita run where I built a, like, so Noita is a 2D pixel art game where every pixel is simulated. So you can just destroy everything. It's awesome. It's like it's great. Like, if you like Minecraft, you probably like Noita. It's also really, really, really hard. That game hates you, and it makes it very clear to you how much it frickin' hates you. But anyway, so there's this, like, the core gameplay is, like, you build wands to do stuff. So, like damage wands, healing wands, teleport wands, movement wands. Anyway. And one of the spells that you can get is called Explosive Projectile. And basically, whatever projectile spell you have, you can make it explode on impact, which is great. I love explosions. The only issue is, I tend to do things like make a wand that has, like, the thing is the Explosive Projectile modifier has, like, its stacks. So if you have two of them, like, one of them isn't really that big a deal. Two of them hit like a truck. Three of them, like, really, like, pack a hell of a punch. Four of them is, like, really extreme. And then there's, like, wacky weird modifier spells that you can use to, like, make spells, like, sort of get repeated. And so I've built things like a wand that has, like, 4 explosive projectile modifiers that get fired twice in a row and get applied to, like, 16 projectiles at the same time. And when that thing goes off, the CPU stops. The game just pauses, as it has to calculate all of the explosion damage to the environment. So, and I keep doing that. Like, I've already done it once, and I've built basically the same thing again. I don't know... Like, I don't learn. I also had an explosive projectile machine gun wand, where it was literally firing, I think, a triple stack of explosive projectile every single frame. So, and that wasn't that bad, because it wasn't, like, 16 explosive projectile stacks going off at the same time, but... Because the problem is when you have, like, a lot of explosions getting calculated in one frame, well, that frame takes forever, so you get to look at that frame for a really long time. But I also had one, like, a wand that was, like, spitting out, yeah, a triple or a quadruple stack of explosive projectile per frame. And that didn't run very well either. But that wasn't literally a pause button. That usually ran at, like, I don't know. Like, the game is hard locked at 60 FPS for the physics. So if you have if there's too many calculations, it goes below 60. And yeah, so normally it runs at 60. The explosive projectile machine gun was basically dropping the game to, like, 50-ish. And then there's the, like, I press the pause button wands, which I've been building recently. And that's a 2D game. And people are like, oh, modern CPUs are so fast. No, they aren't! I need to be able to simulate, like, and mind you, that game has a spell in it called a nuke. You can literally just, like, cast nuke. I don't use that spell because it collapses the ceilings, and I don't really feel like getting crushed by ceiling. But I imagine if you took nuke and strapped a bunch of explosive projectiles to that, that would be bad for the frame rate. Very bad. I should try that. I could totally build that, actually. Already. In my current run. Actually, what's really crazy, there's a spell modifier called Nuke Orbit, which literally just, like, has multiple nukes orbiting whatever spell you just cast. Because you can never have enough nuclear missiles, apparently. And of course, like most games that absolutely murder the CPU because of their extremely heavy physics calculations, it is entirely single-threaded. So when I hit that pause button by casting one of these like mega explosive spells, yeah, it just loads one core to like 100% and I get to wait. But really fun game. Like I've just like really fun, really hard. Like it took me like over 100 hours to just get through what people would call the tutorial section. Like the game's actual tutorial is literally just like a few like the game just tells you which buttons you can press and what they do. But you don't really understand the mechanisms of the game until you finish like the main like the main sort of section of the game. And that's kind of considered the tutorial because usually by the time you actually manage to finish that, you start actually understanding the wand building mechanics. Because you can't really get through that section until you understand the wand building mechanics. Or also some of the other mechanics that are in the game, so... Yeah, it is very hard. I think, like, I have, like, over... I think at this point, I'm probably at, like, 200 deaths with, like, 1 or 2 wins. Maybe 3 wins. Yeah. Very fun game. Also, it has, like, a bunch of, like, crazy puzzles in it that I haven't really been paying too much attention to. I just enjoy building weapons of mass destruction. And then making my computer freeze. Well, no, it's single-threaded, so obviously the rest of the computer's fine, but, like, the game freezes. What did you get banned for from the Discord? Also, I'm pretty sure the issue with multi-threaded physics is making them consistent. Also, I'd like to point out that most, like, games that use a lot of cores have kind of pathetic physics. Just saying. Like, Need for Speed somehow manages to use the entire CPU unless you force it to behave reasonably with, like, a config file edit. What's funny about it is Need for Speed will actually use 100% of the CPU and run slower than if you limit it to, like, 6 threads, which is just the stupidest thing ever. Because evidently the developers for Need for Speed basically just went like, we will check how many threads the CPU has, and then we will spawn a thread for every single thread on the CPU, and then we will proceed to do nothing with them, except cause, like, scheduling issues or something, because the game literally runs better if you, like, force it to use less threads. And then I can't think of, like, AAA games generally don't have much in the way of physics. Like, I certainly can't think of any of them. Like, if you want physics, there's, like, Teardown, which is an indie game, and I'm not sure... Like, Teardown actually these days runs really well, but I'm not sure how multi-threaded it is. And... BeamNG. And BeamNG uses, like, 1 thread per car, as far as I know. Something like that. I guess Wreckfest would have a pretty elaborate physics simulation. See, so you're saying it's easy, but I can't think of any 3D, like, AAA games that have, like, a decent amount of soft body physics in them. Except maybe, like, a Cape or something, where it's like, look at our very realistic Cape simulation, and it's like, this has no gameplay purpose whatsoever. Yeah, but BeamNG is like soft bodies colliding with solid objects. And it doesn't exactly run incredibly fast for how it looks. Especially once you load up a bunch of cars. Yeah, and Bethesda games are notorious for being terribly optimized, so... So, my point stands. If the game has a lot of physics, it probably runs like trash. Was the physics in Battlefield pre-baked? The destruction physics in, like, Battlefield 3 were baked. I don't know about, like, 2, but 4, I think, like, Levolution was baked as far as I know. No, I'd say NVIDIA buying PhysX killed any chance of, like, meaningful physics interactions in games. Because if the PhysX guys stayed as an accelerator card, like, because when PhysX first came out, like, they were showing demos of, like, gameplay interactive physics simulations, but then NVIDIA bought them, and then it's like, well, you can't have, like, you can't write a game where a core part of the gameplay is dependent on owning an NVIDIA GPU, right? Like, especially back then, NVIDIA wasn't like 90%, like 80% of the market share. It was like almost 50-50. Or it was a lot closer to 50-50 than it is now. And so, yeah, you couldn't take NVIDIA PhysX, use it for gameplay meaningful physics simulation. You could only use it for fancy particle effects, because if you did anything else with it, the game would be unplayable for, like, a significant portion of the player base. So I think that's what killed, like, any meaningful amount of physics, is just, like, if PhysX stayed as its separate accelerator card, then we'd probably have, like, you know, some pretty impressive physics simulations in games these days, but instead NVIDIA bought it, and then it made it proprietary. And the thing I don't get is, like, why didn't NVIDIA allow people to buy an NVIDIA GPU to use as a physics accelerator? Because, like, I would have totally bought, like, a 650, like a GTX 650 to use as a physics accelerator with my 7970. I would not have had a problem with that. But NVIDIA didn't allow you to do even that. Which is just like, are you stupid? You could sell GPUs to AMD users. I know there were hacks to do it, but, like, because it was a hack, like, I'm not gonna buy an NVIDIA card for some better particle effects. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, I'm not that much of a... Like, I don't care about the graphics that much. Oh yeah, you can offload it with 2 NVIDIA cards, but, like, my point was, like, you couldn't... Like, if you had an AMD GPU, could you ask your team to lift it? I don't remember what you got banned for. So, no. Like, I'm pretty lax about people getting banned, I think. Mostly because I don't like banning people. But, like, if you got banned, there probably was a really good reason for it. And I don't want to, like, figure out what that reason was again. Wasp Machine? Yeah, but he's not... Nah, there's been a few other people who got banned. For basically the same thing. You say you shared a YouTube link. I can think of a lot of reasons that you would deserve to get banned for sharing a YouTube link. What was your username? What? I never banned you. Actually, there's nobody with that name in the ban list, so... Damn it, YouTube, stop being stupid. Yeah, you're not... There's nobody with that username in the ban list, so you're not banned. Unless you're talking about a server, like a different server. Yeah, nope. There's never been an Atom banned from the server. You might be referring to a different server. It was 100% banned. Well, I don't think we revoke bans, though. You might have gotten kicked. Which, like, depending on the situation, somebody might have found that funny. But, like, wait, is there even a kick function? I don't know. I've done that to people on occasion where, like, if there was an argument and I thought it would be funny to just kick them off the server so they have to, like, rejoin, I'd do something like that. But yeah, I can't find any Atoms getting banned. I have, like, a Fire OC logo. Yes. Well, I can't find you in the banned list, so maybe you got kicked by someone, but not, like, they're... So I guess you can try rejoining. Though, you're gonna have to get the new link. Because we had some issues with bots showing up on the server, and so there's a new server link because I guess the old link got leaked or a bunch of people's accounts got hacked, or I don't know, but, like, there was a bunch of spam bots for a while. This looks like a job for a community moderator. No. Actually, we have mods on the server. How does one get into the Discord? Twitch subs or Patreon? Also, it's not a tech support server, which is why it doesn't get advertised. I don't want to fix your garbage computer. Or your broken-ass overclock. And I especially don't want to hear about your broken-ass overclock if somebody else set that overclock up for you. That's my favorite, when people come to me and go like, oh, I have this, like, memory OC that was set up by he who shall not be named. It doesn't work. Can you fix it? I can probably fix it, but I don't want to. Do my own overclocks. No, I'm not specifically referring to you. I mean, it's not been super common recently. Probably because I made so many videos about how Intel is trash. Oh no, I leaked the reason for me making videos about how much I hate Intel so that people stop bothering me with their Intel systems. Charge fees. But here's the thing. I don't want to charge people for overclock, like, because then I need to do tech support. Like, I don't, like, the issue isn't like, oh, I want to get paid. The issue is I don't want to do tech support. If I wanted to go do tech support, I'd go get a job in tech support. Or I'd offer a tech support service. Do you see me offering a tech support service? No, because I don't want to do tech support. I got in when it didn't cost a fee to join? That was never a thing. Yeah. There was never, ever a free... It was always Twitch Prime, Twitch subs, or Patreon. There was never... Actually, no, I do give out Discord links to people who send in, like, fan mail, like, old junk hardware, because that's, like, the least I can do if it's not something I outright want to buy. But... yeah, there's never, ever been a free Discord link, as far as I know. Because I don't want the server to get overrun by spam or tech support questions. And a free Discord link is the fastest way to end up with a server that is overrun by either spam or tech support questions, or both. This dude's sus AF from so many angles? Yeah, I know. But I told him he's not banned, and I told him how to get in the server. So if he can't figure out how to get in the server at this point, it's not my problem. Like, I've gone out of my way. Yeah, broken stuff that gets you in trouble. I mean, like, look at Intel and their ability to police their own motherboard vendors. And you really think I want to, like... That's, like, my whole issue with this, is, like, if Intel can't even figure out stock settings for their CPUs, why would I want to offer an overclocking service? Right? Like, you'd think Intel would have more do more validation than literally anybody else. And yet, here we are. Oh man, I clicked Fire Strike instead of Time Spy. I made a video about how to add a resizable bar. Yeah, I saw. I checked your channel. But, like, it's not about you being dumb. It's like, I don't... Like, the Discord... Like, you don't get to freaking talk me into giving you a free Discord link. Like, it's literally like $2 to get access to the Discord link. Yeah, but the issue with the whole, like, offering overclocks for money is, like, your customer is always going to want more performance, right? So they're always going to be like, oh, just... I don't care if it's, like, slightly more unstable, just clock it higher. And then a week later, you're going to get a call about, oh, it crashes in games every, like, 7 hours or something, which is why you didn't catch it the first time. And it's just like, I don't want to deal with that. That just sounds like hell. I don't know if $2 for a Discord link is rare, but... I mean, it's a bit... Like, a lot of other people have Patreons that start at $1, so honestly, I kind of feel, like, kind of bad about putting it at $2. But... Like... You, like, the thing is, the Discord link isn't even linked to the Patreon, so you can literally, like... subscribe, like, do the $2 membership for a month, get the Discord link, and then after a month cancel the membership, and, like, you're still in the server because it's not, like, the Discord isn't even linked to Patreon because that was too much of a hassle to set up. And also, I didn't really want it kicking off people randomly because then it's like, oh, what, like... Like, it's basically an anti-bot mechanic rather than, like... Yeah, it's basically like an anti-spam and anti-like bot mechanic. But like, I'm not gonna like cave for people just like chatting me into giving them access. Like, no. Because then like more people will do it. And then there won't be a Discord link anymore. I'll raise it to $10 and screw you all. Why do you want to get into the Discord server so much? Like, what do you think goes on in there? Actually, this is one thing I don't get. Like, why do people want access to the Discord server? Nah, it's $2 because I basically looked at the, like, $1... Like, I looked at $1 and I was like, but $1 and $2 is really not that different? Which might be the wrong way to look at it, but, like, really, like, $1 and $2 is like, $1 and $5. That's a big difference. But I was like, well, if $1 is okay, 2 is probably fine as well. Which is, I guess, a weird way of, like, justifying it, but yeah, that was my thought process on it. Talk about overclocking. Any idea what setting 1212 AC/DC load line would raise my voltage? Wait, what motherboard are you on? Are you on ASUS? Because ASUS and Gigabyte encode the AC/DC load line a bit differently. iPhone user spotted. You're not in the Discord. Apex Encore. Yeah, that you do not want to... You want to... On an Apex, you want to set it to 0.12 with level 7. Not 1, 2. Wait, so you can afford an iPhone, but you can't afford $2 for a Discord? But no, like, really, like... You never got banned. So as far as I can tell, you're just trying to trick me into getting free access to the Discord at this point. And it's, like, cool that you made a video about how to add a resizable bar to BIOSes and whatever. But I'm unemployed. Then, like... Wait, are you... Well, no, if he sells the iPhone, how will we get on the Discord? Though, that makes me wonder, how is he on the internet? Unless he's a kid. In which case, like, to be fair, I am not, like, you know, like, I know there's, like, a lot of, like, I don't want 14-year-olds in my extremely serious computer hardware server. I do not subscribe to that philosophy because... I basically read more documentation about power delivery by the time I was 16 than the average motherboard reviewer. So I do not, you know, living in the UK, an allowance from the government. Okay, but like... Like, why... Wait, what did I want to do again? Oh, right, this just crashed. No, I'm not giving you access to the Discord. Like, I don't see how you getting free access to the Discord is fair when, like, nobody else gets free access to the Discord. And I'm not changing the whole, like, Twitch Prime, Twitch sub, or Patreon. Like, yeah, well, I mean, it wouldn't really be a Buildzoid Discord server, but yeah, you could start your own overclocking server. .12? Yeah, for the Apex Encore, 0.12 for the... Actually, for level 7, it might be a bit higher than that, but you can try 0.12. And if you have CEP turned on and the score, like, tanks, then try raising it a bit. Oh, it is tanking your multi-core? Yeah, then just try raise it. I think maybe 0.2 for level 7. Chat, are you good? No, chat is not good. We've had Mr. I totally got banned. I had a free link to the Discord that never had a free link, except for that time that I accidentally made it. This was like really... Like, so Patreon gives you like post previews, and there was a period of time where some of the Discord links, you could like read the link from the preview of the Patreon post. Luckily somebody in the Discord notified me of that, and that got solved. Years ago, and since then I always check if the preview is like showing the actual link, which is just the stupidest thing ever. Like, you'd think, like, it's paywalled content, why would you preview the Anyway, I guess the idea is that usually the text posts are so long that nothing important would be in the very first paragraph of them or something, but anyway. Maybe I did that. Well, see, the thing is, if you if the free link doesn't work anymore, I'm not making a new one. That was like an accident that was ever available. Also, you never got banned, so I don't know how you got off the server. You have a Discord server? I don't. There are rumors of me having a Discord server, but I can assure you that there isn't a Discord server and there's no way to get into it if there was. I am actually making progress on the score. Wait, we're almost back up to the score that I had when I had LOD on. Yay! At least, yeah, we're getting at least one good score today. Admittedly not in my favorite benchmark, but something, I guess. Do I just push the CPU some more? Because I'm assuming we have thermal headroom on it, right? Yeah, it's maxing out at like 68. So it might run 5.655. Man, that would actually be kind of crazy if it ran 5.6. Buildzoid only fans. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna push the CPU a bit harder. 9980XE is stable at 4.5? I mean, depending on... Did you stress test that with AVX 512? Because if you ran AVX 512 on that, that's insane. Otherwise, it's not really that crazy. AVX offset is 5, so it runs at 4. Oh, okay. Well, that's less insane. But still, that's solid for a 9980XE if it's like an AVX2 offset is 3. Wait, so does it ever actually run at 4.5? Because those old CPUs, that AVX2 offset is like really aggressive. Like it kicks in on the Windows desktop sometimes. Between AMD overclocking and override, though, override is really broken, is what the difference is. As we found out earlier in the stream, the reason the CPU was getting stuck at like 500 megahertz was because I was trying to use... Wait, what are you cooling that 9980XE with? A Z490-E and 4400 2x16 kit? Think it's worth it to upgrade to Z590? Nah. Like, most of the performance uplift with a memory overclock comes from the timings, so, like, the fact that you can't go over 4000, like, yeah, it's a shame, but it's not the end of the world. And I'm not sure that a Z590 motherboard would actually help that much. What system agent voltage are you running? Running 1.32. Huh. I mean, it is dual rank, so I guess, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I think for like 4266, you might need like 1.4 or more. Oh, X299, the system agent, doesn't actually do anything for memory clocks. There's like no point changing it. There's like a different rail that handles that. Wait, why is it windowed? What? Yo. Ah! Alright, how is watching me the definition of insanity? It's not like there's a whole lot of anything going on here. I really don't understand BCLK overclocking, and there's no step-by-step on how to do it. For what architecture, like what socket are you BCLK overclocking? Because it's very, very different depending on the board. Like, if you have an AM5GB motherboard, ECLK overclocking is suffering, because it randomly breaks, especially when you update the BIOS. Oh, you're on a B650E. Wait, which board? Giga? Or Asus? Or ASRock? ASRock is probably the best scenario, I think. Because Asus straight up doesn't have ECLK on any B650s, so you're just stuck with BCLK, which is going to skew the PCIe clocks, which is probably not going to work if you have an M.2 SSD. If you're on a gigabyte board, getting the ECLK turned on, I mean, assuming you have a master, getting the ECLK turned on is an adventure. You probably have to like clear CMOS, turn ECLK overclocking on, and then it should work as long as you never turn it off again. Yeah, because if you ever turn it off again, you're going to have to clear CMOS again to try to turn it back on again, but it might be broken on the latest BIOS version. Like, Gigabyte's ECLK support is, like, on and off broken. It's super annoying. B650 Taichi Lite for 300, and I'm tempted to get it. That's not really... Wait, 300 what? Because that's not really that low. I'm pretty sure the board is supposed to be, like, 250 US. What is a good stress test for 7800 XT? So my approach to stress testing GPUs is to just play games, because usually you'll see artifacting before it outright locks up. And it's only really like crashing out of a game is only really a problem if you're playing a competitive multiplayer, like team game. So as long as you don't like crash crash at mid-match with your team, you can just, you know, because you can literally alt-tab and lower the overclock while in-game. That should work these days pretty reliably. Like, there was a period of time when doing that would generally cause the whole system to, like, crash potentially, but these days you should be okay to just, like, change the core clock slightly on the fly. Oh, you're in Europe. I still feel like 300 might be a bit high, but then we don't really get that board here. But, like, as a board for tinkering, like, there's not really many better options in terms of price. I guess the thing you have to consider at this point is, like, it might be worth waiting to see what the, like, 700 boards bring? I made the CPU... Wait, what? Why is the CPU score so bad? CPU temp is fine. And maybe it doesn't like the core clocks being that far apart. No, the stream's been like, I don't know what's up with, like, I'm not sure if my internet or, like, OBS or something is broken, but the stream keeps randomly dropping. So if the stream is dropping for you, it's not you, it might be me. But, like, this has been happening for a while, and I can't figure out why. I guess the good thing about, like, not being really, like, there not being much overclocking headroom on modern hardware is that you don't miss out on, like, the old, like, with some old GPUs, like, you could easily get, like, a ton more performance. You don't miss out on that anymore. Because it's like you're lucky to get, like, 10%. The stream keeps disconnecting? Yeah, then that's probably, like, that's my end. I don't know why, though. Like, I don't know why I should be having any networking issues right now. But the thing is, like, I've been having them for a while now. Like, even the Twitch streams have been having issues. $32,000? That is way too low. Wait, what VRM LLC are you at? Ruin. Are you at level 7? Try level 8 with, like, 0.05 on both. What's the high score thus far? Like 7,560. Firestrike, unfortunately, did not go very well. I maxed out at like 21,500 overall, and that was with LOD. And I don't know why it's so low. It might, like, I might be CPU bottlenecked for Firestrike. I really don't know why it's so bad. Like, it's not even like, yeah, the physics score is low compared to, like, 13th gen and 14th gen, but, like, the GPU score is, like, not good. So, and I don't know why. Oh, you're level 6. No, try level 7. No. The thing is, with the AC/DC load line, you need to match the VRM load LLC to your AC/DC load line settings. Otherwise, your, like, CEP is gonna, drop the performance through the floor. No, don't do... Level 8 at 0.5 is gonna give you insanely high voltages. Level 8 is, like, less than 0.1. I think level 6 would be like 0.5 maybe. I'd have to check my own Encore. And should I actually make videos about like matching the AC/DC LL for various Intel boards, or like I don't wanna. It's so boring. And it's not even like universal. Level 7? Yeah, it's better than level 8. Like, basically, the lower your AC/DC load line is, the lower your voltages are going to be on average. And so the only, like, the concern with level, like, the reason I don't recommend, like, level 8 at, like, 0.01 AC/DC is because I kind of suspect that at level 8, the voltage regulator will have, like, a lot of overshoot and undershoot, so it's not going to be... Like, I don't think it'll crash, but I'm not a fan of running no V-droop. Like, it tends to not, like, the increase in overshoot and undershoot relative to something like level 7 is absolutely ridiculous most of the time. Like, it's a, yeah, like, basically any motherboard, once you take the V-droop off, the voltage regulation gets, like, way worse for, like, a very slight V-droop reduction, which I think is just never worth it. So you're better off running, like, level 7 with, like, 0.15-ish AC/DC. Actually, maybe level 6 would be, like, 0.3 or something. I'm not sure. High transient voltage spikes. Okay, would you rather have your CPU averaging 1.55 volts for low core count, for low load, with transients that max out at like 1.55 volts? Or would you rather have a CPU that averages 1.45 volts for low loads and maxes out at 1.55 volts for transients? Right? Because that transient spike is going to top out at basically the same place every time. But where your average... You can move your average voltage around. The transient spike isn't really going to change that much. And the other thing is, at low loads, your transients are going to be smaller anyway. Like, a lot smaller. Like, you're not going to... Like, if your low load voltage is 1.45 volts instead of 1.55 volts, your, like, biggest transient spike is not going to go past 1.5, I don't think. And if you load release from, like, full loads to nothing, which is actually really hard to actually get that scenario, but let's say that did happen. I mean, your average voltage is still in the 1.2-ish range, so, you know, you're still starting at 1.2-ish, and then wherever it overshoots to is going to not really be that different. Why is the physics score so bad? Is the CPU, like, unstable or something? Like, I had a higher physics score earlier, and now it's, like, not good. GPU score's good. With a stupidly big super chat, I am going to, yeah, I'm going to commit to ordering LN2. I will actually do it this month. I guess I should do an LN2 stream then. Wait, who didn't want to sound combative? Oh, no, that's fine. I just respond like that to everything. I feel like that's definitely one of my issues with, like, LTT, as far as I know, has, like, a rule never to call their audience idiots, and then there's me, where it's like, nah, my audience stupid. Me stupid, too. Oh, hell, yeah, see? Like, I just grabbed the wrong knob on the oscilloscope. I wanted to move the trigger. There. Because, like, I'm more on the, like, idea of, like, no, everybody's stupid. In different ways, to different degrees, but everybody's stupid. Because the moment you think that you know something, and you're absolutely certain that you're doing it correct, is the moment when actually you're doing it wrong. And you're not far from finding out just how wrong you are. I still occasionally watch LTT, mostly as background noise. But occasionally they have some cool stuff. Like, I guess basically my, like, everybody's stupid is, like, nobody's infallible is, like, the best way to, like, simplify it, I think. Yeah, because, like, nobody is incapable of making mistakes. Therefore, you can assume that at any given moment, anyone could do something incredibly stupid. By extension, making them stupid. Like, I have really bright moments, like touching the very hot component that I just desoldered off the board with 300-degree air. And then being very surprised about how burnt my freaking fingers are. Actually, that's like one of the less serious mistakes I've made. I'm trying to think of like the stupidest thing that I've done recently. Right, not checking the memory voltage on this 980 Ti when it was artifacting in all the 3D benchmarks. You know, just like, oh, it's a power delivery issue. I'm just not gonna check the voltage, like what voltage it's running at. Definitely, like, especially when I'm like, I subscribe to the philosophy of like capacitors don't really fail. And it's like, oh no, it's definitely a capacitor issue this time. Totally a capacitor issue. We really need to replace those tantalum polymers. Did we actually check what the voltage is? Nah. Level 6 at 0.3, scored 40,000. That sounds about correct. Also, like, the main reason to run low AC-DC load line is that your like idle voltages aren't going to be sky high. Because if you run really high AC/DC load line, your idle voltage is going to be sky high. I'm guessing you did PCB engineering? No, I got into uni for computer systems engineering, which was mostly like software with a little bit of hardware. And then I failed out / dropped out in my second year because I am very good at keeping up with deadlines and assignments and reading instructions. Amazing at reading instructions, seriously. Like, I'm so good at reading instructions. That's when I find them. Like, the one... Actually, this happened... Yeah, this happened in both of my years. Is, like... The, like, projects that, like, even the projects that I actually, like, enjoyed doing and wanted to do well, I managed to, like, completely miss some part of, like, the requirements for the project by, like, just... I don't know. I mean, in the second year, it was because there was, like, 2 PDFs where one was, like, there was 2 PDFs that each had, like, a part of the specifications. Okay, well, seriously, how is the CPU score not going up? I keep clocking the CPU higher, and the CPU score is just, like, hard stuck at 21,500. Also, the reason I went into computer systems engineering is because my math grades coming out of high school were way too bad to get into a electronics engineering degree of any kind. Because electronics engineering requires some pretty hard math that I am not able to do at all. 1.358 at idle. Also, try run single core and see what your voltage is in, like, single core Cinebench. Is this another funny Infinity Fabric limitation? It could also just be 3D Mark being weird. Why does PC freeze with 2 monitors when changing hertz or changing resolution in games with NVIDIA GPUs? Probably, and I'm not sure. I think AMD GPUs probably do the same thing. But if AMD don't do the same thing, it's because NVIDIA's multi-monitor handling is freaking terrible. Also, why did it just run windowed? They changed the course after 3 weeks from exams verbal to coursework only. Oh. Wait, what were you, studying? .3 running single core. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds like that's just actually really low. Actually, maybe try checking, like, pinning something to the boost cores to make sure that, like, they don't... Because the 5.9 cores will run lower voltages than the 6.2 cores usually. But I still think the worst the 6.2 cores would do is, like, 1.5-ish. I have a question. What is more reasonable to be more than the other long duration power? What? Your question doesn't really make any sense to me. Also, Ruin, were you having actual stability issues, or are you just, like, doing my fix because you want lower voltages? Because, like, I'm not sure if it'll actually fix the stability problems. 100%. Like, it fixes it for me on my CPU, but I'm not, 100% certain that it works everywhere. Just IT stuff making it... Oh. You have an 8600G? Can we have extreme APU only OC? I have an 8600G, but it, like, the problem I have with it is, like, the iGPU overclocking on that APU is literally just DDR5 overclocking in a trench coat. If I never have to see a DDR5 memory overclock again, I'd be so happy. Okay, no, that's not true. But, like, I am taking a vacation from the suffering that is DDR5. Test all-around GPU stability. I literally just test my GPU overclocks by playing games. It helps that I don't play any competitive multiplayer games, so if I crash, it only really annoys me. It's holding 6.2 on one of the cores? Well, then it sounds like you have the voltages... That actually sounds like your CPU is really good if it's doing 6.2 at 1.43. I just got this KS and I'm trying to avoid the degradation. Oh. Well, I'm not, like, I don't know if my settings avoid degradation, but at the very least they do bring the voltages down. Complain about DDR5? Oh, look, we finally got the CPU score that... Oh, and it made, like, absolutely no difference to the overall. Oh, well, at least it's 69. Nice. Actually, it is pretty nice. Oh, man, I'm just outside of top 30. I guess I could give the memory a little bit more and see if I can make it top 30. Man, what a setup. Wait, is that chilled or is his liquid just, like, questionable color? Okay, it's actually, yeah, it's just questionable color. How did it get that color? Like, what is he running in there? Did he run like a clear pastel and then just like... Also, what is... Oh, 5950X. Wait, how is his GPU score higher than mine? How am I so bad at this? He literally is running less core clock than me. And he's absolutely... He's on a 5950X. He has less GPU core clock, lower memory clock, and he's freaking... He's like 120 points above me. How? How? Like, how am I so bad at running NVIDIA cards? Like, maybe the card, like, clock stretches based on temperature? What driver is he on? He's on 531. Okay, that's newer than what I'm on. But, like, I went from, like, 5.5 something to 5.12, and the score didn't change. I am so bad at benching NVIDIA cards. Like, it is amazing how, like, it doesn't matter what it... At this point, 900 series, it doesn't matter what 900 series card I run. I am, like, 100 points down from everyone with my core, like... Oh, well, it is a classified, so I guess that could help. That could actually help a lot. The power delivery on those cards is just so nice. Okay, I guess I really should try some of the actually good 980 Ti's that I have to see if it's like, is it a skill issue or is it a card issue? I mean, I would not be surprised if I could literally, like, if that, like, I have a 20th anniversary Matrix, if that card, like, does, like, 1600 core and I still score like trash, I would not be surprised in the slightest. That would be, like, so in form for me. Anyway, I'm gonna raise the memory voltage again, because I want to try a little bit more memory clock. I think 1.75 to try run like 2200 almost. GPU Z and Afterburn. I mean, I guess we can try close those. Like, GPU Z could actually be slightly lowering the performance, but... How much would you pay for a 980 Ti Matrix? One locally for €160? I think I paid less even for my 20th anniversary edition. Let me check. I might have also paid, like, way more. Like, I am kind of a idiot when it comes to... Like, I'm a collector, and collectors are morons. Absolute, just brain dead. Degenerates. Buying, like, 5-year-old motherboards for retail. That's not inaccurate. Okay, not even... Okay, 5-year-old motherboards, no. It's like when you have, like, 10 or 15-year-old motherboards that you get the really degenerate pricing, where it's like, oh, the board is now worth what it was when it was new. But anyway, let me find that matrix. Lightning. Faulty ASIC card. Different ASIC. What? Man, what? How is the purchase history so bad? Wait, maybe it was a 980? Oh, no, I paid 100 quid for that, so I wasn't an idiot. Good job, Buildzoid. Didn't massively overpay for a 980 Ti. Actually, that's a really good price for a 980 Ti Matrix. Especially the 20th anniversary edition. There's freaking 980 Hall of Fames going for more than that. I mean, they're not going, but they're listed for more than that. Like, I wouldn't have been too surprised if it said 200 quid. I would have just felt really bad about past me. I definitely overpaid for my Vega 64 Nitro. Not a huge amount, but like I did overpay for that. Oh, and I also overpaid for a 980 amp. Mostly because at the time, like, I hadn't seen any of those in the UK for like actually ever, I don't think. Funnily enough, there's like the reason I say I overpaid is because I later saw a listing of the same 980. Lower price, but the seller thinks it's a 980 Ti. It's most definitely not a 980 Ti. Zotac never put that heatsink on a 980 Ti. They only ever used it on the 980 and 970. Are you kidding me, Time Spy? Why? Okay, but at least it ran properly, so we're gonna close this. Also, like, man, it's cool how I can run these memory clocks. I'm surprised that that's actually not more common on, like, no, not Steam, you idiot. Yeah, like, look at the freaking 980 Ti, like, clocks in the rankings. I guess it's because, like, you need a hardware mod for most cards to get memory voltage control. But, like, everybody's, like 2,000, like, that's not, there's no way. There's no way if you had voltage control, you'd stop at, like, 2,000 or, like, 2090. 2165, that actually looks like it has voltage control, maybe. Is it a... Oh, yeah, it's a Hall of Fame, so that's got voltage control. That's not that high, though. So, yeah. Also, 980 Ti's do actually benefit, at least the reference 980 Ti's benefit from having extra caps on the memory. I guess we'll also close Afterburner. Man, I don't trust Afterburner to keep the clock supplied. Oh, whoa, thanks, Ruin, for the 20 bucks. One more question, and I'll leave you alone. Do you think reaching 8200 with a G-Skill 7200 kit is possible? Possible, yes. How likely it is to work, like, for some reason, the Intel memory overclockers that are, like, somewhat, definitely, seemingly more successful than I am. I still have a suspicion that they just run fewer stress tests, or they just rerun the ones that failed until they stop failing. That's also an option. They seem to really hate G-Skill kits for some reason, and really, really like Team Group kits, specifically the 7600 rated Team Group kits. I don't know how much truth there is to that. I don't bin memory kits. Like, at all. And I just, yeah, like, that's not something I'm gonna, you know, test. So, like, I guess the main complaint for G-Skill is that they don't put a thermal pad on the power management IC, but I can't, like, I don't really see how that would cause that many issues. Then again, I also never got DDR5 8000 to work on an Intel CPU, so maybe I'm just dumb. And the PMIC cooling is a problem. But, like, I've not gotten 8000 to work even with memory kits rated for 8000 on Intel, so, like, that weren't made by G-Skill. I haven't tried any Team Group memory for DDR5. I don't, like, the thing is, I don't even wanna, because it's like, oh, I need to send an email, and then they send me a memory kit, and then if it's rated at, like, 7600, it's not even viable for Ryzen, and it's, like, with my luck, it's also not gonna work on Intel, and I'm gonna be in a really stupid situation where, you know, I have this, like, memory kit that, like, I can't get it running properly, so, like, ugh. It's like the main reason I don't request like heaps and heaps of memory kits. It's like the making content about memory kits is just like if it's low spec, it's safe because you can definitely overclock it. But if it's high spec, then it's like, man, if this doesn't work at XMP, I'm screwed. You have Z690? What? Oh, have a 690. You mean a GTX 690? Yeah. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have two of them. Yes, I do. I think one of them doesn't have a heatsink. My GPU collection is, well, okay, it's not that complete because there's like some crazy rare cards that are like, oh man, but they're so expensive. I wonder if the Mars on UK eBay is still up. Because there's a guy in the UK who has like this crazy collection of high-end, of like dual core cards. Yeah, it's still up. He has a Mars 2 for 1,600 quid. That's like open box. He also has one that's new in box for almost £3,000. Like, if I was rich, I'd be if I had, like, you know, popular influencer levels of money, I would totally buy that. Like, you know how there's, like, people who flex, like, Lamborghinis and stuff? It's like, look at my GPU, my 10-year-old. Actually, it's older than 10 years. It's, like, 13 years old. Yeah, look at my 13-year-old GPU that I bought for £3,000. Actually, I wouldn't buy the boxed one, because, I'd feel weird about unboxing it. But I wouldn't want to keep it in the box, because, like, if you don't run it, like, what's the point of having it? It's like having a car that sits in the garage all day. Anyway, that score was actually pretty decent, so evidently closing all the things was a good idea. And at this point, I've managed to, like, outscore my lauded score. Also, what's funny is, like, my CPU score isn't even that high again. I love this benchmark. It hates me. Hey, I made it all the way up to... I actually beat Watch My Debt. Nice. Wait, I don't have the clock... Oh, I guess I can just, like, render test GPU-Z. If you had Mr. Beast money... Oh, I would totally build, like, a full-blown, like, GPU museum. And we'd have multiple copies of every card, so I would have test cards and display cards, right? Like, the display cards would be, like, absolutely mint... And then there'd be the, like, victim cards, which would be not mint at all. And also the same for motherboards. And, like, I'd want to have, like, high-res pictures of all of the PCBs, measurements for everything. I wonder... The thing, like... The one thing that would annoy me is I wouldn't have measurements of factory condition cards. Right? Like, I wouldn't know, like, every card that I'd probably, like, especially the rarer ones, like, every one of them would probably be used. So I wouldn't have, like, oh, this is how this card, like, how well the power delivery worked when it was brand new. I wouldn't have that. That would be the one thing that you could, like, I couldn't have, but... Victim cards. I mean, that's what I consider, like, this is a victim card. That's what I consider all of the, like, GPUs that get modified and everything is, like, well, it depends, yeah, like, there's victim cards, which is mostly reference PCBs, because I could not give less of a damn about what happens to those. It's like, it's bad when, like, it was bad when it was new, it's not gonna get worse now. I'd have to actively try to make it worse. The only way a reference card can get worse is if one of the power stages blows, like, dies so hard that I can't, repair the phase, and it ends up running with one phase less. Actually, yeah. Liquid, technically solid polymer solid capacitors are a type of electrolytic capacitor. Okay? It's the distinction is liquid versus solid electrolytic capacitors. But yeah, actually, I'm not really interested in anything old enough that it would have liquid capacitors, so I don't care about that. That's not a concern. And the solid ones can degrade. Like that 980 Ti, like the very first 980 Ti that I actually repaired the dead, like, blown up V-core phase, the capacitors were really degraded. Like, massively degraded. Like, I ended up installing literally an entire dead GTX 690 worth of capacitors on that thing to get it to clock properly. Because when I first measured it on the oscilloscope, it was like 400 millivolts. I think it was 450 peak to peak. And it clocked like trash. It maxed out at like 1350 core. And as far as I can tell, the entire reason for that was that the output filtering capacitors got absolutely nuked when that power stage died. Because this thing, which had far less damage to the dead power stage, like this actually didn't rip the switch node off, right? Like it's pretty typical that if you have a 980 Ti with a dead power stage, the power stage welds itself to the switch node, and then you end up ripping the switch node off with the power stage when you go to lift it. This actually, the power stage came off clean, which was very surprising. I really was like, whoa. It's legit, like, it just came off. It's like, whoa. Anyway, so yeah, the power stage came off clean, and when I measured this, it was under 300 millivolts peak to peak at stock. And it like overclocked to like 1500 with no mods. And honestly, it's not even very heavily modified right now. Like, yeah, I have a core voltage mod, memory voltage, but like the V-Core VRM is not very heavily modified at all, in my opinion, and it runs great. It clocks great. It's like these capacitors probably are not in factory factory condition or anywhere near it, but like they are very far away from that card that was doing 450 after the repair. So yeah, that's like, I find that very interesting. I wish I could have more data on that, but like gathering data on that is just like a massive pain. I need to, like, I also have a blower card that had where I repaired the VRM, so I should measure that one as well. To see how that one does. The issue is that EVGA card, I can't remeasure it because the way I soldered on the extra capacitors is like, I mean, I could pull it off, but I really don't want to. I mean, I wouldn't go with every motherboard and GPU ever made, but every, like, noteworthy one, or, like, what I consider noteworthy would go in. And obviously, if I had spare, like, if you know, eventually I would run out of noteworthy things to put in the museum, so we can just put in everything at some point. Right? If I had unlimited budget, yeah, sure, it could expand to absolutely everything. So then you could actually have, like, really interesting comparison data between, like, the absolute bare minimum versus the very best configurations. But I guess, well, I get the issue is if you're using used hardware, right? Again, it's like you don't know how much it degraded from factory condition. Just so, like, that annoys me so much. Because, like, even if you replaced all the components, it's like, where are you even gonna source, like, 10-year-old power stages? How are you gonna know that they're actually good condition? Right? Or 10-year-old capacitors. I guess what you could do is, like, replace them with, like, new equivalents, but, like, that's not necessarily going to be comparable. I have a 1070. If you have an EVGA 1070 that melted, is it an FTW or is it an SC? If it's an FTW, it probably blew up the V-Core VRM, and the card is fine. You just need to fix the V-Core situation. I would recommend replacing that V-Core VRM entirely with, like, an E-Power or something. Oh, if it's an SC. Did the memory VRM blow up? Because if the memory VRM blew up, then it completely killed all the memory chips. That's, like, a super common... yeah, like, that's a super common problem for, like, 1070s. With the reference PCB is that the memory VRM blows up and kills all of the memory chips and the memory controller, and then the whole card is just scrap. You ohmed out the memory, it's done. Yep. Well, you can still use the V-Core, like, capacitors as spare parts. Make your own GPUs? Because I mean, I'd have to hire a bunch of engineers for that. But yeah, if I literally had unlimited money, then yeah, why not just hire a bunch of engineers? Buy a factory, build a factory, right? Like, Hey, making progress. Hey, okay, this is actually going quite well now. Am I actually gonna get like a good time spy score? Oh man, these rankings are brutal. I'm 2 points, so I'm a point away. 1 point. Okay, what CPU is he using? Oh, 13900K. Yeah, see that? Oh man, so I got CPU'd. Yeah, I'm literally getting CPU'd. Well, we found somebody whose GPU score is worse than mine. Who's getting hard carried by the CPU. I mean, his clocks are worse, so okay. I kind of wonder if I just reran it, if I'd get lucky and it might not, like, get over. Oh, actually, that's like 2 scores right there. So I could go all the way up to 25th if I just got a slightly higher score. Like, literally 2 points. If I get 2 more points. I bet it'll run if I bump the memory a little bit more. That's such a small memory increase that honestly I think the random run-to-run variance will make more of a difference, but hey. Pray for the RNG of the benchmark. Yeah, that's the one thing with hardware bot is like making sure that your screenshots are okay is kind of a pain. Especially because, like, you'd think that at this point there would be just, like, a special app that you just click and it launches all the required validation stuff, but no. No, there isn't. You have to open your CPU-Z, and then another CPU-Z for your memory, and then your GPU-Z, and then you probably also want to show your GPU-Z core clock, so you need to open another GPU-Z, and then run the render test, because there's no better way to do this. Does your Windows... no, as you can modify your Windows quite extensively. What? Almost... I literally got 7569 twice in a row. Strix 4090, I don't feel like that's normal. So with 4090s, if you clock the memory too high, they just start hitting the error correction. So that's probably what's happening. Check that your scores aren't dropping. You know what I find really funny about like some of these like especially these kind of like 980 Ti overclocking live stream or yeah, GPU overclocking live streams or really any of these overclocking live streams is like I'm always like, "Oh, it'll be a short stream, you know, just run some 3D Mark for like maybe 3-4 hours. It's going to be chill, you know, get some high scores and then 6 hours later it's like we are going up by 1 point." I don't like. It has literally been 6.5 hours. What I find really interesting, though, is that, like, well, I guess it is, like, 10 a.m. in 10, 11 a.m. in Europe, so I guess it makes sense that, like, there's people watching. Yes! Well, now I can't stop, can I? Like, it's score go up. We need to keep going until score don't go up. See? 3 more points, man! 3 more! Just 3 more points, dude! Okay, but I am actually saving this one. Oh no, I have GPU Z always on top. Wait, what's the rules for the 3D Mark window? Is that enough of it? That should be enough, right? I mean, I'm gonna be posting a validation link anyway, so I guess it shouldn't be a problem. Wait, where do I even put this? Ah, I can't grab it, damn it. I'm pretty sure this is valid. Yeah. Wait, is my CPU Z up to date enough? And my GPU Z up to date enough? I don't, like, there's not really been any new hardware releases, so they should be. And CPU Z version 2.0, wait, is my sysinfo up to date? Oh yeah, I'm on 568, and it says 555 or newer. Cool, so everything is valid. All good. So, print screen, because you can never have too many screenshots. And then we're gonna save this 980 Ti TS1. And we're just going to put that on the desktop. And then we're going to run it. Do I just clock the memory higher again? I'm really surprised that TimeSpy is passing with these memory clocks. Because, like, for Firestrike, this was a massive problem. And TimeSpy is usually heavier. Like, 3 more points. Like, I can get 3 more points, right? Also, CPU is running like 5.6, which is kind of wild. I don't think I wonder if it would run Vantage at 5.6. Vantage, I think we'd definitely have to downclock the card because it's so freaking long. I actually have Vantage. Actually, Vantage on the 980 Ti might get hard carried by the 7950X, so that's definitely worth running. Oh, this stream is never gonna end. Yeah, because Vantage is like super CPU biased. I'm gonna assume that my, like, GPU score is gonna be, like, terrible. Yeah, I can get a good Vantage score, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, top 30 in theory should be easy. Gaming M7 Go, with a 10900X I kind of doubt it, though I don't know what the VRM on that board looks like, so give me a second. Well, the heatsink sucks on the VRM, so I'd probably point a fan at it, but I don't know what the power stages are. Actually, I don't even know if it uses power stages, because you can get X299 motherboards with freaking dual NFETs. Actually, I think there's some X299 motherboards from MSI that have, like, Nyko Semiconductor discrete MOSFETs. Which is actually just horrendous. Wait, it looks like it just uses International Rectifier 3555s. So actually, the VRM on that is good. That looks like it might be better than the VRM you get on an Apex. Yeah, that might actually be a better VRM than what you get on an Apex. Because, like, Asus has this thing for, like, weirdly small VRMs back in the day. Actually, that's not true, but their ROG division did. Like, try find a mainstream ROG motherboard. Actually, try find an ROG motherboard before, like, older than X299 with more than 8-phase V-core. Good luck. Because they don't exist. And the score went down because the CPU score went down. Why? Stupid benchmark. Dumb benchmark. Anyway, I think the GPU score went up a bit, though. So we'll actually just run that again, because the CPU score seems to go up and down by like 600 points run to run, which is just the stupidest thing ever, but, you know, benchmarking. Yeah, it is actually a better VRM than the Apex. It's 10-phase 3555s. It's, like, not bad. Aorus Pro Master, ROG Strix Mobo for OC. OC of what? Do you follow Master Boot Record and Keygen Church? No. I have heard of them. And yeah, I've heard the comparison of my music being very similar to them as well. But like I usually listen to like various core subgenres of metal. So like metalcore, deathcore, not really that much deathcore. Like mainly a lot of metalcore, but I also like hardcore, like punk. So, but I like my metal with like electronic influences, because like my very first, like the very first band I really liked was Linkin Park. So, yeah. Do you listen to Dance Gavin Dance? No, but I have heard of them. Stream is stuttering. Yeah, I know. I can't do anything about it. I do listen to a little bit of Gojira, but not that much. Like, they have some good songs, but like a lot of their other, like, yeah, they have some really good tracks, and then a lot of the other stuff is just kind of eh. And I really like bands that have like entire strong albums, like, because I usually listen to my music in like album by album. Oh, and the memory finally didn't want to run that. I mean, I'm tempted to just give it a little bit more voltage, to be completely honest. Where's the thingy for adjusting the volts? There it is. You know, just like 15 millivolts, I think will do it. I'm also not really much of a fan of Lamb of God. Like, recently I've been really enjoying the newest Mouth Breather album, and my most recent, like, discovery would be Dying Wish. Yeah, the Symptoms of Survival album is really good. Oh, also the new Harm's Way album, also very good. Though I think out of those three, I would rate the newest Mouth Breather album as best. Is BIOS memtest 86 reliable? I'm not sure. I've not heard good things about memtest 86 from people who have like tested it against other memory tests. The issue is with memory stress tests, like, to some extent you can, like, you do need to run them a long time, in my opinion, to get good result, like, to get reliable data out of them, and then you need to run them a bunch, and it's just like, it gets really tedious to, especially, like, compare them against each other, so I just prefer to, like, so I just go with the, like, well, just run them all. But yeah, I don't really know anybody that, like, considers memtest 86 like a solid memory test. Oh, I guess that is one way you could check it, is like intentionally punch in settings that are dumb and then see if it passes. As far as I know, memtest 86 is pretty good at picking up straight up defective memory sticks. Please give me a good physics score. Come on. Go 7950X, go! Show those Intel CPUs what, like, terrible memory bandwidth you got. I don't think that's gonna... I don't think that was a good run. Well, we'll see, I guess. Yeah, the CPU score, wait. Okay, I think it's maxed. I give up. I mean, like, that TimeSpy score is good. The, like, 7603, but... Because now it's, like, floating around and I don't feel like running the same thing over and over and over and over again just to get a good score, so... let's go find out if Vantage is even going to run with these CPU settings, but we're going to first drop the GPU a bit, because I don't think there's any chance of it running at, like, maxed out TimeSpy settings. Vantage is really long. The core seems to be really, like this, yeah, like, the core seems to be really stable. Anyway, we're going to skip straight to the CPU tests, because I don't know that 5.6 can run Vantage CPU. Also, like, I'm not sure about the CPU temps. Oh wait, something moved. Ah, well, I don't know what moved, so evidently it wasn't important. So this part is actually easier than the second part, so this passing doesn't really mean much. It's the second one that's called Crash and Burn that's, like, scary. And we might have already just crashed, so... Yep. And that's what it looks like when you're running 2 high CPU clocks for Vantage. And we need to restart, because I need to go in the BIOS and lower the clocks or raise the voltage, and I think in this case we'll go with lower the clocks. So, if you set your frequencies impossibly high, it will just not post. And on some hardware, it'll actually bug out and boot up anyway and, like, not be running at those clocks. If you set your voltage to the max, it'll instantly kill your CPU, depending on the motherboard. If your motherboard lets you set 2 volts, it will insta-kill your CPU. Like, yeah, it will instantly die. Or almost instantly die. Like, it kind of depends, but at 2 volts, I think most modern hardware, if you're on air cooling, it's just gonna die. You won't even get an indication that it's trying to boot. It's gonna go from working to not as soon as the voltage regulator gets to 2 volts. I'm talking about the CPU. 2 volts for the RAM? Yeah, your RAM's probably going to survive that. The CPU? No. Man, I really want to hook up the oscilloscope to this motherboard. Because it has a monolithic power systems voltage regulator, which, like, it's the only AM5 board with a monolithic power systems voltage regulator, and I really wonder how it behaves. Because, like, the ASIC gene was amazing. Like, actually, just amazing power delivery. And all the other motherboards I measured were kind of eh. So I'm really wondering, like, does MSI perhaps have a board that's, like, comparable to the gene? Or is it meh? We don't need to run that test. Wait, is it gonna not give me a physics score? Oh, you stupid pile of trash. Oh. Yeah, Vantage is a bit weird on modern systems. Like, actually, I'm not 100% certain if you have to fully restart it, but, like, that is a thing that on some... Nope, we want those. We don't want these. That you have to, like, sometimes restart the UI, because otherwise, like, the score won't save properly or something. What, the X670? I think it's stupid. If it was a 1 dim per channel, sure, but it's a 2 dim per channel, so no. Are you gonna paywall 2 dimmers? We will not make 4 dimmers. You want to build a data center? Go buy a Supermicro. You want your RAM to be unstable? Go buy a freaking literally anything else. SLDKJH. I don't know what beef you have with Wasp Machine, but, like, nobody here cares. So, like, you know, that. That is not as high as I was hoping it would be. Yes, that's why he keeps complaining, because you have him blocked. But, like, especially since you have him blocked, like, why spam the chat? Like, did you do any Apex content? No. Okay, so I think maybe 565... Like, I don't think... Well, it's a Ryzen 7000. I think it'll actually just thermally roll over before it, like, becomes a problem, so... I don't think my video titles are so obscure that it wouldn't say Apex Encore if I did something with the Encore. According to him, the only thing you understand is having a 5950X, which would not surprise me. Oh no, I pressed the wrong thing! I'm surprised system info didn't crash, because that's actually pretty common, is that system info will crash if your CPU overclock is too high, because it briefly loads like 100% of the CPU and then it crashes. Oh man, I remember that being a massive pain on X299, because on X299 the system info scan is literally heavier than 3D Mark Firestrike physics. So, like, you can run higher clocks for the physics test than you can run for the the 3D Mark loading screen, which is just amazing. I consider the Apex Encore to be basically a perfect motherboard, except for the part where it comes with an Intel CPU socket. That seems like a major design flaw, if you ask me. I don't know why you'd make such a good board for such bad CPUs. I usually just go with, like, run an hour of Y-Cruncher and then run a memory test of your choice overnight. And whatever it runs for overnight, so like you start the test and then you go to sleep, and if you wake up, there's no errors, good. Like for my own videos, I usually go a bit past that, to the detriment of my mental health. But yeah, for like my personal system my personal system still hasn't been memory stress tested. I do like to live dangerously. Why is the voltage not going up? But the thing is, like, my daily system also runs, like, the easy Hynix timings, so, you know, probably don't need to stress test that. At literally DDR5 6000, because the CPU in my daily has a garbage memory controller that doesn't really do 6200 at all. Man, this motherboard, cursed. Extremely cursed. Why is the core voltage still at 1.3 MSI? What is this? Run all the stress tests at the same time. Yeah, that generally makes them not work very well, so I would not recommend that. So evidently the voltage readout in the BIOS is accurate. It's not bugged out. That is actually, like, it is working. So here's my workaround. You're gonna love this. Because you see how now it says 1.33? So now we switch it to AMD Overclock. And I bet it'll still be at 1.33. Right? Or am I wrong? Oh, no. No, it's not at 1.33. Well, that is freaking stupid. Wait, so if I try to do this, it's gonna get stuck at fucking, like, 500 megahertz again, isn't it? If I can boot 6600 at... yeah, no, if you're erroring 5 minutes into a stress test at 1.3 SoC, that is not gonna work. But you might be able to run, like, 6500 with, like... if you use 6400 and then bump the BCLK a little. But that's kind of pointless, if you ask me. Like, you're probably better off running, like, 6400 with 2133 Infinity Fabric and calling it a day. Because, like, pushing, like, BCLKing your way from 6400 to 6500, like, it works, but it can cause issues with things like your M.2 SSD or whatever. So, do you really want to do that for, like... 1.5% more memory clock? Because I wouldn't. Oh wait, we're at like snail mode. Yep, we're back in snail mode. Actually, we can just pull up Task Manager. Yay, snail mode. Why is this board like this? Man, and I was like starting to like this board, and then it's like, oh, and then I tried to actually overclock the CPU. No, I refuse to buy. I have to redo my memory overclock. I am extremely lazy. Are you... man, I've been mashing the delete key and it manages to get past me anyway. Also, I bet you the BIOS update won't fix it. That would actually, like, not even surprise me. Because, like, I don't know how this is broken. Like, this is literally, like, I don't think, like, not even Gigabyte is capable of producing things like this. I am going to auto your face. MSI confirmed worst? Kinda, I guess. Wait, so does override... Wait, what about... Oh, no. Oh my god, this is so stupid! Like, it's gotta be this, right? Like, come on. Finally! Well, I think it crashed again. Yep, the keyboard's dead. Oh, you know what? We'll check hardware info just in case. You never know what new cursed behavior the motherboard might demonstrate. Nah, all good. Actually, I kind of wonder what the... Well, I guess... You know what? I do kind of wonder what the load voltage ends up being. Because, like, I don't know what the Mode 5 LLC is. At all. I've literally not done any CPU overclocking with this motherboard until today. Can you tell? Man, I am bad at drinking water. Oh boy. I am so bad at drinking water. Also, it just rolled over. Oh boy. Okay, so this is definitely rolled over at this point. So we'll try it at, like, just a little bit of voltage. Maybe I'll drop the second CCD. Because that one tends to suck a lot. You think you were a fish? No, I don't even really know what I did. Like... I feel like I, like, smacked myself in the throat with the water there. Because yeah, I don't think I tried to inhale, but yeah, I'm bad at drinking water. Oh, wait, I am lost in chat. There's like a discussion about some kind of RAM thing, and I am like, is it DDR4 or DDR5? I can't even tell. I give up. Vantage, more important. What, are we back in snail mode or something? Or is it just crashing? Or like what? It sure feels like snail mode. Oh, you know, there is a small chance that the voltage is now just slightly too low and it's just disintegrating. No, we're not in snail mode. We're just, I guess, very unstable. We'll try to run it anyway. See what happens. Like, what's the worst that can happen? It can just crash. Well, have I got news for you? 980 Ti's are extremely cheap on eBay, and they're especially cheap if you know how to repair dead power stages. Evidently, that is not enough. Oh, wait, no, it is running. Huh. Interesting. So why was Windows being so freaking weird? Titan Vs are also very rare. Like, you don't see them listed very often, but yeah, if I definitely want one. I want to measure one. Also overclock it. Wait, so 1.32, man, this is the thing with Ryzen, is like, you need to get the voltage, like, just right. Or, that second CCD is trash. Well, that's the thing, it could have been rolling over, so maybe this is just right. Because if you set the voltage on Ryzen 7000 a little bit too high, it just doesn't work. It's not like Intel, where it just hits the thermal limit. And runs anyway. Hey, 150k. So now I actually want to check what our load voltage is, because I don't know what the mode 5 V-droop is. Man, I will really want to hook up an oscilloscope to this board. Yeah, see, this is the problem with Vantage, is you run it once and the UI breaks. It's great. How much bitrate? I'm using 6,000 something, and the connection keeps dropping, I think, from my end. Probably have to delid to run above 1.25? Yeah, I think so. Wait, did it just... Oh no, it passed. Yeah, I'd say definitely if you want to run it above 1.25. Well, it depends on the workload, because like Vantage isn't that heavy. Oh, there's like no V-droop. So Mode 5 LLC is actually very flat. Okay, I expect the voltage regulation on this is also terrible. Because that's like the main thing I noticed with the AM5 boards is like the AMD spec for the stock load line is like no V-droop. Like, AMD's CPUs now have, like, power delivery that looks more like NVIDIA power delivery, like NVIDIA GPU power delivery than, like, anything else. And, like, the way NVIDIA approaches the power delivery for their GPUs is, like, yeah, there's, like, no V-droop, and the core just stretches through any undershoot. And it seems to work pretty great for NVIDIA. I mean, there is like a little bit of V-droop, but it's like minimal. So you have like huge undershoot, huge overshoot. It's basically impossible to get a, like, yeah, I think it might actually be impossible for a 900 series card to have less than 200 millivolts peak to peak. Because even like the 980 Ti Lightning, I measured it. It's like 220 peak to peak, which is really high for like a high-end GPU. Like for comparison, like a 680, the really good 680s are like 120 millivolts peak to peak, but they have V-droop. A GTX 480, a reference GTX 480 is like 150 millivolts peak to peak, right? And then like flagship 980 Ti's are in the 200 millivolts plus range, because NVIDIA's approach to core voltage regulation is like, yeah, just, you know, it doesn't matter if the voltage is going up and down like crazy if the core just stretches the clocks anytime there's not enough voltage. And it seems to work pretty well for them. Alright, like... Man, I wonder what the 2080 Ti Strix looks like. Because I got a Strix off of eBay for like 60, 70 quid. Blown up V-Core power stage. Really surprised that it was a blown up V-Core power stage, but yeah, blown up V-Core power stage. I should have a replacement power stage this week. And then I want to run it and measure it. I also have a reference 2080 Ti that I can compare it against, so that should be interesting. If you're on the boost system, there's like no whatever voltage, like whatever drop in voltage you see is the vid doing that. Oh wait, I'm running it without LOD. Well, I actually kind of want to see how it scores without LOD. Right? We want, like, let's see how the benchmark goes without LOD and then run it with LOD. Can you do a repair stream or a video on repair? No, because my repair process usually goes something like, I diagnose the issue, and then I wait, like, a week for parts, or, I spend, like, several hours thinking about how I want to solve the issue. And also, like, I don't use a microscope for all of my soldering, so, like, the filming portion of it actually is, like, a real struggle. This is running, like, surprisingly well. Doesn't Vantage have a section that drops to like 100? Oh, there we go. I'm like, why is the frame rate so high? Vantage's first GPU test is like weirdly CPU heavy. Does the R9 Fury X scale on a chiller? A little. I'd imagine it would probably pick up like 20 megahertz. Depends how good your chiller is. If you get it down to like minus 50, which you can get chillers that go that low, but, you know, they run more like alcohol than water at that point. You might actually be able to run like 1250 core. Man, so the start of this bench, like, just now, that was, like, super CPU bottleneck based on the scope. I think that was, like, a massive CPU bottleneck at the start of the bench. I am way more okay with long 3D benchmarks than I am with long CPU benchmarks. Like, Vantage is one of the, like, longest 3D benchmarks, and yet, like, I don't find it anywhere near as annoying as, say, SuperPi. I really hate SuperPi. Because it's both long and I'm bad at it. But even, like, the 32 billion Pi Prime is, like, I am not a fan. Because it takes forever. Okay, I'm not sure if this is CPU bottleneck. It might be. It's really hard to tell, because there have been occasions where I thought something was a CPU bottleneck when it was actually the GPU just being slammed. As in, like, there was, like, because the issue is with the way NVIDIA does their power delivery, you can't really tell the difference between GPU is actually just pulling, like, 200 amps non-stop versus CPU bottleneck. So, yeah, I'm not, like, it could have been a bit CPU bottlenecked in places, or it was actually just maxed out. Why are you bad at it? I'm just bad at it. Yeah, I can't imagine the cache would help for Vantage. It doesn't even really scale with memory. Like, I think a memory, like, running JDEC versus slightly overclocked memory is like 2,000 points in the physics test. It scales way more with core clocks. Okay, good CPU score, and the GPU score, I mean, I don't have LOD right now, so... Yeah, not super competitive, but that's because for Vantage, I think absolutely everyone runs LOD. I don't know what the optimal LOD for Vantage is, so that's going to be fun. Alright, so where am I in these rankings? Like, well, it's not that far down. Man, that is a really good CPU score for... Oh, wait, it's Windows 7. I guess that might help. Because, yeah, I tried Windows 10 for Vantage, and on, like, 13th gen, like, the CPU score goes up and down by, like, 20k. It's just ridiculous. Well, let's see. We'll do LOD and see what happens, I guess. I do kind of want to end the stream at this point, because it's been 7.5 hours. Replay mode all. I think we're just going to max it all the way out, see what happens, and then... Alright, I need to relaunch Vantage because the UI breaks. Can I get Windows 7 to boot on 12th gen? Yup. Don't ask me how to do it, I don't. Like, I can't do it, other people can do it. We're not going to be able to read the FPS again, are we? Okay, this section is definitely hitting some CPU bottlenecks in places. But as far as I know, that's actually, like, for Vantage, that's like, it's always CPU bottlenecked. To some extent. Man, now I want to run it on an Intel CPU just to see if it does the same thing. Because when I was benching, like, Crossfire setups with the 7950X, it was, like, the GPU score was fine. But then the AMD GPU drivers are, like, very single-threaded. So they might actually be better for this? I'm not sure. Why would a $600 Z790 Dark Kingpin be a scam? If you have an Apex Encore, I wouldn't swap an Encore for a Dark, but why would that be a scam? That's not that low. So it looks like this section right here... Oh, actually the FPS is really low, so it might actually be CPU bottleneck for that part. I mean, the board was, what, like 800 retail? So that's really not that low. Can you crossfire a 290X and a 390X? Yes. And if you wanted to post that to hardware bot, you'd have to post it as a 390X crossfire setup. Not that that would give you any down, like it wouldn't really screw you at all. Because like a 290X isn't any slower than a 390X. It's just you'd get less points, I guess, than if you had two 290Xs. Man, it's amazing seeing the, like, one frame getting drawn. You can just see... Oh, you guys can't see the full oscilloscope trace, but I can just see that frame, like, pop up and slowly, like, travel. I mean, like, it doesn't actually travel, but it, like, hops over to the other end of the screen. Well, my GPU score is Lasuk, so that's not very surprising, but how do I compare to all the other scores? Well, we're not getting 100K. I am beating this, what is it? 5.8 gigahertz, 13900K? Oh, but this guy's running with just 8 E-cores. Yeah, his physics score is, like, really bad compared to mine. And he still has, like, slightly more GPU score than I do. Right, this is 1463. Oh, it doesn't... I don't have details. Wait, we have a 7950X. Wait, okay. This is on a chiller. So what kind of clocks was this? Oh no, it doesn't say. It doesn't say. Well, I can't match that CPU score because, like, no chiller. Oh man, he's able to bench at 1.4? Damn. Oh, wait, I forgot to switch the scenes. You can tell that I've been streaming too long, because it's getting worse. He's also running DDR5 8000, man. That is a cool setup. I wish we had a picture of the cool setup, but like, yeah, that's a pretty cool setup. And then we've got a 13900K on Windows 7 with way higher GPU score, but also I'm pretty sure those clocks are way above mine. Let's quickly pull up GPU Z. Because, yeah, I don't... Like, I guess I could push the GPU a little harder. Oh, wait, they wouldn't be that much higher than mine. Well, actually, we're not sure about that, because it's an... Like, that's the thing with the NVIDIA cards, is that the core clock readout in the software can actually just straight up lie to you. I guess I could push the GPU a tad harder. But the other thing I wanted to try, because I'm wondering, right? NVIDIA has that, what is it? Yeah, they have the threaded optimization thing, so I'm like wondering... Maybe... Let's try it off, and then try it on, and see which one does better. Well, actual core clock, it should be running like 1537, I think. $1528. Actually, this is a bit low. Will the core voltage slider bug out again? No, 1528. Yeah, so a bit low. Like, it can definitely, like, there's room, but we'll worry about the room after I test this, like, threaded optimization thing. And I guess I could try fiddling with the LOD some more. Like, this might not be optimal in the current setup. I don't really, like, I don't do much NVIDIA. What, 960 doing like 1600? My 960 doesn't do 1600. Also, most 980 Ti's stop at around 1500. Plus minus 50. If you have a really, really bad one, it'll stop at like 1450. If you have a really, really good one, it might do 1600. And that's actually kind of, as far as I can tell, that's basically true for all Maxwell GPUs. I wonder if the threaded optimization will show up on the oscilloscope. Well, if it did anything, it doesn't look any different. You know, I'm honestly kind of excited for the 9950X. Like, I'm really hoping it just, like, gives us the, like... Actually, the 5950X to 7950X for Vantage is fine. It's really like Firestrike, where the 7950X is just a massive disappointment. Like, how is it so bad at Firestrike? Perfectly good at everything else, and then there's Firestrike. Actually, Time Spy is also not great, but Firestrike is, like, especially bad. Your Firestrike options are basically slower than a 5950X, or barely faster than a 5950X with the 7950X in terms of settings. I really wanted them to not skip 8000. Yeah, 8800X3D would be cool. Also, 8950X is less weird to say than like 9950X in my opinion. Well, an RX 480 is roughly the same like... An RX 480 might be actually... Yeah, that's about the same performance as a GTX 980. Maybe slightly slower, depending on the game. 3D Mark said only times Pi Extreme works. Yeah, but it works with, like, Threadrippers. So the 7950X is bad at that, too. Because for times Pi Extreme, you can literally use a Threadripper to get a bigger score. But the thing is with the 7950X is, like, the 5950X was actually really good at Firestrike. And then you get the 7950X, and it's really bad at Firestrike. It's like, what happened? Probably the Infinity Fabric not getting any faster. You know, I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe turning the threaded optimization off is actually better for CPUs that have, like, really strong ST. Because, like, as far as I know, the main idea behind the the threaded driver optimization would be that if you had, like, an FX CPU, it would spread the render load, like, the driver load across multiple cores. But that's only really helpful if your cores suck. Because otherwise, you just have a bunch of multi-threading overhead. Right? Because if you have, like, if you have single-threaded performance to spare, you're better off just dedicating, like, an entire core to the GPU driver than trying to spread it out and then having all the, like, multi-threading overhead from that. So, like, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if turning it off was actually faster. Then again, it might harm the physics score. But yeah, I don't know. Nah, I don't think Windows 10 is stupid enough to shuffle the render thread between the two CCDs. At least for the GPU test. Once the physics test hits, I think that all hell might break loose. But for the GPU tests, I don't see why it would have any issues with that. That helped. Yeah, that is almost 96,000, whereas before we were, like, nowhere near that. Then again, it could also be run-to-run variance, which is super annoying. Right, so where was that? Oh yeah, because I want to beat that other 7950X. Oh yeah, I already beat him on GPU score, so I'm just getting wrecked on CPU. So yeah, evidently, like, threaded optimization... Oh wait, no, my GPU's also clocked way higher than his. Especially on the memory. But... So, I guess I should try turning it back on again. But I also want to get this stream over with, so I'm actually thinking more like I'm just gonna bump the clocks back up and pray, I guess. This is like... I am very bad at judging how long something is going to take. Because I was really like, oh yeah, we'll just do like a chill, short 980 Ti overclocking stream. And then 7 hours later, almost 8 hours later, we're over here like 100 more points, bro. Just 100 more points. Run the benchmark again. But I actually, like, enjoy doing this. Like, for whatever reason, I like to see number go up. I will actually just sit there moving, like, sliders and changing settings for hours at a time. Which makes sense. If you look at the two, like, there's two kinds of video games I like. Video games where you sit optimizing things with small adjustments for hours at a time. Okay, not quite that bad. And games that are just very, very fast movement. Hence the, like, racing games and arena shooters. And the best part is with racing games that include, like, tuning options. So you can sit there fiddling with car performance settings for hours. RX 480 versus 980 Ti. RX 480 gets freaking wrecked. Like, absolutely wrecked. Like, AMD has been, like, very behind NVIDIA on the GPU front for a very long time. Like, AMD didn't have a response to the 980 Ti until Vega. Which was basically just a really overclocked Fury X. And by that I mean AMD didn't have a card that was, like, consistently faster than a 980 Ti until Vega. Wait, my overclock just got reset. That's bad. Actually, I guess we'll lower the core clock a smidge, because I think that was a core clock crash. We need to do that with a voltage slider, otherwise it bugs out after a crash. Yeah, I think that was a core clock crash. I don't think that was memory. I might be wrong about that, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Yep, I remember poor Volta. What's kind of sad to me is, like, AMD was finally like, AMD has just the worst timing with some of their, like, GPU launches, because the 6000 series was actually legitimately competitive. So of course there was a mining craze. Like, the 60, and then also, but the issue is, like, AMD, like, I don't, like, my biggest frustration with the 6000 series is that AMD started enforcing, like, arbitrary overclocking limits. Like, the 6800 XT just has a lower max core clock setting than a 6900 XT. Why? Because screw you, I guess. Do you know what the core clock limit on an RTX 3050 is? Exactly the same as the core clock limit on an RTX 3090 Ti. Probably because NVIDIA realizes that neither of those cards is ever going to hit that clock limit, but, you know. It's about the principle. Whereas with AMD GPUs, it's like, yeah, so the 6800 XT has a max core clock limit of 2850. And then the, 2850 on the 6800 XT. 6800 is like 2650 because screw you especially hard. And then, and it's just like all throughout the lineup, you just have random core clock limits, and it's just... And that's why I now have a 4070 Ti, because I got very offended by AMD's overclocking restrictions. Also, the oscilloscope trace is looking weird. I wonder if the card is like barely unstable or something. Because like the memory is still too high, maybe? And then we get 7000 series, and 7000 series is back to good old AMD form of just not being fast. It's just, like, we're just back to not being competitive with NVIDIA. Amazing. Actually, the other reason I have a 4070 Ti is that I got it on eBay for less than the price of a 7900 XT. Isn't the, like, 7800 XT kind of similar in price to, like, some other similarly fast NVIDIA card now? Oh no, I guess it is still, like, doing okay. Because it is a bit faster than a 4070. And, like, slower than a 4070 Super, but the Super's, like, more expensive. It's actually kind of... Wait, is it actually that much more expensive? Because let me just check this. We're gonna pull up a PC part picker. I'll let you know if the benchmark crashes. Yep, we're on the United States. Video cards. $600. That I think should cover the 4070s. Yeah, so it's 4070 Super, 7900 GRE, 7800 XT at... Oh, that's like a special edition, so it's ludicrously overpriced, of course. Benchmark's still running. We have a bunch of random... You know what? I should have just done this. Where? Oh man, 4070s are so overpriced. So yeah, that's like a good 20% more money for like... Not 20% more performance. Or, okay, it's not quite 20, but... It's like the wild thing is, like, going from $500 to $600 doesn't... At least to me, it doesn't sound like a huge difference, but it's actually like a 20% bump. Like, that's a lot. Yeah, so that's... So $584 for the cheapest 4070. And the cheapest 7800 XT is $479. So yeah, it's like $100 extra. For like, I think 10% more performance? Yeah, roughly. Not, yeah, basically 10. I'm judging it off the, like, Tech Power Up review. Or even less than that if you're at, like, 1440p, apparently. Right, because here it's 92 to 99, and here it's 91 to 99. So yeah, the 7800 XT is actually legitimately good value. Oh no, the bench crashed again. Oh wait, no it didn't. It just didn't score very well. Huh, so I guess it might be too unstable in that first part with the memory clock. I'll try slightly less memory. See if that helps. Oh wait, no. Also, the 7800 XT, as far as I know, should have some pretty decent overclocking headroom, because I don't think it has like a super low max core clock, does it? And I think the same is true for the 7700 XT, but I'm not sure. The thing is, the 7700 XT released at like a stupid price because it's AMD, and, you know, it's like... How do we make our product less competitive? Any ideas? I guess we'll check the Nitro Plus one. Obviously that one's expensive, but I'm mainly wondering about the overclocking. Yeah, it actually has a lot of headroom. Like, even Tech Power Up, who I don't consider exactly the pinnacle... Well, actually, most GPU reviews aren't gonna show you pinnacle of overclocking, like, GPU overclocks, but, like, 14.9%? That's crazy for a modern GPU. That's absolutely nuts. You're lucky to get 10% on most modern cards, especially on the NVIDIA side. Now, obviously it varies, so, like, you know, maybe this card is just, like, especially good. And it looks like it actually might be. Wait, oh, they got some 7700. So the 7700 XTs also don't have any, like, stupid clock limits. Yeah, so I've been kind of tempted to try pick one of these up and, like, blow the power limit and just, like, run 7700 or 7800 and then just run it, like... Because they don't have the clock limits, and they're not stupid expensive. Unlike, you know... like, the thing is, like, But, yeah, so... I've been tempted by that, because it's, like, interesting. And it should basically behave very similarly to a 17900 XTX, but without the ridiculous cooling requirements. No clock limit on the 7800 XT? Yeah, then, like Elmore EVC2 the power limit? Or if you're, like, especially desperate, you could actually just skew the current sensing circuitry, which is... It can cause some weird issues sometimes, but they can be done. And then just, you know, like... Because the main issue is, like, you can't BIOS mod the cards. Actually, yeah, you can't BIOS mod. You can't registry mod, because AMD did apparently... Like, I don't even know why they removed the registry mods. Right? Like, was that so popular? Is AMD's customer base so small that the average AMD customer actually installs power play tables? No, you can't do liquid metal, because AMD doesn't have shunts. You have to, like, the way, if you want to hardware skew current, like, power draw limits on AMD GPUs, you need to mod the current sensing circuit for every single phase of the vCore VRM. It's not fun to do. And if you do it wrong, you can very easily end up with, like, a very dead card. It's not like a shunt mod where, like, the worst case scenario, if you put like a too big a shunt mod on an NVIDIA card, like, the worst case scenario is that, like, you just get stuck in 2D clocks. Undervolt, yeah, if you don't have the power limit removed, then you undervolt it, but, like, I want to see what it does if you just have all the cooling, all the voltage, none of the power limits. Like, could you have, like, a 3+ gigahertz 7800 XT? That could be pretty fun. Like, that would even be, like, maybe it would be, like, if tech power-up is getting 15%, I'm thinking, like, well, maybe 20, 25%. I don't know, maybe it rolls over super hard. The hotspot will screw you, though. Yeah. Well, you can always put it on liquid nitrogen. I wonder what the hotspot thinks about that. Thermal paste cracks. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna be, like, rushing out to buy a 7800 XT right now, because I have enough hardware to mess with as is, and I'm not sure that, like, abusing a 7800 XT would be, like, would I find it significantly more interesting than abusing some poor unfortunate 980 Ti that really thought it was gonna finally end up in the e-waste bin, except that it caught my eye on eBay? There's a decent chance I will spend more money on electricity for this card than what I spent on this card, because this thing was 15 quid. Or can I test FCLK performance improvement? PyPrime is a pretty good test for memory performance. Y-Cruncher especially loves Infinity Fabric Bandwidth Clock. And we're over 96,000 points, and I think I'll take that and call it a day. Whoa, that's actually a really big improvement. Whoa, that's actually a big jump. I was like, oh man, I just want a little bit more, and then it's like we went from, what was it? I was like low 95,000s to, like, yeah, we're all the way up in top 25. Nice. Well, I'd consider this a good successful overclocking stream. I think I will revisit this card, because, like I mentioned earlier, like, I found a Vega with all of its capacitors, like a dead Vega with all of its capacitors still attached, so we all know what's gonna happen to those. They may find themselves attached to a 980 Ti soon enough, and then I also need to change the resistor on the core voltage mod, because right now it's way too big. So we can't set the core voltage that high. No, the issue with the flip it later is that I don't like letting go of cards after I've done stuff to them, because, like, I get really attached to the various hardware. Like, I have no problem getting rid of, like, a lot of the, like, motherboards and stuff, but yeah. Once things end up with a bunch of mods hanging off of them, it's like, it's mine, partially because I'm concerned about it causing issues for somebody else. And also because, like, well, I don't know, maybe I'll have an idea for another dumb mod. And then I'll need to get another one, and that'll be a pain. Anyway, so we need to just go through the validation process for this score, and I think that'll be it for today. Man, 8-hour stream. It's like, oh, it'll be a quick and easy stream. We'll just, like, you know, Like, 2-hour stream, you just, like, turn the card on, run some 3D Mark, call it a day. 8 hours later. Wait, nope, not Afterburner, you dum-dum. Vantage. Actually, it does save... Oh, yeah, you do need to save the result for Vantage. Sensor tab. Memory tab. You know what? I kind of want to show off that I'm using, like, literally one of the cheapest ITX boards on this platform. I really want to hook up the oscilloscope to the V-Core on this thing. Because, like, the Mode 5 LLC has, like, no V-droop, so, like, I want to know, like, how does it behave? Is it like all the other motherboards where it's like, oh, it's just kind of not great? Because the stock... Because the thing is, the way most of your V-droop settings on motherboards work is they take whatever the stock load line is, and then they apply a ratio to it. Right? So, they'll be like... And the thing is like, because AMD's load line, like stock DC load line, is so very shallow for Ryzen 7000, and even 5000 series, like the stock V-droop is really, really low. The end result is that if the motherboard doesn't go out of its way to give you extra V-droop, you end up with just massively, like, flat, like the load line settings are all extremely flat, and you have tons and tons of undershoot and overshoot, which I'm pretty sure, like, I think with especially the 7950X, it might actually limit max clocks for all-core. Because when you do static overclocks on Ryzen 7000, it doesn't clock stretch, like, at all. I think Intel CPUs might do a little, because it's been really weird for me with 14th gen trying to get it to crash with, like, maxed out LLC. Like, it just kind of doesn't, which doesn't really make any sense. But yeah, with, maybe I didn't test it well enough. Anyway, like, with the 7950X, I think on the Gene it was noticeable, but the Gene is literally the only motherboard that I tested where you could actually set a load line that didn't have any measurable undershoot. Everything else that I've tested is, like, there's heaps of undershoot, so it's like... I need a Gene. Actually, I didn't check if the ProArt... Like, the ProArt VRM is kind of similar to the Gene VRM, so maybe its LLC settings are similar. I haven't checked that board either. Man, I'm awful. The ProArt has had all of its heat sinks removed in order to take, like, PCB pictures for, like, a month at this point, because, like, I suck. Just in case. This is going to be the 98T-Van 1. Also, taking photos of motherboards sucks. Like, basically, I do not enjoy anything as in my video production process that isn't, like, talking about the hardware. Everything else around it is just like, man, I wish I didn't have to do that. Okay, so that's the score saved, right? It's on my desktop. Where is it? Yo. What? Where? It's a 760 score. Oh, there. Wait, what? Why does it... Oh, that's 3D11. So is there a different Vantage somewhere here? No, I don't see another Vantage score. Anyway, so that's it. Buildzoid, I start projects and then get distracted very easily. Well, it's not even getting distracted. It's like I get partway through the thing, and then I'm like, nah, I don't feel like taking the photos right now. I'll do it later. And then, because, like, I'll, you know, like, order hardware and stuff, it's like something comes in, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, I need the soldering area because, like, this dead GPU showed up, so I'm gonna fix it. I think this 980 Ti is actually responsible for all of the delay on the... Actually, no. It's not this 980 Ti. But this 980 Ti is definitely partially responsible. There's some other card that's also, like there was basically... So I took, like, I stripped the ProArt down, and I was like, okay, I will finally take the PCB pictures of this. And then... I don't know. I don't remember. Doesn't matter. But yeah, I guess like I would go like, oh, I'll do it later, and then I like later other things show up, and it's like, well, I guess later is like a month now, later. I guess part of the issue is also the like or at least I keep telling myself part of the issue is the whole, like, releasing videos, because it's like, sometimes I'm just, like, I guess, like, hyper-motivated or something, and it's like, I could just keep going and make, you know, video after video after video, and then, like, something happens, and it's like, I am non-functional for, like, a week. Like, getting anything done is really difficult. And then other times it's just like right now, it's kind of like I had the power to my flat go out like really badly. Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Wait, no, Thursday. I can't remember. Like, one of the issues is that I'm on a nocturnal sleep schedule, so, you know, the days kind of blend into each other. Because I'll, like, wake up one day and then go to bed the next day, so... it's not great for keeping track of when what happened. But, yeah, no, the main 63 amp fuse for my flat, there was, like, a loose wire, and so it just, like, melted the fuse housing, and the fuse blew, and I had absolutely no power whatsoever. And this happened at 4 a.m. while I was taking a shower, because I pay less for electricity at night. I have an electric shower, so I take advantage of my 60% electricity discount by taking showers at 4 a.m. So that was really unpleasant, as you can probably imagine, having the all the lights go out at 4 a.m. while in a shower. So, yeah, I managed to navigate my way out of that with the phone. And then, spend a bunch of time trying to figure out why the power's out, because, the breakers weren't out, right? Because the fuse blew, so none of the breakers flipped off. Then it was it's 4 a.m., who do I call? I can't call the landlord. It's freaking 4 a.m., right? So I eventually found, some emergency electrician phone number, and I was like, okay, I'll get them to check it, because, I want power as soon as possible, right? Electrician shows up, figures out, hey, your main fuse blew, that's why none of the breakers went off. Only issue is, in order to replace the fuse, basically the power grid company needs to go and isolate the fuse, because this is the main fuse to the freaking flat, right? So they need to pull the main fuse to the building the way the building's wired, it's there's a 100 amp fuse that belongs to the power company, the power grid company. Then there's the 63 amp fuse that's for my actual flat, so the 100 amp fuse has to get pulled to isolate the 63 amp fuse so that the housing can get replaced, because that's all melted. So power grid company shows up, and they pull the 100 amp fuse. Then it turns out, like, to get the other, like, the fuse housing replaced, that needs to be dealt with by, like, the landlord of the landlord's electrician. So they need to, like, the landlord's electrician needs to show up so that the fuse housing can get replaced. He shows up, doesn't have the housing, needs to go buy a new housing. So there was, like, this rotation of just, like, electrician number one, power grid company, electrician, like, landlord's electrician. Landlord electrician comes back once he got the right parts. Power grid company reconnects my flat. So basically, the whole day was just me getting electricity. And normally, that would give me a mental freaking breakdown. But yeah, I've been having, like, a good week for some reason, so... things that would cause me usually a total mental crisis. I mean, I did have a total mental breakdown at 4 a.m. when I was, like, no power. And I can't, who am I gonna call? I hate calling people. So, yeah. It was not a fun day. I guess the good news is the house, like, the building didn't burn down. Because, like, that fuse housing was toasted. Also, I think, like, a week ago, the fire alarm for the building went off. Well, now we know why the fire alarm went off. That was the fuse housing. Like, melting away. And I've learned that if the lights ever flicker, I should call an electrician to take a look at it. Because that was, like, the only sign that something was actually wrong. Was that, like, sometimes when I was turning the shower on, the lights would briefly dim. Like, very briefly. So I always thought, like, I was just imagining it or something. And then the other thing was that, like, one time even when I just turned on the hot air for, like, desoldering something. Yeah, that also flickered the lights. But it didn't happen very often, and, like, the kettle didn't do it. Like, it wasn't, you know, it didn't happen all the time. So I was like, maybe just imagined it. But no, that was basically the indication that, hey, the main connection to the flat is, like, completely toast. So, yeah. But the fuse housing, like, the part that melted lives in, like, a metal box. So the metal box completely contained all of the, like, burnt stuff, which is why when the fire alarm tripped, which woke up the entire building, like, there's other flats here, right? We couldn't figure out why the fire alarm tripped. Because, like, we checked the utility closet, and it smelled a bit funky, but, like, it's a utility closet, and I don't recognize, like, I've smelt burnt PCB. I haven't really smelt a lot of burnt plastic before. So I couldn't tell that was, like, melting fuse box, right? And because the metal housing, like, contained all of the melting fuse box really well, which is what its job is, right? Because that's how it makes sure your house doesn't burn down. It was completely not, like, we couldn't figure out why the fire alarm went off. Because, like, from the outside, like, the outside part of the wires going into the fuse box into the fuse housing, that was fine. So everything outside of the metal casing was fine, and everything, like, inside the metal casing, the, like, output wire was gone. Like, absolutely no insulation on it. And then the fuse housing itself was, like, really melted. So yeah, that was fun. That was the most sunlight I've seen all year. Because I wasn't gonna stay inside my freaking flat with no lights. Alright, I should pull the scores. USB stick. Yeah, I know. I've been considering, like, buying a, like, sunbathing chair thing so that I can just put it up in the parking lot and just chill in that, because, like, I'm too lazy to go anywhere. You know, literally just set it up, chill on it for 30 minutes, go back inside. I think that's like the bare minimum to get the vitamin D requirements ticked off. Sudden increase in vitamin D? Nah, I don't think that would have really made that much of a difference, because, like, I was in a pretty functional mood before the whole shower incident. Like, before the fuse melted. Like, I was having a good week before the fuse blew up. Like, I was literally, like, in the, like, for me, it's like, I don't even know what I want to do next. Because there's so many things I want to do. Kind of phase. And then the fuse blew up, and it's like, temporarily was like, man, what did I do to the universe? I was having such a good week, and then the fuse and the fuse then tries to, like, burn the building down. And then it's like, well, my electricity's back on, so I'm at 100%. Which, like, a lot of other times that would have actually just been like, yep, nothing's getting done for another week or two. Where's my screenshots? What? Oh, right, this OS is all kind of borked. How do I keep doing that? This is not even that old a Windows install. How do I keep breaking the, like... Like, some time ago, I did, like, do a thing of, like, make a thing of, like, trying to go to the park. At least, not every day, but at least somewhat often. But the thing is, like, people take their dogs to the park. And I don't like dogs. Like, at all. But, like, at least when they're on a leash and the owner's, like, you know, like, keep them away from other random people, it's fine. I can tolerate that. But then, like, one time there was, like, yeah, I think I actually just, like, stopped going to the park after that. Was, like, somebody had a dog that they didn't have on a leash. It wasn't very big. But, like, I really don't like dogs. And that one decided to basically just charge me. And it stopped eventually. But yeah, that was not a fun experience. And I don't really want to repeat it. Like, I don't, yeah, like, I don't need freaking, like, that, yeah, that just freaking sucked. So, like, and that's kind of like the, like, that's one of the, like, man, I wish, like, I didn't, like, the backyard of the building is, like, a parking lot that's, like, shared with all the flats. I kind of wish it wasn't, because it's going to be weird if I decide to do the whole, like, hey, I'm just going to put, like, sunbathe in the parking lot. It's not like it's full of cars all day, so, like, you know, there's space. But it'll be weird. It's like, but like, where else am I going to go? Chihuahuas. Well, if it was a Chihuahua, I'd be less concerned about it. This was not so small as to be a Chihuahua. Do you have a car? No. Like, yeah, if I had a car, I could just, like, drive off into the middle of nowhere. But yeah, don't have a car. No, going for a drive, like, that's not gonna get you any sunlight. You're still inside the car. Right? Like, as far as I know, the, like, sunlight thing, like, vitamin D specifically requires, like, was it UV radiation? I think it's UV. Or, like, something approaching UV. So you can't, like, sit in a car and get your daily dose of vitamin D. Unless you had, like, a convertible. And those are kind of dumb. In my opinion. Oh man, okay, wait, how am I gonna do this? And I guess I can hide this at this point, and we're just gonna put this over here so I can upload my scores while reading chat. Yeah, also in the UK, having a convertible is like... When does it not rain? Is flashing an XOC BIOS for 2080 Ti for the voltage increase? As far as I know, 2080 Ti's do actually scale a bit with extra core voltage, so... yeah. Your torso also has... Yeah, that's the thing with the shirtless, right? Like, I don't really care about the whole me being shirtless, it's just like, it's gonna be weird. But, like, I did used to do that back in the Czech Republic a bit. That, like, I just set a, like, beanbag on the balcony of our house. And after coming home from school, I would just, like, chill in the sun on the balcony for, like, 30 minutes or something. The beanbag kind of sucked. Because it was, like, not a very breathable material, so it would always end up super sweaty. Like, it was comfy, but, like, yeah, it wasn't very breathable. I don't think it really made a difference. It was just like my parents were like, son, you do not get enough sunlight. Go chill in the sun. And I was like, fine. I don't think it made a difference. I am... You're Czech? Yeah, I'm Czech. Wait, what was 962 or 8? Oh. $2164. Oh, I should take system pictures. I'm lazy. And then I need to pull them off the phone. Which wouldn't be that bad if, like, my phone didn't take forever to load the, like, photos folder, because it's so full of photos now that, like, yeah, it takes a while to load all of them, which sucks. Okay, where's that Vantage score? Please tell me that the driver counts. What? Why do I need to sign in? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh no. Okay, well, I guess I'll deal with this off stream. No, like, I thought 3D Mark was already logged in, and it's not, and it won't let you upload the files unless you're logged in until you... Like, I usually just, like, I think my 3D Mark is, like, tied to Steam, and... Yeah, and, like... So, it's a mess, basically, to get it logged in. And I'd, like, have to log into Steam in my browser, and just... Well, that'll be it for the stream, I guess. And I think the next stream might actually end up probably being the X99 micro board, just like a little bit of testing of that to check, like mainly to check that it works. I might also revisit the X79 Fatality board. I think both of those will be on Twitch, because I think they're going to be kind of lame. Because they're mostly just, like, verification that the stuff functions streams. And the Fatality, like, the reason I want to revisit the Fatality is, like, I forgot that that board came with a memory kit, and that memory kit seems to be Hynix CFR, which is actually pretty decent. And honestly, if I, well, yeah, like, that could actually... That could help the Cinebench score a little bit on that board. No 4 a.m. Yeah, no, it'll probably be at 4 a.m. Go steal a 7800 XT. No, I have plenty of other stuff to work on. It's just not modern. Actually, speaking of stuff to work on, is this gonna be a massive spoiler? Oh, yeah, okay, no, let's not do it that way. Here's a teaser of the next video. So, it's gonna be kind of boring. Or, well, I don't know. I think it's gonna be... It might be kind of boring. I don't know. Like, if I was good at coming up with video ideas... I'd have like 1 million subscribers at this point with how long I've been doing YouTube. I guess the power boost thingy... I guess the reason I think it's so boring is because I know what's in there. But to people who don't know what's in there, it might look really, really special. But it's like, man... It's like, in the first 3 minutes of the video, you will understand why I think it's a bit boring. I think in the first 3 minutes. Somehow the first take of that ended, like, first good take of that video ended up 17 minutes long. And I don't even remember, like, if I said everything I wanted to say, which is a problem. So yeah, I don't know, that might go up in like a day or two, depending on how unsuccessful I am at actually getting the video recorded. Your content is too technical for most. Yeah, but I don't even know what I would do if I was doing more normie content. Right? Like, other like, tech YouTubers can, like, come up with, like, normie-ass content, whereas I can't. Like, it's just, like, I don't find it interesting if it isn't way too... Yeah, like, I just don't find it interesting if it isn't off the deep end. Anyway, I did say I'd stop the stream, and I'm not doing a very good job of that. So I'm gonna just hit the stop button now. So I guess thank you for watching. Thank you for the super chats. There was 2 of them, and one of them was absolutely insane. I still don't really know how to react to it. I don't think I'll ever figure out how to react to it. And follow. Wait, no, we're on YouTube, so it's like subscribe if you somehow aren't subscribed already. Like. There are links in the description. You might want to check those out. And that's it. So yeah, thanks for watching, and goodbye.